Margaret Gitau, Professor of Agricultural and Biological Engineering at Purdue University, and also Director for the Institute for a Sustainable Future. My core research is hydrologic and water quality modeling and data-driven decision-making and management.
I'm Philip Dixon. I'm a statistician emphasizing ecological and environmental applications, and now retired from the Department of Statistics at Iowa State University.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Chad Smith. I'm with a natural resources consulting firm called Headwaters, and I also am actively working on the Platte River Recovery Implementation Program, which is a Bureau of Reclamation program in Nebraska, Colorado, and Wyoming.
Okay, thank you. I want to start by thanking the Miccosukee tribe for hosting the committee on an amazing field trip to Water Conservation Area 3 yesterday. We visited 2 tree islands and were welcomed into traditional Miccosukee chickees. And we learned about the hydrology and ecology of tree islands, adaptive dynamics of ridge and slough, and related performance measures and targets. It was a really beautiful day out in nature. It was really hot and humid, and I nearly died out there, but here I am. We really appreciate the time devoted by the Miccosukee tribal members and staff to support this trip. It was a really, really well-organized day, and it went without a hitch. We also appreciate the time devoted from staff from the Army Corps, South Florida Water Management District, and the Everglades National Park. Today's meeting is one of several information gathering sessions that will be held over the next year. Today's topics focus on updates and recent developments for CERP projects and operational planning, as well as a discussion on supporting decisions for system operations. Before we jump in, I want to remind everyone that we have a public comment period at 11:45 this morning. If you'd like to make public comment up to 3 minutes, please sign up by 11 a.m. To sign up, if you are in person, please use the sign-up sheet just outside the meeting room. If you are online, please email Sam Craft at the email on this slide. I'll read it out. It's scraft with a K at nas.edu, and it's shown here on this slide. If there's time available, we will consider raised hands in Zoom. We also always welcome public comment of any length in writing. Our first session will provide an update on BBC planning, and we have 4 speakers. Nicole Niemeyer from the South Florida Water Management District, and Jennifer John, Sam Hans, and Drew Coman from the Corps. So let's start with Nicole, and she'll kick off with an overview of BBC. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Nicole Niemeyer, and I'm the South Florida Water Management District's project manager for the Biscayne Bay and Southeastern Everglades Ecosystem Restoration Project, which is in the planning phase. And I'm going to be presenting just a broad high-level overview of the project to introduce you to it for those who are not already familiar with the project. Okay, so on this slide, you will see the BBC study area, which is the area within that dashed polygon. Our study area encompasses most of Miami-Dade County up to the Broward County line, which is the neighboring county to the north. And it extends west to Water Conservation Area 3 and Everglades National Park. And then extends south and east to include the nearshore coastal areas. And you can see the historical, existing, and future conditions of this area. Historically, water flowed across the landscape through a gradient of habitat types that was disrupted with construction of the CNSF project, the series of canals and levees. And in the future, we'll be contending with sea level rise. And at the bottom, you can see the historical hydrologic regimes where that flow moved across the landscape. Whereas current conditions, it's channelized and we have a system of canals that release point source discharges into the nearshore coastal areas, oftentimes too much water during the wet season, not enough during the dry season. And that's really damaging to the nearshore ecology with, disruptions to the salinity regimes and so forth. And then to the right, the natural areas, those are the areas that are targeted for restoration within the study area. And that includes the Southern Glades area, just south of that, the Eastern Panhandle of Everglades National Park, an area that we refer to as the model lands, and then the coastal wetlands along the east portion of the study area, and then the nearshore estuarine areas, including Manatee Bay, Barnes Sound, Card Sound, Biscayne Bay, and Biscayne National Park. BBCER includes 6 of the 68 CERP Yellow Book components. And those include the North Lake Belt, which is in the northwest portion of the study area labeled 1. We looked at the feasibility of storing water or flowing water through that area. Ultimately, we had screened that out, and my counterpart with the Army Corps, Jennifer John's going to talk a little bit about the planning process and specifics with the alternatives and how we arrived at our preliminary tentatively selected plan. We also looked at wastewater reuse in 2 areas, West Miami-Dade County. Miami-Dade County does not intend to build that, so that was also ultimately screened out. We looked at wastewater reuse at their existing facility in South Miami-Dade County. Also Biscayne Bay coastal wetlands and the canals, and that's redistributing those point source discharges across the coastal wetlands. And then in the Southern Glades and Model Lands area, we've been evaluating the C-111 North Canal project and redistributing the point source discharges from the C-111 canal across the Model Lands and Southern Glades. The overarching themes of the project is sourcing additional water primarily from the northwest portion of the study area or optimizing operations throughout the CNFS system and conveying those flows south to the areas that are targeted for restoration that I mentioned previously, and redistributing those flows and hydrating the coastal wetlands. The 4 specific project objectives include restoring salinity regimes, minimizing the unnatural canal releases, restoring freshwater wetland depth ponding, duration, and flow timing, restoring natural ecological and hydrological connectivity, and then sea level change resilience. This is a look at the project schedule. We kicked off the study in late 2020 with scoping. And over the last several years, we've worked through evaluating various alternatives and various rounds of modeling and refining and optimizing those alternatives. Just earlier this year, we arrived at our preliminary tentatively selected plan. We're wrapping up the final stages of modeling on that. And the ecological performance measures for our preliminary tentatively selected plan are being presented and evaluated. And then Sam, our ecological subteam lead, will be completing the habitat unit calculations to quantify the ecological lift. And then we're also soon going to be working through the savings clause assurances for water supply and flood protection. We should have modeling results for that evaluation at next month in October. And then our engineering design is progressing for design maturity for our draft report, which we should have reach our tentatively selected plan milestone in June of next year, which will be followed by the draft report and then our final report. And then we're targeting WRDA 2030 for congressional authorization. And next up is Jennifer John, project manager with the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, and she's going to walk us through the plan formulation process, how we arrived at the preliminary tentatively selected plan, and how we screened out various management measures. So I'll turn it over to you, Jennifer.
Hi, good morning. As Nicole mentioned, my name is Jennifer John. I'm the project manager from the Army Corps of Engineers for the BBCER project. And I have only been at this role for about 3 weeks. Previously, for the last 5 years, I have been the planning technical lead. So that is why I'm here talking to you all about plan formulation and our process that we did. When I addressed this committee 2 years ago in September of 2023, we were in the process of going from our initial alternatives to our final array of alternatives. And now 2 years later, we're really excited to talk to you about how that whole process kind of came together and how we arrived at our tentatively selected plan. So I'm just going to start with a little background on the USACE planning process. It is a 6-step planning process that we use for all of our feasibility studies. The first step, which is usually done during scoping, is identifying the problems that we see in the landscape and identifying opportunities for how we could make that better. The second step is to inventory our existing conditions and then predict or forecast what would happen if a project was not to occur. The third step is my happy place, which is plan formulation, where we actually get to be very creative and formulate alternative plans. The fourth step is evaluating those alternative plans, and we want to do that very specific to each alternative, so that in step 5, we do the comparison of all the alternative plans, and we don't want to do that a little bit preemptively. Step 6, you can see at the bottom, is our plan selection. We also call this a decision point, not necessarily a plan selection, because as the graphic on the left kind of symbolizes, this is a very iterative process. We don't go through this process just once or twice in a 5-year period. We go through it 6 or 7 times. And they can vary in length from several months if we're doing in-depth modeling and evaluation. We've also done this in a day during a rapid iteration during a planning charrette. As we go through this iteration multiple times, we get a finer level of detail. And so we can go from initial alternative plans to ones that look a little bit better, finally to our final array of evaluations, and then ultimately to select our tentatively selected plan, or our TSP, that goes for approval. So I'm going to walk through kind of how BBCER did our plan formulation, the abbreviated version of this presentation. So as Nicole mentioned, we started with our Yellow Book alternative, our 6 Yellow Book components that were grouped together to meet BBCER's goals and objectives. And you can see from this graphic that it is very high level. They're nice yellow blobs on a screen and not a lot of detail. We then moved to our round 1 alternatives. This is when we first started to model alternatives and what the hydrology might do in the system if we were to put in some form of infrastructure. This what really was the initial investigation into how water would move, and we did not include sea level change during this initial round. We moved along and we went through our 6-step plans, and eventually we wound up at our round 2 alternatives, and it's starting to look a little bit better in terms of detail. And this is also when we were learning what would work, what would not work in this system. And so we had refined those round 1 alternatives for improved ecological benefit. And at this point, we also introduced the intermediate sea level curve. Through these first 2 rounds of modeling, we learned a lot of things. We learned what would work in the system. We also made very important decisions on what wasn't working in the system. So the successes after our 2 rounds were that we found that we really could redirect water out of the Northwest and move it south and east to the natural areas that we were trying to restore. We also knew that we were doing a pretty good job at spreading water effectively into the coastal wetlands, and that was going as a nice sheet flow into the near shore of Biscayne National Park, Biscayne Bay, and the other nearshore areas that we were trying to restore. But some things that we learned that really were not working very well was long-term storage in the Northwest area, trying to utilize rock mines, existing rock mines, as long-term storage. We were not having a lot of success with that just because of the geology of the system. And we also were trying to look at aquifer storage and recovery, or dewatering wells in the coastal areas, to again try to get a little bit more longer term storage of putting water in the ground and pulling it up into the dry season. And again, because of the geology of the system, we were not finding a lot of success. After those 2 rounds, we came up with our BB-SEER final array alternatives. We had 4 alternatives in our final array, and they were alternatives 31, 32, 31A, and 32A. We put wastewater reuse on top of our parent alternatives of 31 and 32 to see how wastewater reuse specifically would change the benefits that we were getting specifically in the coastal wetlands and the nearshore. And the big differences between the alternatives 31 and 32 was that instead of trying to use rock mines as long-term storage, we were trying to configure the northwest area a little bit differently and see if we could get some, not holding the water, but maybe slowing it down into the dry season and use some dynamic rock mine wetland flow through. And in alternatives 32, we just were using the existing canals to back pump water out of the northwest and into the south and then the east natural areas. So I'm going to go through kind of like our final array screening, utilizing the last 4 steps of our planning process, starting with the evaluation. This is just an example of one of the things we looked at. Final array goes through a lot of different types of evaluations to help us with that ultimate plan, the final plan selection for our TSP. So this is an example of the habitat unit benefits that we calculated from our 4 final array alternatives. What we also looked at was our P&G criteria, which includes ability of alternatives to meet their objectives, their cost effectiveness, their acceptability to the public, and their completeness. We looked at comprehensive benefits. Our Recover group did a system-wide evaluation on how the alternatives would change not just the BB-SEER project area, but the greater Everglades ecosystem. Of course, we also had to look at the costs of all these alternatives. The 5th step is that comparison. So we kind of put all of these together in a nice chart. And one of the things that happens when we start comparing our alternatives is you start comparing the costs and benefits and deciding what would be a cost-effective alternative and what would not. So through this step 5 alternative comparison process, we learned that 2 of our final array alternatives, 31 and 31A, were non-cost effective, meaning that alternatives 32 and 32A were able to get this similar or more benefits for less cost. And then that led us to step 1 of our, or kind of like the first iteration of our step 6, which is plan selection, where we actually screened out alternative 31 and 31A from consideration. And so the team was left to decide, would alternative 32 or 32A become our tentatively selected plan? This was a little bit of information on the costs. So you do see that the base construction costs in that top row between our alternatives are pretty similar. It's about 1.2 billion versus 1.3 billion. The big difference was in our real estate costs. So alternatives 31 and 31A had a lot more real estate involved in the Northwest, where the alternatives 32 did not. And so this was really where the cost comparison helped us make that decision. The PDT ultimately chose alternative 32 as our preliminary tentatively selected plan. This plan is cost effective, it's policy compliant, it meets all of the federal BB-SEER CERP objectives, and this ultimately ended up being a lower policy risk for our project authorization. The team really had to ask a very basic question of, do we to wastewater reuse or not to wastewater reuse? That was the question. Thank you. And at the end of the day, it really was a matter of looking at the incremental cost for that next increment of benefits. We have not closed the door completely on wastewater reuse. We do think that there is benefit in that, but ultimately the BB-SEER team decided that we wanted to pursue wastewater reuse outside of the BB-SEER project, either in another CERP project or with the state or another avenue to pursue that. So our next steps that Nicole had already briefly mentioned, but we are optimizing alternative 32 to alt 32R for revised. We do think that there's some areas where we could have improved based on our modeling. We're updating the ecological benefit habitat units, and then we're also completing the modeling for our required savings clause for flood protection and water supply. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Sam to go over the ecological benefits. The cost is a lie. We moved the cost to my section, so he's just talking about ecological benefits.
Thank you, Jennifer. Like she said, my name is Sam Hans. I'm the ecological lead, and I took over this project from Robert Cleary just a few months ago, since he has retired. And I'll go over the ecological benefits and how we calculated those. So in BBCR, we have this area we have an area about 120,000 acres that we could potentially restore. It's been, as Nicole said, it's been degraded via channelization and compartmentalization. And we've lost ecology, community function, and productivity in the area, as well as biodiversity. And so what we're looking to do is put water back on the landscape and improve the timing and distribution of flows across it to improve those habitats. We have wetland forest, sawgrass marshes, that transition zone. We have what we call the white zone, where we have degraded marsh and freshwater starved areas from saltwater intrusion from sea level rise. And then we have the coastal forests, mostly mangrove forest, where we're looking to improve all those habitats. In addition to that, we're looking to improve resiliency as saltwater intrusion and sea level rise in the area is projected to increase over the next 30 to 50 years and move it inland. And so in these areas, we have the opportunity to increase the habitat resiliency and improve the areas that have been degraded over time. So we went over the project objectives, which is the nearshore salinity. We want to improve the salinity regimes. We want to improve the wetland areas, improve hydrologic connectivity, as well as ecological connectivity, and improve resilience of the system. And to figure out our alternatives, how we're doing in achieving these project objectives, we came up with 9 performance measures. They're on the left side, and each of those performance measures gives an indication on how we're meeting each of the objectives, and there's some overlap between all of them. The 9 performance measures include nearshore salinity, so that's looking at the timing and distribution of the flows into the nearshore, making sure those salinity regimes are correct. The wetland salinity, so similarly, the timing and distribution of flows across the landscape to improve the wetland habitat. And we have multiple wetland habitats. Some is marl prairie, some is freshwater emergent wetlands. For each of the different indicator regions, which I'll get to in the next slide, we targeted a different habitat type, which has its own distribution of flows and timing and distribution that we were targeting. And then hydroperiod and water depth are kind of interlinked. So we're looking at stage and how long those stages occur across the landscape to make sure we're hitting the correct water depth and length of inundation for the particular habitat type. We looked at direct canal releases, which is tied to the nearshore salinity or the nearshore project objectives, because even though it's an estuarine system and the ecology is used to having changing and fluctuations in salinity, if we have large freshwater flows from the canals into the areas, we can blow out the area and cause very large negative impacts. So it's about making sure the timing and distribution from the canals is also corresponds with the habitats that are being affected. That kind of interlinks with the timing and distribution of flows into the Biscayne Bay. Again, we're looking to make sure our salinity regimes are correct in the nearshore areas. Adaptive foundational resiliency is all about those coastal vegetation communities and increasing their resilience basically as sea level rise occurs and saltwater intrusion occurs, and their ability to move across the landscape, potentially inland. And basically it's focused on mangroves and protecting them as they provide resiliency on the near shore, and it also includes accretion rates and their ability to be resilient. Eighth performance measure is ecological connectivity. So that's simply is the ecology across the landscape connected? That helps with wetlands, connected wetlands and It also increases resiliency across the landscape. And finally, the overall sheet flow across the landscape, improving those freshwater releases across our project area. And so we took those performance measures and we placed them across the landscape. And the way we did that was we had zones in the area. The zones are connected to the habitat units, and each zone has indicator regions, which are the different colors there on the left. The indicator regions take the different performance measures, which are rated from 0 to 1, 1 being your ideal indicator, so ideal hydro period or ideal depth, etc. And after the model is done for our alternative, it's given a score and then combined together for each of the indicator regions, and then it's multiplied by however many acres of area we're looking for. And each of the indicator regions has that particular habitat that we're looking to target. So different hydro periods or different depths depending on what we want to see across the landscape. The second part is the flow transects. So when we're flowing water across the landscape, we're looking at the flow across these different areas. And then there's also the shoreline segments that help for the nearshore salinity performance measures, as well as our project objectives. And so these are all combined basically into the different zones to calculate how much lift we have. So this is from what Jennifer showed you, the round 3 alternatives. And there's our habitat unit calculation. So like I said, we have the scores from 0 to 1. Those are aggregated into each from each indicator region into the zone that we're looking for. It's then correlated with how many acres that covers, and then you get our habitat units. We then added in a ecological response factor. So even though we have the full performance lift, there's a lag time between implementation and then once we get those full benefits from the project. And this is from round 3. Like she said, we're doing a optimization round. So these aren't the final habitat units that we'll see. We're also updating our bisect modeling, which impacts some of the performance measures. And so even though we're going back and we're having to redo some of the alternatives, so these habitat units will change once we get to the final round of the optimization. But with the response factor, we saw the most lift came from Alt 32, which we chose, which is part of the reason why we chose it, in correlation with the cost from the other alternatives. And then just to show a visual across the landscape, this is the nearshore salinity example. So if we have the modeling all the way to the left, we show the redistribution of flows across the landscape. It's then put into our performance measure. So in this case, these are the transects across the landscape, and this would also include those nearshore segments that I showed 2 slides ago. And then between the nearshore salinity on the left, it scored very low, which is the reds are all close to 0, and all the acres are scored from either 0 to 0.2. And once we implemented the project and had those flows across the landscape, those scores increased to much higher between white. You see the whites and the white blues, which is between about 0.5 and higher.
It says 0.05,
Where do you,
doesn't it?
where?
Later.
Well, yes, from scores from 0 to 1, right? So it goes from 0 all the way up to 1, and then.
And the very dark blue,
Mhm.
the 2 blues are 0.5 and up, and I don't see any blues on the map.
Yeah, 0.05 up to.
0.05.
Yeah.
Right, you said.
Oh, 0.5.
Yeah.
Apologize.
That's not.
Yeah, and so we have the future without is on the left, which with sea level rise, and then the scores, and then the amount of lift is the Alt 32 minus the future without, and that goes into how much lift we have overall on the landscape. And then from the modeling it shows the improved coastal hydrology, quality timing, and distribution to improve salinity on the nearshore area. So that's just a quick overview of the performance measures and how we're calculating benefits for the project. And next I'll turn it over to Drew Coleman, and he's going to go over the hydrology and resilience, and I believe he is online.
Hi, thank you, Sam. Just quick sound check. Team able to hear me?
Yeah, we can.
Drew, I can go ahead and advance your slides. Just let me know when you're ready.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I apologize for not being.
And we are not
able to-
hearing you.
I've been had some school functions for my kids I had to attend, so I appreciate accommodating my virtual attendance. Yeah, thank you. My name's Drew Coman, the H&H lead for the BBC representing the Corps. I'll be going over some of the kind of.
Still not hearing you. Give us a minute, please.
Yeah, this question already. Yeah, does it, well, we're trying. Progress.
All right, Drew, can you give us a try?
Hey, sound check.
Yep, we can hear you.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, I appreciate y'all accommodating my virtual attendance. My kids had some school functions I had to attend today. So thank you. Again, I'm the H&H lead representing the Army Corps for BBC project. And we're just going to go over some high level hydrology and resilience concepts and perspectives that BBC is trying to have goals to reach. So if you don't mind, go to the next slide, please. So we've kind of already gone over some big picture hydrologic information. You know, I grabbed this really great graphic from a South Florida Water Management District publication, just to reiterate the complex landscape we have for BBC here. You know, on the west, we have the natural landscape of the Everglades and the water conservation areas. And then we have really dense developed area with Miami-Dade County, with ag, residential, urbanization, quite a bit of conveyance through the CNSF system, representing the drainage for the area. And then on the east, we've got the ocean and Biscayne National Park. So we're sandwiched between two national parks, Everglades and Biscayne National Park. And then we've got a lot of complex land cover and land use in between. So as you can see, we've got two graphics of how the RSMGL hydrologic model is conceptualizing some of that information. We have a very transmissive aquifer that we have to deal with, some of the most transmissive geology in the country and probably the world. And where our water is coming from and where it's going has to go through a lot of Swiss cheese, right? So that is one of the natural physical challenges BBC is faced with, trying to get the water in the northwest of our project area down to our coastal areas where we're trying to redistribute it. There's just a lot of geology fighting against us in the way. And secondly, the graphic on the right is how our topography is conceptualized in the RSMGL model. So you can see the coastal ridge goes directly and bisects our project area from the northwest to the southeast. So we're not able to really convey water naturally, both due to the urbanization and the development, but also just we're fighting up against gravity here. So our water sourcing in the Northwest has really been challenged with some physical impediments for BBC here. So I just wanted to point out some of those big picture physical challenges that that BBC is faced with. Next slide, please. As has been mentioned already, we have been applying sea level change guidance from the outset of this project. There was a round of modeling where we had no sea level change. That was really to get some of the initial hydrologic information, and then from round 2 and beyond to the TSP, we have been formulating to the intermediate sea level change curve. These are core curves, and we are bound by USA's guidance to use these curves. So from a plan formulation process, we have developed our baseline condition to the year 2022. And then from there, with our 50-year planning horizon, assuming our construction of the project starts to accrue benefits in 2035, we're projecting out to 2085 for our feasibility level analysis here. So another thing to note is that our curves are, their origin is in 1992, and this is not arbitrary. This is based off of, astronomical lunar cycles, or what we're calling a tidal epoch. There is a new epoch that has occurred, but the data has not been published yet. So that is why 1992 is it is the midpoint of the previously published epoch. I believe it's a 19-year cycle. So that's why the origin is 1992. And then along the way, you can see we've got the blue, green, and red curves. The blue curve is the low curve. The green is the intermediate, which we are formulating to, and then red is the high. A note on the high curve is that we are still planning on performing a sensitivity to the high curve once our TSP is wrapped up for the intermediate curve as a sensitivity. Next slide, please. You can just click all the way. Appreciate it. Yeah, there's a lot of animations in this one. So due to BBC kind of being outside the traditional or historical Everglades, where we've got lots of performance measures published, and there's it's hold on. Sorry, having a brain fart. There's a lot of recover performance measures looking at hydrology and gauges. We had to develop a completely new analysis and means to evaluate the hydrology for BBC, and we took the transect approach and these are not formal performance measures, but just big picture hydrology methods to evaluate the system. We had the purple line, which is conservation area, Everglades National Park relationship, looking at flows across there. Red line was how is the Everglades and the developed area boundary and seepage. We were trying to evaluate the seepage across that transect. Blue line is where the coastal ridge occurs, and then green line, you've seen some slides earlier where we had lots of indicator regions and individual transects. Conveniently, those transects form a contiguous line of model cell faces, and we have nicknamed that the BBC or mega transect. It is, again, conveniently located immediately downstream of a lot of the BBC measures, so it's a good indicator of how the performance of the system is going. If you can click through, please. And so I'm just going to be showing the next slide, if you don't mind. Orange line, coastal structures. So what we're really going to show is an aggregation of the groundwater and overland flow. On the next slide, please. Thank you. So these are some initial model results of our preliminary TSP. It's the green line, the mega transect that combines several individual indicator region transects. And we have a little bar graph here showing the performance of the hydrology of again, it's the combination overland plus groundwater. ECB 22 is our existing condition. FWO is our future without condition with no sea level change. And then FWOI is our baseline with the intermediate curve. And just something to call out, as you can see, due to the sea level rise, there's some backwater effects due to that tailwater condition of the sea level rise. And it actually decreases flow across the megatransect. And now we get into Alt 31, 32, and 32R. 32R is our tentatively selected plan. And you can see both for dry season and wet season, really great improvements over the FWOI and the FWO and existing condition 22. So I just wanted to point out some great improvements BBC is seeing with the aggregation of some of the hydrologic volumes going across that transect. Next slide, please. So this is just, the resilience piece of my presentation. I shamelessly stole this from my colleague, Jada Polatel, who presented this at GEAR. And this is really just to show how a project like BBC can improve the resilience. So we have a prepare, absorb, recover, and adapt framework, acronym PARA. And so pre-project, you have a disturbance, there is some preparation and anticipation to avoid it. This being an environmental restoration project and lack of hydrology, there's, across the natural landscape, not a lot of ability to resist or withstand, for example, a tropical storm, hurricane, lots of storm surge, lots of salty water. Its recovery to bounce back in the natural area, freshwater estuarine area, it might take a lot longer. With a project like BBC, we improve the hydrology, we're building new infrastructure to redistribute that water. We increase our resilience. We have an entire performance measure, adaptive foundational resilience, where we're using sea level change in our favor to hopefully show that, for example, mangroves, which is a very resilient vegetation community for wind wave action, for example, that will help us. If we improve the hydrology, we will improve all of these characteristics of prepare, anticipate, resist, and eventually we'll have a much quicker bounce back across the natural landscape. And so that's kind of although it's not like a formal performance measure, that is an implied, an incidental benefit of having an improved hydrology. Really, we result in an improved resiliency in the natural areas. Next slide, please. And just to summarize, improved hydrology creates a more resilient system for both the natural and developed landscapes. The surface water hydrology, improves the soil accretion opportunities, which in turn helps with mangroves, improve coastal resilience through mitigation wind waves, improved freshwater depths, ponding, hydro period in the natural areas really help protect the water supply and limit salinization of groundwater. And just bottom line up front or at the end, a healthy ecosystem is a resilient ecosystem. And that's what we're shooting for with BBC. Thank you.
Thanks to all the speakers. We're going to open it up now. So yeah, quick what to do. All right, Bill.
So those are. I'm not as talented as. Hello? Those were great. Thank you. Oh.
Maybe stand up, not in the mic.
Try singing.
We can on about 5 minutes.
Yeah,
We're gonna run like, we're gonna cut into lunch. Testing?
Testing.
Yeah.
All right.
Yay.
So I think the third time now, those were great. Those were really helpful. Thank you. So it sounded like wastewater reuse is partially still on the table at least. And I wonder if you could just take a little bit deeper dive and help us understand the cost benefit analysis on that one.
I can start at least. Yeah, so when we do it's a two-part cost analysis that we do. So the first one is just cost effectiveness, and that is how we screened out two of our alternatives because we could get similar benefits, but the alternative 31 had such a higher cost. And then the second part is when you take your cost-effective alternatives and you do something called an incremental cost analysis. So if there's a difference in cost between what we were doing just with alternative 32, and then you add wastewater reuse, what's the cost per additional habitat unit if we were to choose wastewater reuse? And so for us, the incremental cost was pretty significant for those additional incremental benefits. So all of the benefits of wastewater reuse are being included in our draft report and our final report that's going to go out. We have a lot of information on developing a treatment train that could be used to clean the water for ecosystem benefits. What we didn't have was any of that field test information that shows that this could work in the field with the proposed treatment train that we had put together. And we knew that that would possibly be a little bit of an uphill battle with getting things approved and put through our headquarters environmental reviewers. So there's nothing that says that because BBCR doesn't include wastewater reuse, it just disappears from the Yellow Book or from anywhere. So that is still a Yellow Book component that could be evaluated in its own CERP study. What the state is actually doing is doing a grant with FDEP and Florida International University, I believe, to get funds and a grant to put in a field test that would be able to help a future project put wastewater reuse into the ground on a large scale.
And so just to clarify, most of the costs you're talking about are the financial costs, or you're also looking at ecological side effects? Right. Is it just money on the cost side?
For our cost effectiveness, yes.
Okay, all right, thanks.
Yeah, I didn't see when people put their cards up, so we're just going to go in the order that I decide, and we'll try and get through all of the questions. So Margaret, next.
Okay, so mine actually I have a couple. One is related to the cost effectiveness and what's the time frame across which you are calculating the cost effectiveness. And then the other one is on what, if any, concerns do you have regarding source water quality and what impacts it might have overall on distribution areas, the areas of redistribution.
Okay, I can do the cost question and then I will hand it over to Sam for the water quality question. So the costs are calculated for the construction period and the 50-year period of O&M. So we include construction costs, they include the PED costs, which is the design of the features past feasibility. It includes real estate costs. Other things, construction management costs are in there. And so they add it all up and then divide it. And it's an average annual cost compared to an average annual habitat unit, which is how we get the information from our ecological side. So I don't know if that answered your cost question. It's okay. And then the other question was on the water quality sources of where we're moving things around.
What concerns, if any, do you have on quality of source waters and what impact it might have on the distribution areas?
Okay. Yeah, so water quality is evaluated as a constraint. It's not an objective of the study. So we do have a water quality sub-team and they developed a tool using existing available data. We have an extensive water quality monitoring network. And so they applied some assumptions. If the water were to move through a feature that's a wetland, we assumed a certain percentage of nutrient uptake. If it moves through a canal, we assumed no nutrient uptake and so forth. So they've evaluated the water quality through each of those areas that are targeted for restoration and also compared it to the numeric nutrient criteria, which is measured in the near shore areas through a network of, near shore stations. So we wouldn't necessarily have to meet that nutrient numeric criteria standard at the discharge of the coastal wetland features where it's discharged. So that's something that has been evaluated. And I don't know if you want to add anything to that.
No, I think you pretty much covered it. It's our water quality sub team, like you said, is working on that, and that'll be part of the report. But yeah, we're trying to meet those criteria, not necessarily as a project objective, but we do have those constraints.
Essentially, we can't degrade existing water quality.
Thank you.
Okay, Stephanie has instructed me to let you know that we should keep it to one question per person. It's not coming from me, it's coming from Stephanie. So we'll go with Denise Wardrop next.
Thanks. I have a question about how you decided, how you aggregated the zones to then select a preferred alternative. So if I looked at the HU chart that you had, and so Zone E is the one with the resilience metric, correct? That's incorporated in as a performance measure, which is really, really important, but has a lot of uncertainty in it because of the sediment accretion model. But so Zone E is pretty important in my mind. It seems like for future. And in your chart, 31A had by far the highest lift for Zone E, but that gets lost when you're averaging performance metrics and you're averaging across all zones. So what is the resistance to weighting either performance metrics in your calculations or weighting zones instead of looking at overall uplift?
Yeah, so in terms of weighting, we weighted everything equally.
Right.
So we didn't necessarily choose something to weight over the other.
I guess my question is, why not?
I'm not sure exactly. I wasn't part of that. If Robert was here, he could have answered that, but oh, yeah. Gina.
Hi, I'm Gina Ralph, Corps of Engineers. I can help Sam. I was on the project at the start of it. We developed a planning model that has to go through our ECO PCX. It's a center of expertise. And so there's an extensive document that I wrote in conjunction with the rest of the authors of all of these performance measures, including Fred and Carlos. And we went through a very detailed, deliberate discussion as part of the ECO sub-team on how we wanted to develop indicator regions, divide into zones. And then we talked extensively about weighting. And quite frankly, we don't do weighting in the Corps. Everything is equal. There was a lot of voices to try to weight Zone E higher than the rest of the zones. But we wanted to ensure that we were evaluating it equally across all alternatives. So it's not like it would get misrepresented or lost, and that there would always be a conversation weighing all of the other pieces of the puzzles, not just habitat units, in terms of the selection of the alternative. So I'm more than happy to share the document with you on the planning model, and it was approved back in 24. So we are good to go with that, and we won't be revisiting the weighting question.
I also just wanted to clarify, Zone E is just the nearshore salinity. So the resilience that Fred and Carlos put together for the mangroves is in all 4 other zones.
All right, we're going to go to Casey, who is on Zoom because he's the only one of us who can't talk to people during the lunchtime. So Casey, are you there?
I am. Thank you so much. Can you hear me?
There's some
Can you
talking
hear me?
going on, but
Hello, hello?
I
No.
see that Casey's trying to talk, but I can't hear anything. No
Hello,
one can
hello?
hear anything. It's not just me.
We can hear you online. They just can't hear you
Yeah,
in the
all right,
room.
let's move on
Yeah.
to Denise Reed until we get Casey sorted out.
Thanks, Helen. On. I am not sure who I'm asking this question of. Probably either Sam or Drew. How was time considered? Drew had a diagram where we were talking about the kind of time delay in the performance, right? There was an offset in when the performance was maximized. And then you have a sea level curve. So we've made a lot of comments over several reports about how your analysis does or doesn't include kind of transitions and gradual change over time. Could you tell us how time factored in here in the analyses?
So for the habitat unit calculations, we did, like I said, have that time lag factor. So because as you're flowing, once you start the project and you get incremental benefits, there's that you turn on the spigot, but you don't necessarily achieve your full benefits until later down the line. And so each habitat type had a factor of, I believe it's between 3 to 7 years, depending on habitat type, that was factored into your benefits. So you don't
How
get
did you so my question really is, how did you determine that?
Oh,
I think, not how did you apply that? I'm sorry, but it was a misunderstanding.
Okay.
Yeah.
I believe that was based on the literature on the resiliency, or not the resiliency, how long it takes for the habitat type in order to basically until you get the full restoration benefits. So I'm not sure exactly where the number itself came from. Okay, go for it. Go for it.
We asked our experts. We went to the eco sub team and we said, okay, we have sawgrass, we have nearshore salinity, we have mangroves, we have full performance. What's reasonable? And so our ecologists helped us, Fred, Carlos, Robert, when he was here. So you
Okay.
turn on the spigot, you get, yeah.
That's fine.
Yeah.
That's fine. Thank you.
All right, did we sort out Casey or can we read his question from the chat?
Oh, here we go. You want me to read it?
Oh, Casey, do you want to try?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, yes, we can.
Great. Thank you. Thank you so much for letting me join this way. I was struck in the presentation by the similarity in each of the 4 final plans in terms of their performance in the habitat unit benefits. And it seemed that they varied by less than 10%, which, given the uncertainty of those calculations, is probably no variance at all, which made me wonder, there was a change from round 1 to round 2 in the modeling based on what worked. And I was curious if you all could say more about that process, what criteria were used to decide that, and how it got down to the set of plans. In that they're so similar, I was just wondering, were there other plans that provided more benefits, and why are they so similar? Is it there's just a lack of really knobs you can turn? Just about how you get from round 1 to round 2. Thanks so much.
Hi, that's a very loaded question, but I will do my best. By the time we got to our round 3, we really had kind of stripped away all of the things that weren't working. And I think the project team in general was very surprised with how similar things were. But without our ability to really store large quantities of water in the Northwest for more than a month or so, there wasn't that amount of differences that we could get at the end of the day. And so a lot of the kind of nuances that we put in our final array, despite, you know, reuse or not reuse, was really like configurations of putting spreader canals and things, different options for seepage control when we have a feature of rehydration next to a landfill or a water treatment area or a bunch of neighborhoods. And that didn't necessarily result in habitat. It resulted in cost savings or increase. In round one, I think we're a little more optimistic about our ability to store long-term in the Northwest. And you know, obviously that didn't end up panning out, but I think, and especially in round one and round two, even, we were looking at a much larger range of possibilities. We had alternatives in our first rounds that included nothing in the Northwest, and that resulted in some pretty significant decreases in benefits that we could see in the dry season. And the dry season is where we really wanted to get that increased sheet flow across the landscape, because that's historically when there is just a lack of water in the system. And so that's why we saw a little bit more variety in our first two rounds of alternatives. And by the time we got to the end, we had really honed in on what was working and what wasn't.
Thanks. All right, we'll go to John and he'll be our last question asker.
So you mentioned that you're developing 32R as a optimization of 32. Could you talk about what some of the issues, what some of the remaining uncertainties are that you're trying to address with 32R, and how are you using the same evaluation methods and comparing 32R with the previous ones?
So this is kind of we've finished our final array, we've selected our tentatively selected plan, and then this optimization piece, while we do a check back on our final array, doesn't necessarily go through the same rigmarole. I don't know if people still use that word, but I use it, of like doing another comparison. I think when we get to our final report, we will include all 5 in our report so we can compare them all. But there were a couple of things in 32 that we wanted to actually utilize from 31. One of them was the complete backfill of the lower C111 canal, which is a pretty significant drainage pathway and scar on the landscape that's having saltwater intrusion impacts up into the southern glades. And so pulling in that, instead of doing a partial backfill from alternative 32, doing a full backfill to get those increased benefits is one of the things. There were also some like operation adjustments. There were a couple of pump station size capacity adjustments that we are implementing, but it's not so much of like a different alternative that it falls outside of that optimization. And we will continue to optimize through our engineering design team, doing site assessments, investigations, geotech survey. And so it will continue to be revised as we move to our TSP milestone, draft report, and our final report.
Just to add on to that, for habitat units, like I mentioned before, we wanted to, when we compare alt 32R to alt 31 that we've already done in alt 32 in the round 3, the analysis is the same, but because our modeling is a little bit more updated for the optimization round, the habitat units will change for some of the performance measures. And so those numbers will get updated a little bit. So performance measures like hydro period are exactly the same between the modeling, but the ones that use our bisect modeling, those are being updated. And so we can fairly compare alt 32 with alt 32R. We're updating that a little bit.
All right, thank you. And thanks to all the BBC speakers. They were really great presentations, very clear, and the slides were really beautiful. The next session focuses on recent developments and plans for modifications of the CERP South project, which we were just developing near the end of the committee's last review cycle. So we're looking forward to learning more about the progress of this initiative. We have 3 speakers, Colin Saunders and Matahal Ansar from the South Florida Water Management District and Zulamet Vega Liriano from the Corps. The first speaker will be Colin Saunders, who's joining us virtually.
Okay. Thank you. And I just wanted to do a quick mic check that people can hear me in the room and online.
Yes, you can.
Yes, we can.
All right, great. Okay, I'll go ahead and start. And I apologize, I don't have a camera that's working this morning. Apparently it decided not to work at 8:30, and so I do apologize. Okay, so this talk is going to be, I'm sorry?
Are you sharing your screen? We're not seeing you.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I was spaced out. Yes. This one. Share. Okay, and let me get it started. Come on. There we go. And are you seeing the slide or the presenter mode?
Slide, it's good.
All right, excellent. Okay, so this talk is going to discuss the process of translating a large-scale field test of flow restoration into recommendations for the CERP South, or the Central Everglades Planning Project South. And the flow in the title is going to refer to the science, but also at the end, I'll talk a bit about the workflow and how we translated those findings into actionable steps. So a bit of background, the CERP South project aims to hydrologically reconnect conservation areas 3A, 3B with Everglades National Park through the creation of 3 new culverts on the L67A levee, removal of levee material in the L67C and at the south of the L29, and the construction of the L67D to create the Blue Shanty Flowway. Right in this footprint is the decompartmentalization physical model, or DPM. It was authorized in 2010 as a landscape scale field test to address 2 key uncertainties with decompartmentalizing the system. Those were what are the sheet flow velocities needed to create and restore and maintain the ridge and slough landscape, and to what extent is canal backfilling and levee removal required to maintain that sheet flow. And because of its location, it provides a very good look ahead to CERP South. So as I said, it's located in Conservation Area 3B between the A and C levees in an area known as the Pocket. Its constructed features include the S152 culverts, which are capable of providing 700 cubic feet per second into the pocket. On the downstream side, there's a 3,000-foot gap on the L67C levee with 3 backfill treatments in the adjacent canal. It uses a before-after control impact design. And because this is a study on flow in an oligotrophic landscape, we used operational triggers to ensure the inflow geometric mean water phosphorus concentration was always at or below 10 parts per billion. In all, it addressed 21 scientific questions related to sheet flow and backfilling. So one of the key benefits of sheet flow is sediment transport. And this is best exemplified by in this video by Dr. Sue Newman at the district, where you can see movement of small and large particles in a slough, and an effect which is exaggerated with disturbance by animal movements or airboats or biologists for that matter. But what we found was that flow velocities of 1.5 to 3 centimeters per second were sufficient to redistribute sediments from sloughs to ridges, in essence, deepening sloughs, building ridges, and restoring that microtopography. Simply by changing the algae in the water as well, these high flows improved the nutritional quality of food for consumers, and in turn, we see increased biomass of small and large fish and invertebrates in these high flow sloughs. But it's not just about getting the flow right or turning on the flow, it's about getting the right range. We found that in sloughs closest to the S152, where velocities are above 3 centimeters per second, the benthic sediments, which we call floc, became enriched in phosphorus well above the 500 milligram per kilogram level, which is part of the state definition for enrichment. And consequently, after phosphorus enrichment, we saw natural sloughs like the one shown in the picture above become invaded by dense cattails, as shown below. And this phosphorus enrichment front advances at about 1 kilometer per decade. So the DPM science team recognized that without some spreader feature to distribute flow, localized extreme velocities above 3 centimeters per second would occur downstream of CERP culverts, just like they did in DPM. To avoid these negative impacts, then, we suggested some type of spreader feature downstream of the culverts in order to distribute flows evenly, reduce extreme velocities, reduce enrichment, and minimize the spread of cattail. So now we can move on to the canal backfill portion of the study. Our monitoring showed that without left unfilled, that L67C canal disrupts natural sheet flow and instead reroutes it as canal flow, leading to canal to marsh connectivity or canal flow, in contrast to marsh connectivity, which we achieved in the complete fill treatment. That canal flow is diminished partly by the presence of the plugs in the fill, but also by the fact that the fill treatments were colonized with vegetation, including submerged vegetation, which provides a mechanism to trap and sequester phosphorus. That's very important because we knew before the study began that unfilled canal sediments were very enriched in phosphorus, above 1,000 milligrams per kilogram. With the backfill treatments, however, those sediments reached levels of TP that were more like natural marsh sediments. And consequently, when we looked at sloughs downstream of the unfilled site, we found again those that flock becoming enriched in phosphorus. And like we've seen elsewhere in DPM and in the Everglades at large, natural sloughs were invaded by cattails. So looking ahead to what this means for CEP South, well, the original CEP South design did not include backfilling of the L67C canal. So because the canal remains an unimpeded flow path, we expected it would require, it would reroute marsh flow as canal flow, which due to elevation and stage gradients would accumulate moving south and reaching a maximum near that southern end, in turn creating these hydraulic loads to marshes downstream. And if the canal to marsh impacts are similar to what we've seen in DPM, then we would expect these velocities and the mobilization of canal sediments would lead to enrichment. And given this area is within 1 kilometer of the park, we recognize that front could reach there within a decade of full operations. So in order to avoid these or reduce these negative impacts, we recommended canal plugs or fill be incorporated into CEP South with an ideal configuration to minimize canal flow, evenly distribute sheet flow, and improve marsh-to-marsh connectivity across the degraded levee. And because of the tendency of the canal flow to be highest in that corner, we recognized we might need some more plugs to get the target velocities. So now I'll just quickly summarize these DPM lessons learned and how they can be applied to CEP South. First, without modifications to the outflow areas of CEP South culverts, extreme velocities above 3 centimeters per second will degrade habitats downstream, which led us to recommend some form of spreader feature be used and implemented to distribute flow downstream of the culverts. Second, left unfilled, the L67C canal will disrupt sheet flow and enrich areas downstream of the levee degrade. So therefore, we suggested some configuration of plugs or fill was needed to minimize the sediment mobilization of canal sediments, minimize those canal to marsh impacts, and promote marsh to marsh connectivity. And in addition, that more plugs were likely needed in that southwest corner, which is shown in the photo to the right. And that's where we expect the biggest impacts. So like I said, it's about science, but it's also about the dialogue. And our main objective was to get the flow right, but we've also tried to get the workflow right to turn the science into guidance for CEP South. Sorry. So though it's an ongoing process, I just want to highlight a couple key milestones. Around 2018, we began writing memos and participating in regular meetings and presentations with Water Management District, Army Corps of Engineers staff, Recover leadership groups, CEP South project teams, and several other agencies. And these conversations culminated in the CEP South Adaptive Management Recommendations White Paper, which was a product of more or less weekly meetings, sometimes sub-weekly, spanning a 7-month period starting in mid-2020. And these summarized DPM findings and implications for CEP South. And we also generated a number of focus workflows like the one you see to the right, which included field monitoring, field testing, hydrologic modeling, and management options, which together were intended to provide a path to maximize ecological benefits, minimize ecological risks in CEP South. And we also recognized they were applicable beyond the borders of the CEP South project itself. And since then, we've continued the discussions and workshops. Field monitoring and some of the field tests have been initiated as well. And more recently, the Blue Shanty Flowway hydrodynamic model has been applied to assess different plugs and spreader features. And that is what I believe Dr. Matahal Ansar will discuss next. So I'd just like to acknowledge the key collaborators who provided the information for this talk, and thank you for this opportunity as well. And in case you're wondering, that's what I look like since my camera's not working. Most importantly is the tie is green, and that was supposed to match the slideshow coloration. So anyway, let's get rid of that. Thank you.
Thank you. So next up is Matahal Ansar from the South Florida Water Management District.
Good morning. Matahal Ansar, I'm a bureau chief at the South Florida Water Management District. I'm going to present to you the hydrodynamic model we've been doing basically in support of this great field experiment. The intent really is to use the numerical model that we have done to complement all the lessons learned from the experiment, as well as get into the actual design of that backfield that Colin mentioned, meaning what kind of plug do we need and what is the specific configuration of those plugs. That's what I'll be presenting. And I will also touch on the design of the swell. The spreader swell is still work in progress, so just bear with me on that. Next slide. That one. This one. Yeah. Okay. All right. First, the model we use. My apology if you're familiar with this model. Just very quickly, we use the HECRAS model from the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers Stanford Hydrological Engineering Center river analysis system. It's essentially a one-dimensional, two-dimensional model. What it does is it takes a number of inputs and then solve a series of partial differential equation. I'm not obviously going to get into the equation themselves. Essentially, what it does is it resolve the physics of the flow by essentially looking at mass balance and a momentum balance. It's just a glorified version of Newton's second law that we all learned in high school physics. But really what it does is take rainfall, it takes surveyed cross-section, the surface roughness, the land use, the terrain, and then it has inflows and outflows. And based on that, it will solve the equation, and then you get output like what I have on the right here, where it shows detailed flow field near the structure, as well as sub-regional flow features showing where the water is going, how deep is the water, how fast it's moving. And that's information, obviously, we have to link up with some of the ecological targets and objectives that Colin just mentioned. A little bit on the flow domain, the area we model is just a few miles west of this hotel, maybe about 7, maybe 10 miles from here. It's essentially the pocket area between L67A and, sorry, super sensitive here. Between L67A and L67 and L29 to the south. And then we go east, at least east of where the new L67D levee is supposed to be. And the model uses observation as much as possible. Areas where we don't have data, we use either a combination of what the original simulation model is telling us, or we use some extrapolated value between the measured components. What I'm showing there is some key hydrograph. One thing I want to point out is the inflows out of the structure could be as high as 300 CFS. The seepage is actually higher than that. Somebody mentioned switches this morning. Yes, your seepage at time could be higher than what the actual structure are passing. So that is used as input of the model, basically to drive the inflow boundary condition. For the outflow, typically we'll use either a pressure boundary condition or we'll use a discharge. In this case, it was a pressure boundary condition, essentially the stages within the marsh itself, and then stages in L29 as well. First, we wanted to see if a model is replicating reality. We call it reality check because it's really not a true calibration because we have so much uncertainty in this domain. It's hard to call it calibration. So we dub it reality check, meaning we're trying to see if a model at least is coming close to what we measure in reality, understanding that even what we call reality has its own uncertainty, meaning the measured velocity are so small, they have their share of uncertainty as well. So what I'm going to go through in the next couple of slides is essentially how the model compare with what was actually measured on the ground. We started first with a flow field. Just generally speaking, is the model replicating areas where we're seeing high velocities, area where we're seeing low velocity. What you're seeing on this slide in blue color, there are very low velocity. Red are the higher end of the spectrum in terms of velocity. Any red area you expect a bigger arrow to the right is actually what was observed in the field. It's an average over a couple of events that were measured. You can see areas where you have super sensitive area where you have big arrows correspond to the reddish color. That is telling us the model is showing something very similar to what was observed in that high velocity that are seen from the field measurements are matching with high velocity that are predicted by the model. That's just broadly speaking in terms of the flow pattern and flow field. And then we go drill deeper and look at specific variable. We start with stage, and I'll talk about comparison with discharge as well as velocity. With stage, you can see a different location. In blue is the simulated value. In black is the observed value. We come in within 1,500th of a foot between what is measured and what is simulated. In some cases, we are within 500th of a foot difference between what the model is actually simulating versus what is measured. That is remarkable considering that in some of the other models, they come in within half foot. Here we are, in some cases, 500th of a foot of what is measured and what is computed. So that's really something that actually, to be honest, surprised me. I was not expecting the model to come that close in terms of predicting what was measured. The next one is looking at canal velocity. Our scientists wanted to see discharges in the canal system because beyond a certain discharge, I believe 20 CFS, those become ecologically damaging. So we needed to make sure that the model predict not only the stages, but also the discharges in the canal. So here I'm showing a comparison between what the model is showing versus what was measured. And this is a range of some of the observed discharges. And you can see on a one-to-one plot, on the x-axis is the model discharges, on the y-axis is the observed value, and getting good agreement for both areas where we have a partial fill or no fill or complete fill. Just for some reason, this is super sensitive. The next one is velocities. Here we are comparing basically velocity that are predicted by the model and velocity that are predicted, that are measured in the field. We did that for both sloughs as well as the ridge. And what we see in the slough, that's to your left, we're getting a better agreement between the predicted value and the observed value. That is expected because the slough don't have vegetation. The physics is better established. The flow is basically going through almost like a canal, and the model does better in that setup. It still predicts the ridge velocity, but not as well as it does for the slough. Some of the challenges with the ridges, beyond just the vegetation, it's also extremely low velocities. You can see most of the velocity on the ridges are below 0.05 feet per second. In the slough, you have higher flow. So when you have flow that's very small, the physics is hard to resolve. Not to mention the measurement will have higher uncertainty as well, because the lower that velocity, the higher it is to measure accurately. This is showing kind of the same information, but in a different format. This is the time series of velocity, what is measured versus what is simulated. The green line there is what is simulated, and then the red is the measurements. Again, in the slough, you see we are capturing those peak velocity, we're capturing the trend. The slough remain a challenge, although when we look at discrete measurements, which are those small circle that are open. The model does match those nicely. Sometimes when you have an in situ instrument that's left there, sometimes they're subject to biofiling, they're subject to certain things that may make the measurements also inaccurate. But when we compare actual discrete measurement on the ridge versus what was simulated, we're seeing good agreement at that DB2 slough plot there to the right. Now, once we had some confidence in the model, it's time to start applying it, start answering some of the questions that were posed to us, mainly what kind of plugs do we need in L67C to avoid that short circuiting of flow that Colin mentioned, and in what pattern, what size are they supposed to be, where are they to be located? So we started with a combination of alternative where you have a field length, meaning how long that backfill is, and then what is the spacing. That's what I have on that table, up to 12 different combination. We zoom in on about 7 of those, although I'm going to show results for only 4 of them. They boil down to just looking at lining up those plugs in area where we're starting to get the kind of flow field that our scientists wanted to see and expect once we have it designed and built. So we had alternative 1A, for example, there's half-mile spacing, 300 feet long plug. 6B is a different spacing, and so on. Basically, just tinkering with the spacing between the plugs and also how long those plugs are and where they are located at. I want you to pay more attention to the 6D because that's really our best performing alternative. It involved basically a number of larger plugs, I believe around 7 of them, and then what we call mini plugs. I know it's kind of hard to see on the figure that the mini plugs are in pinkish color. You can see them in between the larger plugs. And on the table, I'm also showing a big number there. That's just the number of cubic yard, basically the amount of earthwork that involved for each alternative. Now, zooming in on actual result, on the left there is without the plug. What you see is the flow will follow some of the AMI slough, but then when you zoom in on the L67C canal, you see that canal is short-circuiting the flow as we expected. You see a lot of reddish color along that L67 canal. Those are basically high velocity that are due to the fact that the flow is still following the canal, even though we remove the levee. Obviously, we don't want to see that. That's create some of the issues that Colin mentioned. To alleviate that, the plugs were simulated, and then you see the result to the right of different plug scenarios. And when we're looking at that, we wanted to make sure that the connectivity between the north portion of the marsh and the south portion, meaning north of L67C and south of L67C, we preserving that connectivity. At the same time, we don't have damaging velocity and discharges along the canal. And then again, 6D is the best performing one out of the different alternative. Another thing we look at is the canal discharge comparison between those different alternatives. What you're seeing there is a time series at different location at 0.9 kilometer from the south end, at 3.6 kilometer, and at 6 kilometer. And then basically just plot the time series of a predicted velocity and see which one are close to that 20 CFS threshold or below it. And consistently, that alternative 6D is at 20 CFS or below it or slightly higher than 20 CFS, but it does perform better than all the other alternative, holistically speaking. And that's why we end up recommending it. This is the marsh velocity comparison. So the previous one was talking about canal flow velocity comparison, canal flow comparison. Now it's actual velocity comparison downstream. We pick a location on the ridge, but there is a relationship between the ridge velocity and the slough velocity. I'm showing what that relationship that our scientists came up with. Essentially, whenever that velocity is below that number, there's 0.0224 feet per second or so. We know the slough velocity will be less than 10 feet per second that Colin was talking about. Again, I know Colin, this may be a little confusing. Colin was talking in terms of centimeter per second. I'm talking feet per second, but really just a quick conversion there. A 10 feet, 1/10 of a foot per second is basically that 3 centimeters per second velocity that Colin was talking about. So we're aiming for velocity that are below that threshold, and we're saying that option 6D is below that. That's basically the yellow color that on that hydrograph. Another way to look at this is essentially listing all the different alternatives and then listing things that we're looking at. How many cubic yard of earthwork we are talking about, because that has implication in terms of cost, obviously. How long is the plug? What is the spacing? Are we meeting certain target? The canal discharge, we look at that on the south end of the canal, in the middle portion, and the north end. We also look at the slough velocity and see if it meet that 3 centimeter per second threshold, which I have here in feet per second. Like I said, is 3 centimeter per second is 0.1 foot per second. You can see that 6D alternative does better than all the other one in terms of meeting all those criteria that we set out to have. And that alternative, again, is 500 feet plugs, 31 mini plugs, and then essentially their top elevation match the nearby marsh. This is what they look like. Obviously, it's not an actual design. The design has not been done yet. We're still in the conceptual phase of a project. But the 500 feet, that's moving along the canal. That's how long they are. And then every 1,000 feet, you have another plug, but those are small ones. Those are only 3 feet long. And I believe they are 1 to 3 slope because this is just earthwork to make sure the slope is stable. It has to be sloping downward. Once we get into the design, we'll figure out what kind of protection you need and what additional things may happen. But this gives us a pretty good sense of what those plugs are supposed to look like and where they're located and what is the spacing of them. So now I'm going to switch gear to the swell design, the spreader swell. So everything I presented so far was focusing on L67C. Now I'm going to switch to L67A. The idea behind the spreader swell is what Colin was describing. We have basically plug flow coming out of the culverts is heavily concentrated. And the challenge is to redistribute that such that we meet very low velocity downstream. And I'll show towards the end just how challenging that is. Relatively speaking, the velocity coming out of the culverts could be as high as 100 times what we're trying to meet in the marsh, which is only a few hundred feet away. So we get 2 to 3 feet per second coming out of the culverts, and we have to reduce that to 0.03 feet per second in the marsh. That's just a stone throw away from the culvert. So that's one of our challenge. Again, to make that happen, we look at a spreader swell. We also look at a berm, and I'm going to present some result on that. That again, that's still work that's ongoing, working with the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers partner and other agencies looking at different options. We're getting close, but we're not there yet. Some of the ideas in this discussion with the project team included things that are listed in this table: earthen berm, vegetation buffer, spreader swell, baffle blocks, stealing basin. Essentially, the idea revolve around slowing down the flow that's coming out of the culverts and then distributing it such that the velocity are acceptable downstream. So that's kind of the name of the game, is dissipate the energy, but don't just dissipate the energy. Make sure the water is actually going where it needs to go. Also, there are some AMI slough downstream that we need to make sure the water get to. So one of the options we tested initially was a semicircle berm that's shown on that plot A there. It's about 300 feet semicircle radius. It's a berm, and then it's slowing downhill as you go north, about 2,000 feet, and then there is a spreader swell in front of it. The water come out of the culverts and essentially hit that berm and the spreader swell, and then it basically distribute and go where we wanted to go. So that was one of the initial design we did. It came pretty close to meeting the target we had, but we had basically a project team looking at that, and there was some concern about namely the size of it and the footprint, how much of the marsh is actually disturbed by this. We were asked to try to reduce that, and then we simulated another thing that it hasn't even been presented to the project team yet. So that number B there, the idea behind it is to reduce that semicircle to a quarter of a circle berm, and then have a vegetation buffer instead of having a berm. That's shown in blue there. And it's a lot shorter. It's about 1,000 feet long as opposed to the 2,000 feet long original spreader swell we had. And I'm going to show some comparison between those results. Anytime you see too much red, it's not a good thing unless you are in a slough or you are very close to the structure. On the left there is basically the original layout without any swell, just letting water come out of the culvert as is today. You can see tons of red there. That's not what we want to see. As we start putting some swell, you see less red. You see red mainly where we have the slough. The velocity are still, in some cases, higher than that 10 feet per second, but they are closer to what we want to see. The most recently designed, tested scenario, which is less elaborate than the previous one, it doesn't do as well as the first one, but it does do better than the setup without doing anything. For low flows, we are meeting almost the target, no issue there. But our biggest challenge is during those high flows. Like I said, you get very high flow coming out of a culvert and trying to slow down that water. This is just another way of looking at the result at 500 feet away from the structure, comparing different velocity. You can see in this the slough velocity, we are meeting that objective at that particular location. The slough velocity are less than 10 feet per second. The ridge velocity are still above 0.03 feet per second. I know it's hard to read the y-axis there, but we are close to 0.03 feet per second, but we're still above it at 500 feet away from the structure. If you go 800 feet away from the structure, further downstream, you can see that we're meeting the slough velocity target. Well, we're meeting it with no swell, but with a design, we're just slightly above it. And then the ridge velocity, again, we're not there yet. We're getting close. Like I said, this is still work in progress. This is my last slide. I just wanted to stress some of the challenges we have. This is actually a more sophisticated model. This is not the 2D model. This is the full-blown three-dimensional model for S152 structure. We use Fluent to model this. We do this to get into a lot more refined picture of what's going on. As I mentioned, you see those 10 pipes, and then each one of them you have high velocity jet coming out 2 feet per second, and then we got to reduce that to 0.02 feet per second, just a few hundred feet downstream. So that's one of our challenge, but we believe it's doable with the project team working closer and discussing more good ideas and basically dissipating the energy of the flow when it comes out, and then getting the water to go where it needs to go. So we're making great progress, getting close to the finish line, but we'll keep you posted once we get there. And that's my last slide. Yeah.
Thank you. We'll move on to Zulumit now. Thanks.
Well, good morning, everyone. My name is Sulamed Vega-Liriano. I'm a chief of the watershed planning section for the Army Corps of Engineers. And I'm just gonna follow up my colleagues from South Florida Water Management District on, we have identified this need and how we can incorporate it into the process of design for CERP South. Just as a reminder here really quick, let me see if I can get my cursor. It's a little bit slow. So we have talked about L67CA and L67C canal. So the need that have been identified is for these two areas. So as you can see in the slide, basically we are showing here the CERP adaptive management integration process. And right now in this timeline, we are in the pre-construction engineering and design, or PED. But I want to know that through this process, we can incorporate design refinements, and that's kind of our goal right now in the PED stage. As soon as we identify this need of reducing velocities in these two areas, we went ahead and start scoping for a CEP LR, or a limited revaluation report, which is one of the documentations that we have to document any design changes. For this particular effort, it needs minor reformulation, and what that means is that the document approval level is at the South Atlantic Division. This scope started in spring of this year, but we recently noticed that not of it, so not both areas, needed reformulation. So we recently split these two areas to accommodate timely execution of the L67C levy degrade. So now the LR, or the limited revaluation report, will be an integrated document with NEPA assessment, which will allow public review, projected right now in summer 2026. The L67 canal modifications are now the focus of this LR, while the L67A structures refinements will be documented through an EDR, or engineering design report, which is the first one in this row, that does not require reformulation, and the document approval level is at the district level. For the LR, the level of approval, as I said, is South Atlantic Division, and for the EDR is the district, the Jacksonville district, and that expedites some of the process of approval of these two documents. That's all I have. I wanted to keep it short and simple, and I think we're back mostly on schedule. So pending any questions, I'm just gonna stay here. Thank you.
So we'll take a few questions, not too long and not too many. And hopefully if you have questions and you don't get to ask them, you can follow up during lunch. But let's take questions from the committee for any of the speakers, including Colin online. Jeff?
Yes, I saw in the modeling one comparison of plugs to complete backfill, and that was for discharge, and the results looked very similar. Did you do any other comparisons with complete backfill, like for velocities and things like that?
Thank you. No, we did not run a scenario where we did a full backfill. We felt that with trying different partial backfill, we will get there. Obviously, the more backfill you do, the costlier the project will be. At some point, if that's what it called for, we certainly can model that. But our marching order was try to come up with a combination of different plugs where we can get to where we need to get to. Yeah.
Matt?
Yeah, thanks. Those were great presentations. And I just want to quickly note that I met Buzz Holling, one of the founders of adaptive management, and he always talked about the bold experiment. And I think this is the bold experiment. DPM is super impressive, and the work that's come out of it is amazing. And so I have lots of questions about velocity, but the question I want to ask is about the water quality, because I think Colin showed that what's coming out of the different treatments, if you don't backfill, you get a lot of phosphorus entering the marsh. If you do other treatments, you're also getting phosphorus entering the marsh, but slightly less quickly. And I'm wondering if you think that this is a transient problem, there's only a certain amount of phosphorus that's available and eventually that problem will go away, or this is just an incremental, we're constantly going to be loading the system with additional phosphorus. And so this is just a matter of time before any backfill scenario becomes a phosphorus problem.
To Colin.
No, that is a great question. The first, to answer the first part, is it a transient phenomenon that maybe eventually the marsh will take it up and it won't expand any further? One thing we looked at, looking at the spatial, we did a spatial survey of flock phosphorus across the entirety of the pocket. And over the 10 years of data that we have, we can estimate like how many acres get impacted. And you know, it's almost, if you look at the extent of the flowway from the structure to the L67C canal, I don't have the acreage in front of me, but it's a good chunk of that pocket. It's maybe like a third of it. The other thing though too is that we also, because we have a pretty good time series of flock TP changes at all the sites, we can also take those linear trends and extrapolate them 20 years in advance. And so when you do that, like a 20-year outlook would be, I think, like 5 times the amount that you're enriching, of areas that you're enriching just based on a linear trend. Some of it, yeah, maybe a linear extrapolation is not the appropriate means, but the thing is, if you're just looking within a decade, for instance, downstream of the backfill or downstream of that area near the park, it's pretty reasonable that a 10-year, based on what we've seen in DPM, a 10-year time window is enough for it to fully advance that far. Whether it's something that a backfill is maybe providing a temporary solution, that question really gets at what is the threshold where algae stop producing enriched algae, biomass that's high in phosphorus, which becomes enriched sediment. And the shorthand is that we have velocity data where we were growing algae and we can see it where it goes from being enriched versus where it goes, being less enriched or closer to like 500 milligrams per kilogram. So to me, that question is really about getting that velocity down. It might be modulated though with changes in water quality. And we're talking slight 1 or 2 ppb changes. And that's something, as I was talking about field testing that's been initiated, we have a flume in the middle of the DPM footprint where we're getting, we're able to manipulate and accelerate flows. So we can look at combinations of really high velocities at lower TP values. So we have a little bit more information, but unfortunately we haven't been able to flow the structure in a few years because of the fact that stages have been chronically too high in 3B the last few years, and we can't flow because we can't get low TP at the time when the stages are in the right ballpark. But if we can, that flume would really help get at that question that you're asking about, what's the best way to control algae and their phosphorus concentrations.
Yeah, just to add to what Colin says, we have another project just on the south end of L67A by S3333 where we're looking at sediment transport upstream of the structure. Certainly, we see strong relationship between time where we're promoting some sediment movement and spike in TP. We have done a 3D model in that area as well to show that we do have at time erosive velocity in the canal that will contribute to some of the sediment making it to the structure. And those are the time where we see spike in TP. What we are not sure about yet is this just a localized phenomena or is it regional in nature? So that's a broader and bigger question. But certainly there is a relationship there between that sediment transport and TP and the transient nature of the flow. There are times where we have no flow at all, the structure are fully closed. There are times where the structure passing a lot of water. And the depth of the flow also play a role. It's not just the discharge, because the velocity is related to not only the discharge, but also the depth. And what we saw is there is a sweet spot where there are certain depth and flow combination where you're promoting localized sediment transport, and that corresponds to times where we're seeing some spike in TP.
Thanks. Denise Reed.
Thank you, Helen. Thank you for the presentations. They were excellent. I can appreciate the analysis of the plugs and the mini plugs and how that affects the flow. Are there issues about constructability with going in there with equipment to do a plug that's only 3 feet wide at the top, and the amount of material that's going to have to be moved in and out? And I was struck by your presentation about the NEPA check. Is this going to be self-mitigating given all of that? Or is that kind of down the road and to be determined? I guess it's.
At least with the placement of the plugs, that's why we're doing the LRR. And we're going to have that integrated document. In terms of constructability, a little bit, and my colleagues can chime in too. That's why we have identified the need of doing these plugs together with the L67C levee degrade, because it will facilitate that construction. If, for example, the levee is degrade and this piece of the canal, the plugs are not placed, it will be very difficult to access it afterwards. So that's why we're working on this LR in parallel to the design of the levee, the L67C levee degrade and all these other features, so it can be worked out in tandem and we can facilitate constructability.
Thank you.
Yeah. So I'll just preface by saying I'm no construction expert by any stretch of imagination. So I'm an NH person.
Totally get that.
But what I can tell you is we are in close discussion with our construction folks. Any result we get, we do share that with them. In fact, right now we are starting some of the design process for L67D levee and also the degrade of L67C and L29. A lot of the discussion center by what you just asked, as well as with the construction phasing. What is the construction schedule? In what phase? What are you going to do first, and then what are you going to do next? Because we still got to keep the water moving. We got to make sure the AMI are not negatively impacted. There is a lot of moving pieces to this puzzle. So, but we are working closely with our construction folks.
Good. Look forward to hearing that. Thank you.
Denise. Oh, all right. Let's just do it. Yeah. So Denise Wood, you're up. Sorry.
Thanks. And yeah, this is a question for Colin, because you're virtual, Colin, and I won't get to see you at lunch. I was really struck and impressed by you talking about the science communication workflow, and to kind of follow up on Matt's comment about this being a really good example. What is, out of your experience about the science communication workflow associated with DPM, how much of that is transferable to other decisions and processes and experimentation and both lessons learned, both what worked and what you might change? But is that sort of a transferable, do you think, process?
So by transferable, you mean to other ecosystems and in general, you mean?
Yeah, and other decisions actually in the program. I mean, I know it takes a lot of forethought and it's been going on a long time, but I was just struck if there's, maybe we can talk offline if there's any more you could share about that science communication workflow.
Yeah, well, I think the number one thing I would always recommend is to start the conversations early. And even if the scientific consensus is not there, that has to be part of the thing, that you start early. So always kind of regrouping, synthesizing with the scientists and seeing areas of disagreement. But one of the things that I think took time was for the science questions to be in the same units or framed in a way that applied to, potential construction avenues. It took us a while before we started thinking about what we're seeing in the DPM canal backfill area and how that, how does that inform the SEP South footprint? And because in truth, when you degrade the entire levee, it's not going to behave as just the way our 3,000-foot gap would. There's going to be kind of like emergent properties of how water goes across, and so we kind of had to take the lessons that we were getting, the individual lessons about, like, for instance, canal sediments are enriched and they transport when you move, and they transport more of them when you increase flow through that canal. And discharges will likely accumulate if you have more. And but there were certain leaps like that were not immediate to, like, how do we take our lesson and extrapolate it spatially? But talking to, when we started having these conversations with the Corps and SEP project managers, both agencies and other organizations were included. And, certainly Mata Hall and his team, they got us thinking about, okay, how does this question relate to hydrology, and what kind of questions would a hydrologic model be able to answer? So that, I know that's a very vague and general summary of how you go from the science to the application, but you need to have those conversations, because then you start talking the same language, you start talking the same units, the same scale, and you get an idea about what ideas are feasible. The other thing I would recommend that is transferable is that having, like, the white paper for us was a formal document to catalog all the ideas that people had. And I think just being able to catalog them and have them written down, and so that way you can kind of pick and choose, or make a feasibility test or screen them out later on. But there were a lot of different ideas that needed organizing. And it was important to have a venue for them to get expressed and written down. And then we could really think about what's feasible, what are the low-hanging fruit that would be relatively easy, or, feasible, like hydrologic modeling.
Thank you.
And
Yeah.
if you don't mind, I would like to add too that that's the beauty of having the CERP adaptive management framework and process, because the scientific community is always plugged in within the whole process, and that type of forum provides that that discussion, that forum for that communication and exchange of information and lesson learned from what the scientific community is seeing on the field. So that's why it's really important.
Okay, thank you, all of the speakers from this session. It was super informative. We're going to move now on to public comment. In the interests of time, we're going to take comments up to 3 minutes each, only from those people who have signed up in advance. Please note that you can always submit comments to the committee at our study website. Thank you. You are dismissed.
Oh, sorry. Oh, okay. Okay, there we go. All right, so we have 3 people signed up, and they're all in person. Betty Osceola, followed by Gil March. Thank you. Couldn't read. And then Kevin Knipp. All right, thank you. It's nice to see you again from yesterday, and you all survived the heat and then the rain at the end of the day. Yesterday when we were out, I heard y'all mention that the constraints on the future gates that are going to be installed in that they're working on now in the Blue Shanty area. And one of the constraints in that what water you can put into that system is, one of those constraints may be because you can't flood the tree islands. And I wish that were the case on Miccosukee Conservation Area 3A, that there was a constraint that you can't flood the tree islands. So I was good to hear, glad to hear that. But, in your comments yesterday, you were commenting on how healthy you saw the sawgrass. But I didn't hear you comment on how it was unnatural, the sawgrass monocultures that were there, because they're more dense, because that's not historically what that area looked like. There's too much sawgrass in that area. And the same goes for Area 3B, where the Blue Shanty project is ongoing now. So I was wondering how extensive, when you looked at your modeling and the design, did you take into consideration and incorporate any extensive vegetation surveys and animal surveys into that modeling? Because I keep hearing flow and velocity rates and flock movement, but I don't hear anything more about the vegetation and the wildlife, flora and fauna, because I really worry about that. And, I was wondering, how much into consideration in all that modeling did you take into account the actual landscape and what's going to happen, especially when you're bifurcating that area from the rest of the 3B with that levee, that other levee that you're going to build. You're going to move 3 miles of levee to the south, but you're also going to build another levee, bifurcating that section from the rest of 3B, and those impacts that are going to occur from doing that. How much into consideration and all this modeling have you done?
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Gil Smart. I'm Policy Director for Friends of the Everglades. We're founded in 1969 by Marjorie Stoneman Douglas, and we're based in Sunny. We've been following the CERP 1.0 modeling, which you'll hear about more this afternoon. We've been following this with a keen interest and more than a little concern. At Friends of the Everglades, we've always believed that the goal of restoration was and should be to restore the natural system to the way it was to the greatest extent possible. That involves what we might characterize as a physics-based system with continuous sheet flow, with as few man-made impediments as possible, restoring freshwater flows to the park and ultimately Florida Bay. But there's another approach to restoration, which we might call the site-specific restoration, which seeks to ensure certain water levels here, certain water levels there. It involves significantly lower water depth targets for the Everglades National Parks portion of the ridge and slough landscape relative to the more natural water depth targets elsewhere. There's been a lot of talk of trade-offs as it pertains to restoration, but our concern is that too much could be traded away. Again, as we've always understood it, restoration involves rewetting Everglades National Park and substantially increasing freshwater flows to Florida Bay. We are concerned that the ramifications of trading this away, effectively moving the goalposts of Everglades restoration, changing the very meaning of it, are going to be significant. We may be wrong, but as such, we would like to ask you, the independent scientists on this panel, to take a look at this, take a look at what each of these preferred alternatives that we'll discuss later today would do, what trade-offs they involved, what are the assumptions, the rationales, or the goals behind the modeling. And would these trade-offs that would be involved be worth it in the context of restoring, not re-engineering, but restoring to the greatest extent possible America's Everglades? Thank you.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. Kevin Kniff, Chief Sustainability Officer for the Miccosukee Tribe of Indians of Florida. It's nice to see you all again. I'm sorry we didn't get to tie a bow on our trip yesterday as we were all trying to scamper away from lightning and rain. But I do appreciate everybody's time again and your careful attention to what we discussed and for all of the very important dialogue that you're helping to facilitate. Not just with the tribe, but with the agencies who are charged alongside with the tribe to affect good outcomes for the greater needs of the Everglades as a system of nature, not necessarily a system of man. My comments are specifically related to CERP South and the active marsh improvement component of CERP South as being currently proposed as a manner to provide a greater opportunity for water to flow through the portion of Water Conservation Area 3B. Also with the installation of the L67D as part of Blue Shanty. While we talked about, or we had some comments here after the last presentation about the good science communication that has been occurring with CERP South and as a result of DPM, the AMI portion of this, at least for the Miccosukee tribe, and to what I'm aware of, has not proceeded very well. Only a couple of months ago, this was presented to the tribe, and it is a problematic component of CERP South for the tribe explicitly. We're talking about dumping chemicals, glyphosate and other chemicals that are used in other applications across the landscape in a scale that is not going to be acceptable to the tribe. We're talking about up to 1,000 kilometers total of added up sloughs that might be blasted with these chemicals. The tribe has engaged with the Army Corps, and we appreciate that the Corps has taken the tribe's opposition to this very seriously. The tribe is seeking to engage on where the alternative strategies could be to introduce more water back into these flowways. What I'd put forward here for you all, again, as the independent panel who is making recommendations, okay? While we have drawn lines, or the Corps and the Water Management District have drawn lines over what historical sloughs might have been, there is nothing that should be expected today in the way the system is to repeat what was there pre-drainage. What would be better in this case from the tribe is to have a softer way of trying to open up areas for water to get back into 3B and then to find and establish its own new flowways through the system. You all were on airboats yesterday. We ran through a number of different airboat trails. Those trails are maintained and have been maintained on the landscape for a long time. There are other ways to provide flowways for water than to be bringing chemicals, of which are all going to drift down to the Osceola Pool Camp, which is located directly downstream of where this is all going to be put onto the landscape. That's not acceptable. Chairman Cypress has indicated as such to Colonel Bowman up at the Corps of Engineers in Jacksonville District. So we'll look forward to continuing the discussion on where those alternatives are going to be. I apologize for running over. I'm using the home field advantage here. Thank you all very much.
All right, and Chris McVoy snuck in at the 11th hour. Chris.
For one list, but apparently not the right one. Try to be as quick as possible.
Just 3 items. One, thank you so much to the Academy of Science, to Sam and Stephanie and especially to the Miccosukee tribe and to the Water Management District for the field trip yesterday. I think it was very helpful for the group to be out in the system and see different portions of it. One comment with that is I heard quite a bit from Elder Michael Frank and also from Betty Osceola that there was a request for a holistic approach to restoration and an approach that balanced different areas. Particularly, there was a concern between the conservation areas 3A and Everglades National Park. What I felt was positive for me, thinking of the bigger picture here, is that I think there's a lot of room for overlap between that approach that the tribe is asking for and a approach that really is what was originally in CERP of a decompartmentalization, flow-based approach to restoration. So that's a thought there that maybe there's more overlap than one might think. A quick thank you to the Water Management District for the DPM science-based approach. It was really nice to see how that is integrated with restoration planning. And finally, a request on the BB CERP efforts, the work on the coastal wetlands and hydration of those. A request, the Bird Drive Basin, a 4-mile square area, I didn't think what direction, but I think it's that way. We're right tip to tip with it where we are now. Portion right in the middle of the Ridge and Slough landscape originally. It had a very central role, never really executed or fleshed out, but it had a central role in the CERP planning, both for Everglades restoration related to excess waterway north, getting it south, and it had a central role envisioned for what is now BBCER, getting water to the coastal wetlands. I think we've stumbled a little bit on occasion over the years because an assertion has been made is that the geology of that area is so porous, which it certainly is, that the area is too leaky to function as significant storage. Having walked the area a number of times and from a number of different angles, I suspect that that the geology is not the driving force on how leaky it is, but instead the layer of both inorganic and organic soils over that geology is a stronger force on how leaky. My request would be that somebody actually check that with some field testing so that we're not hypothesizing and perhaps prematurely excluding a very central storage area. Thank you.
I just want to correct. I misused a unit of measurement. It's up to 1,000 acres of slough clearing, not up to 1,000 kilometers. That's important.
All right, so I just want to thank all of the speakers who took time to who presented to us, and then also people from the public who provided public comment. We're going to break for lunch now until 1:05 p.m. and I'm going to hand it over to Sam for instructions. Thanks. All right, I can hear things quieting down. So welcome back, everyone. Now we're going to hear about progress moving toward operations of the newly constructed C43 and C44 reservoirs. Our speakers are Patrick Murphy from the South Florida Water Management District, who will update us on the C43 reservoir, and Dan Blades, Savannah Lacey, and Sam Hans from the Corps, who will brief us on the C44 reservoir operational testing and monitoring and lessons learned for other large reservoir projects. So we'll hear from all of these speakers. They have a list of questions that are provided in the agenda, and then we're going to take questions from the committee. Okay, over to you.
Cool. Good afternoon. My name is Patrick Murphy. I am the Planning Project Manager for the C43 West Basin Storage Reservoir. This is
You may need to get closer to the mic.
right here. Sorry, I figured that would be a problem. Do you want me to reiterate what I just said, or we're good? All right. So this is a nice short presentation, just kind of giving everybody a status update of where we are with the C43. So most of you know this, but the C43 West Basin Storage Reservoir is comprised of a 2-celled above ground reservoir with about 170,000 acre feet of storage. The picture over here on the right basically shows the various structures that are included, shows the internal and external embankments, as well as the perimeter canals. So the purpose of the C43 reservoir is to improve the timing and quality of freshwater flows to the Caloosahatchee River estuary and natural systems. So basically what that means is we'll be attenuating the water. So in the wet season, we're going to go ahead and if there's water available, we'll pump it into the reservoir, hold it, and then in the dry season, we'll go ahead and release it at the best, most opportune time for the system. And just the newest update here is that as of July 15th, we celebrated the construction completion of the project. The initial fill for the reservoir is anticipated to start in June of 2026. It should last approximately 2 years. However, that is dependent on water availability. The OTMP, the operational testing and monitoring phase, will continue after the initial fill is complete. It'll last for about approximately 1 year, and that will definitely include one full wet season. That's the end of this. It was a nice short presentation. And I don't know, we're going to switch over to C44 before we take questions.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. Thank you. My name is Dan Blades. I'm the lead engineer for dams and levees for Jacksonville District, and I'm going to talk about the C44 Reservoir Project. It's very similar to what Patrick just described on the C43 project. Not getting it in places. Okay, thanks. So it's located on the east side of Lake Okeechobee, approximately halfway in between Lake Okeechobee and the Atlantic Ocean. And it is sits just north of the C44 reservoir, and that's where it'll take its water from. So the project is about it's significantly smaller than C43. It's about a 60,000 acre foot storage reservoir. It's going to take water from the C44 canal down here on the bottom. There's an intake canal about 3 miles long to get water up to the reservoir. It's going to be pumped. There's an inflow pump station right here. Water will flow into the reservoir and be stored, and then it'll be trickled out at a controlled rate to these stormwater treatment area cells. So there's 6 cells. The water out, back up. The water out is going to follow the red line into the cells, and then after it's gone through the STA cells, it'll follow the yellow line back to the C44 reservoir, and similarly, it'll be distributed back to the in a cleaner, a lower nitrogen, lower phosphorus state. And this project is sized to take flow from the local basin mainly, but there is talk about it also taking HHD water in the future. I'm going to talk about this project is complete. It's gone through the partial fill stage, and I'm going to talk about some of the internal workings of the dam and its structure so that we can understand an issue that we turned up during the first fill. So again, water in the reservoir. On this side, it holds about 15 feet of water at normal full pool. The embankment itself is a homogeneous earthen core. It's a sandy embankment, so relatively permeable. So you do get seepage moving through the embankment. This is a chimney and blanket drain. It's a sand drain that's in the embankment to capture that seepage and give it a controlled outflow into the perimeter canal. And then this project also includes a tow drainage trench. So this trench penetrates a low permeable soil layer at the ground surface, and it penetrates into a higher permeability, deeper sand layer. The purpose of the trench is to allow that water pressure deeper in the foundation from the reservoir. Again, it's trying to seep under the reservoir, is to collect that water and give it a controlled outfall again to the perimeter canal. So during first fill, we noted, and I want to talk a little bit about first fill. So whenever you build a reservoir project, the most critical time or the highest probability of failure for that project is going to be during first fill. If you've built a problem in it that you don't know about, the first time you put water in it is the most critical time for that project. And so we go through a first fill, and Patrick mentioned it, they're going to take about 2 years. Ours was a smaller reservoir, so not going to take quite as long, and we got up to the 10-foot stage. So what we do is we raise the pool level, hold it, and then monitor the seepage and the piezometric water levels that are coming out of the reservoir, then raise it another increment, raise it another increment. So we had gotten 10 feet of water into the project. We were noting some higher piezometric levels, but no problems yet. But we did stop at the 10-foot pool level during the second. So there was a hold period at 5 feet, a hold period at 10 feet, and we stopped at the 10-foot pool record. we were starting to see some elevated foundation pressures, and we stopped in order to study that a little bit farther. So again, that first fill started in January of 2022. We paused in March of 22 at the 10-foot reservoir pool. We started to note some wet canal banks on the perimeter canal. So I'm going to just demonstrate right here. This canal is what we're talking about right here. So again, the reservoir, there's a ditch in between, and then this perimeter canal is where we were noting the wet banks. We started to get at the initial some instability of that bank, and at the 10-foot pool, and that's where we stopped. I do want to note that it's not a dam safety concern. We revisited the risk assessment on this project at this point and looked at it. We did not feel like we had a dam failure concern, but we were going to have a long-term maintenance issue with the banks of that canal, which is why we stopped, because we did not want to start an ongoing problem with that. I want to note that the project is operating at about 70% capacity at the 10-foot pool now, and we've operated through 2 seasons at that level. So the solution, we did a lot of study in this area. Once the initial problem came up, we did a lot of drilling, additional sampling, additional standard penetration test borings, cone penetration test samplings, and it took a fair amount of evaluation. It was difficult to note, even with a lot of exploration, just what the problem was. We didn't feel like it was reasonably foreseeable by the designer. So this was designed by an AE contract. We didn't feel like that designer was reasonable. It went through a lot of reviews. Nobody turned up that this was going to be an issue until after the fact. So hindsight being 2020, we were able to look at it and say that there was some fine layering in that deeper sand layer that was not allowing the water pressures deeper in the foundation to make it to that trench drain. So it wasn't functioning as it was designed in these 2 areas. There's an area along the west side and an area along the south side. So about a quarter of the perimeter we're having an issue in. The rest of it, it's all functioning as anticipated. So we've got anticipated right now about 126 relief wells that are in design right now. This is what they're going to look like. So somebody asked before, what's the operation cost going to be on those wells? You're going to have to pump them. Well, they're not a pumped well. So they're a passive flow well. The pressure is high in the foundation. So we're going to put basically a straw in that hole and let the water just flow out through the straw. And so that's why the wellhead itself, which is right here, this is the overflow point for the well. It will overflow and then run through a pipe at a very low grade out to the perimeter canal. And we're going to outfall that pipe just above the normal water level of the canal. So we're trying to drain as much pressure as we can. And again, it's a 12-inch diameter, a 10-inch diameter well and a 24-inch diameter hole. And that outfall pipe is a 12-inch diameter HDPE pipe. The wells are spaced, they're about 50 feet deep, and they're spaced at about 100-foot increment right now in the current design. So time frame for that, we're in design right now. We've gone through an intermediate design. We're working on the final. We've drilled one of the slow parts of the progress is these wells are fairly expensive. So each hole gets an individual pilot hole at each one. So each well will be custom designed to the formation at the particular well location. We've drilled all the pilot holes and we've got lab testing underway right now to finalize them. Once we get all the test data in, we'll finalize the designs, finish the plans and specs, go through final review process. And we're estimating a contract completion in late 2030. And we still need to finish the initial fill, that final 5-foot increment. So we're going to estimate that in early 2031. Full project operations in 2032 anticipated, and exploring opportunities to move the schedule to the left whenever possible. And I'm going to pause right here and let Savannah come up and talk about benefits to date on the project.
Good afternoon, Savannah Lacey. Me and my team are part of the interagency team that operates the reservoir right now. So even though we have this ongoing, we're currently operating it up to that 10-foot level. And there's been, some concerns that we won't be able, that this is going to severely limit, what we're able to do. But so far, we have not had this maximum of 10 feet become a problem in terms of utilizing the project. So we haven't had any overly wet conditions. We've had sort of well-behaved wet conditions over the last couple of years, and we've been able to utilize the project just as if we had a regular 15-foot max level. So some of the interesting things that we've been doing on this project is we're in the operation, testing, maintenance phase, and we've already had a chance to sort of really do some testing, if you will, of what some more specific operations look like in the reservoir. Right now, we have some very broad guidance on how to operate it, you know, when we can flow in and when we can flow out. But what we're doing now is working through some like ideas about, you know, sort of target ranges seasonally, like where do we want the reservoir to be at the beginning of the wet season? And where do we want it to be at the beginning of the dry season? And how do we, you know, sort of meet those goals or not meet those goals? How our agencies talk to each other in the field. This is the first project where we've really had to have a really robust communication between our field staff at the core and at the water management district. So our operators are talking to each other way more than they ever have. So that took a little bit of spinning up to get the sort of communication traffic going, but it's working really well as of now. We've also had the opportunity to start making releases out of the reservoir and releasing them into the estuary. So we've been doing a lot of pumping into the reservoir, and we hold it and then we let it out during the dry season for water supply, navigation, recreation. But there have been some opportunities where we're letting water out of the reservoir and it's actually going to go out of S80, which is the coastal structure. And when we went to do that, it's a pretty sensitive operation, right? Whenever we open that St. Lucie lock and dam, it's a pretty contentious operation. And we did not go into that with, you know, without knowing that. So we did some testing of how we could do it in the most beneficial way possible, and how we could do it that reflects the intent of the project, right? The intent of the project is to provide benefits to the estuary itself. So when we were looking at making releases, what we did is we looked at the recover performance metric for salinity for the St. Lucie, and we said, okay, you know, we're looking at all the inflows into the St. Lucie at any given time, which is the C23, C24, C44, all of that. And we took that into account on a daily basis of how much we were going to release from the reservoir and tried to maintain the optimal flow range as defined by the recover metric during real-time operations, which was not an easy endeavor, but it was something that we wanted to try. And I think it worked pretty well, and we want to keep refining that. And that's something that wasn't in the operations plan that we have written right now. It's something that as we implement, we want to see if we could explore and figure out what the right criteria were. So we have a lot of notes to have when we go through the next iteration of the project operations manual on some of this stuff. And we want to keep testing these types of things over the next several years. And so basically we've already been having some opportunities to test things, and we have been storing water and keeping water out of the estuary when things are flowing, you know, when there are high flows. We've kept S80 closed more than ever. We would have had to open it many more times than we have recently. And so I think it's a great news story. And so far we haven't really been limited by this 10-foot max. And so I'm optimistic, and I will stop. And I think that's for probably the questions.
Was there going to be another speaker, or was, all right, so we'll have questions from the committee members. So Chad, you're up first.
Trying to think how I ask this so that one doesn't say I'm asking too many questions. I'm also new to the committee, so what I'm about to ask is probably going to be elementary school. Who owns C43 and C44?
It'll be the district in the end. Right now, it's just a 50-50 cooperation between the Army Corps and the district, but in the end, it's the district will be owning and operating and maintaining the reservoirs.
So Savannah, you said there was an interagency team that was operating now. Does Patrick's answer mean that's going away and Patrick's gonna be in charge of both of these?
Patrick
And,
specific.
and I'm just being facetious about you, Patrick, but
Yeah.
I'm just trying to understand.
Yeah, no, that's a great question. So it has to do with how the operation testing and maintenance phase is working. So during the OTMP phase, the district and the Corps are like hand in hand, like making the operational decisions together, because it's not fully turned over yet. And that goes with all of these CERP projects. Like during OTMP, we really want to be like this and like really, but I'm gonna say not a lot will change, even though it'll be turned over. Me and my team of water managers are still involved, right? We operate the CNSF system together. There are portions of it that my team operates directly, where we're moving gates. There's portions of it where the water management district operates it. They're moving gates, but we're all talking to each other at the same time. So it's on, formally, we're together on OTMP. After that, it gets turned over to operate and maintained by the district, but my team still is the one who are writing the project operations manual and providing oversight to the district on how they're operating. But it really is it's a team the whole time. We have a great working relationship with our counterparts at the water management district. And I would say that really not much day to day will change after turnover.
Okay, Matt next.
Thanks for that, the presentations. You guys were mentioning the stage filling of the reservoirs, but the STAs are obviously a crucial piece, at least of the C-43, or as the St. Lucie one. And I wonder if you have any performance measures yet on how those STAs are working and whether the constraint of the 10-foot pool fill is going to limit the optimization of the STAs, even if they're not yet brought fully online.
I can try. That's right. So we have the preliminary operating manual that we're working off of, which obviously assumes the full 15-foot operations. But we're still, if I'm not incorrect, we're still flowing and keeping the STAs hydrated optimally when it's available. Obviously, since we can't keep the reservoir at a higher pool during drought and dry seasons, there might be an issue of drawdown, but we can still flow out, and we're trying to keep the STA hydrated and getting those benefits. So the phosphorus removal from the basin runoff, we're still getting those benefits currently. And we haven't seen, as far as I'm aware, a decrease in perceived benefits. It's more of the storage and downstream salinity impacts that are more the concern at the 10-foot.
And at this point, the STAs are performing as expected, like phosphorus retention is.
Yeah.
Okay, I believe Al has a question. Who's online?
Thanks, Helen. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Excellent. I was going to focus on C-43, but given Matt's question regarding C-44, I'm going to start there and then migrate further west. So Matt's talking about the STA performance, and the salinity window obviously makes a big difference in terms of the releases that you're focusing on for optimization of the reservoir. But is it possible that as part of your operations manual, you can also include the water quality, the nutrient concentrations coming out of the STAs that might influence biota downstream irrespective of the actual salinity? I'm particularly concerned about harmful algal blooms in the St. Lucie estuary and Indian River Lagoon. Is that being taken into consideration, or is it strictly based on water quantity vis-a-vis salinity?
I can take that, and if you can help at the end. So right now, there's no like water quality hard triggers. And with the C-44 STA, there are no hardline numerical targets for phosphorus reduction. And so any improvement, which we are seeing improvement in those concentrations already from the inflows versus the outflows. So any improvement of water quality there is sort of meeting our objectives. I think that limiting us to a specific target or a specific performance on STA performance would would definitely get in the way of some benefits that's me speaking, but there's currently nothing like that in the operations manual. And but we are, watching the concentrations of nutrients coming out of the STA, and it is doing really well, which is is an improvement for the estuary.
Yeah, when we formulated for the reservoir, the nutrient reductions are auxiliary benefits. They're not a primary benefit from the project. And so, like Savannah said, we have estimated reductions that we expect to see from the reservoir, but it's not a primary purpose, and we're more looking at the freshwater flows.
Understood. No, thank you. And with respect to the C-43, similar vein, Patrick, in terms of the performance measures for the releases from that reservoir, what are basically the objectives being looked at? Or is it focused on Vallisneria? Is it focused on oysters? Or have they even been developed yet with respect to those releases?
Yeah, no, so it's both. This is Savannah. I can definitely help because the operations of that will also fall, I'll be very involved with that in the future. But when we talk about outflows, when we're going to flow out of the reservoir, is going to be looking at the flows at S79, and the recover performance metric comes in again. It's something we can use in real time. And on the Caloosahatchee, it's a little bit simpler. We have a lot less canal inputs. So we're looking at the flows at S79. We're going to be looking at the tidal basin inflows, and the reservoir will be making decisions about whether to release or not based on what those flows are and where they fall within optimum stress damage, the ranges of the recover metrics. So those metrics account for both tape grass as well as oyster salinity in the estuary. So it capture those flow ranges capture all of that.
Ideally. Thank you.
Okay, Phil?
So I heard something sort of vaguely from all of you that really excited me. And that was that right now you have flexibility to basically play with the operation, which for me is adaptive management at the operations level, which is something that has been very hard to truly implement in my sense. Will that flexibility continue once you have turnover or once you have written operations manuals? Is this a temporary thing, or is it something that baked into the project or projects?
Yeah, no, that's a great question. So there's iterations of the project operations manual, right? The one that's in the PIR is a draft. It's a conceptual plan, basically. And then when we get to the end of detailed design, we come up with a preliminary project operations manual, which is a lot more specific. And it takes into account all of, the final design, all of that. And we're currently in that level of project operations manuals. And what we'll do is throughout this testing, we'll have a document, like a sort of an ongoing document that we keep that has like all of our thoughts and notes about what's been going on. And we'll develop a final operations manual. That's never like a thing that gets etched in stone that'll never be touched again, but that's like, we'll get to the OTMP, the end of that, and we'll finalize it. But the flexibility doesn't have to go away. It's broader now because we don't know exactly how it was all going to work. And so we'll definitely refine it, right? And so to get closer to the anticipated benefits, like, okay, we know that, we don't want to start the dry season with a totally empty reservoir if we can help it, right? So that currently is not specified in the project operation manual as an example. So maybe there's something in there about what we might want to target. So like getting more specific in those ways will help us achieve the benefits better. But if anybody knows me, they know I don't like to handcuff myself if I can help it. So keeping the appropriate level of flexibility while also refining operations to make sure we're achieving those benefits is the line we need to walk in the future.
Thank you.
Denise? Thank you. I'm probably not going to remember the numbers, but there are several reservoirs on the east side, right? Can you tell us about, and you mentioned in your presentation about how you have been working to, how do you decide what do you take from where And how does that work? Those coordination across those three facilities that you have?
Yeah, so the C-44 reservoir is the only one that's constructed right now. So
Okay,
we
the other
have-
ones are not
yeah,
done. I knew
it's
that.
all-
I knew
But the
that.
IRL South project does have numerous reservoirs.
Right.
So right now it's the only one that's online.
Yeah.
So right now we have the old system, which is just canals and spillways. And looking at the flows that are coming out of those spillways into the St. Lucie at those various locations, that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
In the future, it'll be looking at the spillways and what's going on in those other reservoirs, and it should all operate as a system.
Right.
So that it'll get way more complicated in the future in terms of operationally, how you sort of do all of that. Right now, it's the only one that's online.
Okay, so now, so the one you have at the moment is the one that you can turn the knob on, and the others are more passive structures that you just have to understand what's
You have
going
to
on.
react to it.
So this, as you just discussed, the idea of going from this kind of testing stage to the manual, that as those other facilities are constructed, that you will then be revisiting this kind of process.
Absolutely.
Okay.
yes.
And what's the general timeline for those? Unknown.
Well, it
Maybe
just
Dan.
depends. I mean,
Yeah.
it depends on the construction,
Okay.
where we are with that particular reservoir or
Okay.
SDA.
Okay, thank you.
Stephanie and then Chad.
This question is probably for Dan the most, but maybe for Patrick. Are there lessons learned from the operations of these two reservoirs? And since it hasn't really been operated yet, it may not apply to C-43, that you think other unbuilt reservoirs should take into account, or ones going through design or otherwise, and how are those lessons being incorporated?
Yeah, so thank you for that question. I mean, I think we talked about that at lunch a little bit, and then I didn't touch on it in my presentation like I was going to. So what did we learn from the issue that we saw at C-44 reservoir? One thing it led us to is we were at the time we designed C-44, we were more in a mode of cost control, and we don't want this project to cost more than it quote has to, right? But now you find out if you get a project at the end that doesn't work, it's not worth anything, right? So you need to make sure. So we're changed our philosophy a little bit, and I use the term of we're more trying to justify why I don't need a feature than why I need a feature in this case. So in the early days of C-44 reservoir, I was on the team and doing some of the review, and we argued some with the designer. Hey, do you need this trench drain? Is it really going to do what we think it might do? And it led to, if we don't put it in there, we're going to have a real problem. Well, we had a problem even though we put it there because it didn't do everything that it needed to do. And so we're having to add a feature to it. So I would say the main lesson learned from just a large scale design standpoint is on a major feature like a cutoff wall or a drain, make sure that drain is going to function even with some of the unknowns that you might have in the foundation. Because, and again, Florida is a each one of these reservoir footprints is very different geologically. So if you move down to South Florida, they mentioned Swiss cheese. We're on a sand foundation up at the IRL South projects, the C-44 reservoir. It's more of a sand foundation. So it's significantly different in how they behave. So.
Thanks. Chad?
So this is probably more of a conceptual question, or I guess I'm asking you to help me with a concept, but this is coming from somebody that spends most of their time trying to figure out how to piece together controllable water to do what you're supposed to be doing with your restoration program. You heard a lot about this yesterday, and I've heard about this, since I've started on the committee, but am I right in terms of the concept that is it C-43 plus C-44 plus the EAA reservoir, is that the bulk of your clean or cleaner controllable water to try to move where you want to move it?
Like in all of CERP, is that what you're saying? Or like?
Well, for CERP, for trying to achieve for water related goals of objectives of CERP. Are those three reservoirs the bulk of or envisioned to be the bulk of your controllable water that you want to do something with? I guess maybe it's a question of asking you how valuable are the two reservoirs you talked about, plus potentially EAA reservoir in helping you assemble and then be able to move water the way you want to.
We're next anyway, we're gonna
jump in on this question.
Yeah.
Oh, am I already freaking people out?
No, you're
No.
asking sort of
It's a big.
programmatic questions, and that's where these ladies come in.
Oh, so these are the two. All right. Okay, well, this is very serendipitous. Well done, Chad. So we're actually, so that question will be asked, or answered or not. But I just want to introduce these two panelists. One is Eva Velez, Chief of Ecosystem Branch at the CORE, Jacksonville District, and Jennifer Reynolds, Director of Everglades Restoration at the South Florida Water Management District. Did I get that right? And not only are they going to answer this question, but they're also here to give us some updates on recent announcement of state leadership for certain CERP projects. So I'll let you take it.
Okay, well, good afternoon, and thank you for that excellent question.
Can you get a little closer to your mic?
Oh, how's
Or pull
this?
the mic to you.
I'll pull it. How's that?
Good. Yeah.
Okay, good afternoon. Thank you for the excellent question and letting Jen and I run up here. I could see my team's face here.
Minor panic in a general question that big. Yeah.
I'm sorry, I tend.
No, it's
No,
a great
it-
question. It's a super relevant question.
It is. And so when we think of the larger picture, thank you. When we think of the larger picture of CERP, you were asking about the relationship of the system, right? And earlier in your earlier question. And so first, it's important to think about the central and southern Florida system having changed the natural system, right, over decades. And what we are adding to that backbone system that changed the natural environment is storage. We're adding operational modifications that come with that added storage. And sometimes we are removing things that we previously built to reconnect the system. And so the storage components of those added reservoirs that are the east side C44, the west side C43, southern EAA, but also Lake Okeechobee component A to the north, which I'm sure Jen will talk about. Those are the ones that are the above ground reservoirs around Lake Okeechobee, but they are only a portion of the vision of a reconnected system. We also have below ground storage, the aquifer storage and recovery wells, which we are in the midst of studying, and while the Water Management District does a ton of work in the field to help us advance that, that's a very large portion of the CERP vision, which we're looking at together as a team. And then you bring that into the overall system to the north, which has the Kissimmee chain of lakes with the Kissimmee River, which is pre-CERP, right? You have the natural system, the CNSF, CERP, but in between you have those foundation projects. And so my long-winded point is that the controllable storage or the controllable water is increased with adding that storage, but it is not the only part. It is not the only part, because what we do now is we waste water to tide, and we don't want to do that any longer. And those storage areas allow us to retain it and re-deliver it at the right time, but you're still adding to that overall ecosystem and CNSF system. And the water conservation areas to the south also are part of that storage picture. Lake Okeechobee is part of that storage picture. It's just, we need more.
Yeah, and so I'll just add sort of a also shorter answer. Because the long answer is super important, right? Because that's the real picture, right? We've got 9 million acres to work with. If you just put a few centimeters of water across 9 million acres, you'd make a huge difference, right? And that's part of the vision in CERP and why it's important to restore natural wetlands, because those natural wetlands hold more water than you think. A lot of it is below ground, right? And as you raise the water table across large expanses, you start to store more and more of that 60 inches of rain that falls in South Florida on an average annual basis. And so all of those are really important. But as we look at, okay, yes, but on any given week, we're trying to manage water through gates, right? And we're trying to move water and it all converges at the lake and it's got to go somewhere. And people don't want it to go east and west. They want it to go south. And so the bulk, which was your original question, the bulk of the controllable storage features that are easy to manage, in quotes, easy to manage, are the C-44, the C-43, the EAA to the south, and then I would add the Lake Okeechobee Component A reservoir to the north. Because the reservoirs at the C-23, C-24, so there's two of them, north and south, those handle those local basins. Same with the C-25 reservoir. And then we have a series of other smaller distributed reservoir projects that are also really important and are going to make a difference as we look at those regional operations and how they all fit together. We are adjusting how we operate over time, but those small turns of the knob together are going to make an important difference. And so we don't want to say they're the only things, but they are they're the big turning knobs, right? And we've got a lot of smaller turning knobs. Those are the big turning knobs that we've got to make sure we get right, that we've got to make sure that we focus construction on and get them into the toolbox, because those are going to make really noticeable differences.
Thank you. So we can release the other panel members and we'll keep Eva and Jennifer. And so they're going to speak to the 2 points that are in the agenda related to recent announcements on state leadership for certain CERP projects.
Very good. I'm going to start, but we're just going to talk as we usually do. Okay. So on the 18th of July, there were 2 agreements signed, and one is a memorandum of agreement, one is the memorandum of understanding. And together, they established a few new things, but also honored the partnership that we have. So I think it's important to start there. And when you're talking about recent big announcements, right? It happened on the 18th of July. And I would tell you that those 2 agreements were negotiated at the highest levels of the Army and the state of Florida. So that's really important, which is unique and different than our day-to-day project partnership agreements that are the underpinning of the construction of the day-to-day cost share for the partnership, right? The MOA and the MOU were negotiated and signed at the highest levels of the Army and the state of Florida. And so between the 2 of them, they gave us 4 things. They established a CERP oversight group with 5 principals. 3 principals with the state and South Florida Water Management District and DEP. So someone from the governor's office, representative from the governor of the state of Florida, the secretary of the Florida Department of Environmental Protection, and the executive director of the South Florida Water Management District. Those are 3 of the 5. The other 2 are federal, and it's the Assistant Secretary of the Army for Civil Works. In this case, the representative that was at the signing ceremony was Mr. Lee Forsgren. He was the acting ASA at that time. We now have Mr. Adam Tell, who is our ASA. And then someone from the Corps of Engineers, and it's the Deputy Commanding General. And in this case, it was our person, our principal is Major General Jason Kelly, who is our Deputy Commanding General for USA's headquarters. So those are the 5. So that's one of the things that came out of that. Another thing that came out of that is that we will provide permitting support. The Army will provide permitting support to the state of Florida. Not that we don't already do, but it is reemphasized in that agreement. That's the second thing that came out of those 2 agreements. A third thing that happened was a vision was set for completing the EAA reservoir by 2029. And the fourth thing, and I'm not saying them in order of priority, please, I'm just listing them. The fourth thing was that we would empower the state to receive 3 projects that the Corps of Engineers was designing and transfer them to the South Florida Water Management District and pursue an authority that allows for federal funding to be provided to the South Florida Water Management District for construction. So those are the 4 things that came out of that. I'll pause and see if Jen wants to add.
Yeah, so maybe I'll just add, like, where did this come from? Why are we doing this?
Yeah.
And so, not that I'm going to assume that I know what's in the governor's head, because I don't. But I can talk to the things that we have seen and that we've been communicating together as a team and recognizing together as a team. And these agreements were a way to sort of fast track things that we were trying to solve together as a team, but we were struggling with bureaucracy. And so what we were seeing was that there's a lot of construction going on in Everglades restoration right now, a ton of construction. And there's a ton of design work as well. And there's a lot of monitoring and realization and knowledge that we're gaining about the projects that we already have that are operating. And as you try and incorporate that knowledge into ongoing construction, we have to do some change management on construction projects. That is really easy for the South Florida Water Management District to do in the way that we contract and the way that we manage our construction projects on a procurement side. It is really, really hard for the federal government. And so we were seeing this and knowing that we wanted to incorporate changes, and we were struggling with that. And so it was an opportunity of how do we, and because you guys get into the details, I'll get into the details just a little bit, but it has to do with things like not just our contracting, but then we have all these agreements in place that give us the authority to work on the projects that we're working on. And we were finding that we wanted to add, oh, we want to backfill this little ag ditch that's, half a mile long as part of this project. And we have to do 9 pieces of paper and change 4 agreements and do all of this stuff. Plus their contracting can't make that change without putting it out to bid for, 9 months or whatever. Whereas we could do something like that. And I'm being a little bit silly, but I mean, really, like, these were the types of things we were wrestling with. We're like, how can we do this better? And how can we anticipate moving forward that we can put more flexibility into our agreements up front that give us more flexibility to work together at all phases of this project delivery? So that was the first problem we were sort of trying to solve. And then the second thing that we were seeing is, because we're doing so much work, we are seeing really increased construction costs. And so what do we do about that? And is there a way for us to save taxpayer dollars? Because if we can save taxpayer dollars on an individual project, that money can be leveraged on the next project, right? So we can do more with the limited funds that we all have available. And we were seeing that on some of our projects, we were able to contract and construct for a cheaper price than the federal government. And some of that has to do with federal government requirements and just the way that construction works for the federal government. And so we were looking for opportunities for the state to be able to construct things. But as you can imagine, the state's like, we've already put $8 billion into Everglades restoration. How do we do this with the federal dollars that are available? So if there's X amount of federal dollars available to build a project, and we can do it for X minus 30%, that's a better use of our collective federal and state dollars if we can do that. That was the thought process. And so this gives us an opportunity to look at that together and see where those opportunities are and how we can execute that. So that was kind of the whys behind it. So where are we now, maybe? Should we
Sure.
tell you where we are now?
Yeah, yeah, we can go ahead. Okay, so.
It won't take very long.
So it's early, right? We're in September and it was signed in July, but we have been moving fast to try to understand how to make sure that we meet the vision that was in those two agreements. And so first, in terms of the transfer of the 3 projects, the designs were transferred from the Corps to the Water Management Districts about a month ago. And so those are 3 contracts. It's in CEP, it's 3 contracts in the Central Everglades project. If you have your integrated delivery schedule, those correspond to the seepage pump station that's in the EAA reservoir. We call it contract 11C. That's one, or the 636 pump station. It goes by 3 different names. And so that one the design was transferred to the Water Management District. Then there are 2 in the Blue Shanty CEP South phase. And on the IDS, they show up as the L67D levy and associated work. And then the removal of the L29 levy and associated work. Those 2, we call them contracts 5 and 6 in the team side, and those are in CEP South. Those are the pieces of the Blue Shanty that the design was transferred about a month ago to the Water Management District, and they're moving quickly. So that's kind of what's happened with those 3. That's the design portion. It's important to note that all of the governance and agreements that underpin the partnership have not changed. These 2 MOAs do not supersede the CERP master agreement. They don't supersede the CERP design agreement that allow us to move that quickly, because for those things, it works beautifully. The CERP design agreement that we have had for a very long time works beautifully to share work this way, and that stayed the same. The ability to construct those 3 contracts under an authority that we've never used, that's the discussion that I can't share with you because we don't know yet, is that we're pursuing and understanding an authority called Section 1043B, which is a pilot program authority that allows for federal monies to be used by a non-federal interest to do something like this.
Which were they?
Oh my gosh, I'm drawing a blank.
2020.
Yeah.
I think it was updated in 2020.
Yeah.
I think it was updated in 2020, but it was from a previous order, maybe 14.
Yeah, it's relatively recent. It's relatively recent. I had a total blank. And so that's a kind of a
My
quick
job is
update.
to make things up when you have a blank, and your job is to
Yeah, yeah.
make things up when I have a blank.
We got it. We got it. And so that's an example of how that piece has moved, but not yet done, right? Not yet done, because we're working through those, and the CERP oversight group, that's the role they're playing. Just, I know a lot of folks have questions about that. The day-to-day work is still the partnership. The oversight group is tackling those types of questions. Oh, we have this new authority and we want to pursue it. How do we do that? We recognize it requires leadership level engagement to do that. Let's form a group that helps do that. those are the types of things that they're contemplating, just to give you an example. And certainly I would be remiss if I didn't talk about our E3T. So that, how do you expedite a massive undertaking like the EA reservoir, and you can contemplate reducing how long it will take to build it. So we formed a tiger team essentially that is living and breathing this question. And so I will share with you the message that we have from our commander, Colonel Brandon Bowman, and the answer is yes, comma, if. Okay, we have been given a clear vision to pursue, can we get something like this done, something of this magnitude, a multi-billion-dollar civil works project together as a team? How can we do that? And so we are in that analysis at this moment, and we will come forward with our answer here soon, but the early answer is yes, if. Yes, it's possible. It is engineeringly possible, comma, if a bunch of things happen very, very, very quickly. And so that's a quick update.
I'll just add that the next meeting of the CERP Oversight Group is going to be in person here in South Florida on the 30th of September. And so we're looking forward to their engagement. So ahead of that, we're providing some documents to that team for them to consider on what our teams have put together on how we think moving forward looks like. That includes sort of some of that yes, comma, if stuff about the EAA reservoir that we haven't seen yet, but that will get shared with that group at the senior levels on the 30th. And I'll also just add that the agreements kind of gave us a 90-day deadline, which is mid-October. And so things should start becoming clearer in the coming weeks.
Thank you. That was super clear. And I learned a lot. I have one question. So 3 projects transferred from the core to the water district. Sounds like a lot of work. Like, how does staffing work in this arrangement? Is it all still the same, or does now the South Florida Water Management District have to kind of restaff and figure it all out?
Yeah, so we are doing this with our current resources. One of the things that the Water Management District does in order to deliver all of our projects is we leverage industry to a great extent. So we have a large engineering services contract that allows us to farm work out to engineering firms to help us with design work. And the Corps does that too, but they do a lot of design work in-house as well. We do most of our design work using engineering firms. And so we took their designs and we had somebody on board within a week on these designs and working on them. And actually we are holding a special governing board meeting next Tuesday in order to award one of the contracts.
Okay. Chad, quick question.
Yeah. This is great. Sorry to my fellow panel members. This is the stuff that makes me come alive.
Us too.
I think I kind of know the answer to this based on what you were saying leading up to talking about the meeting on the 30th, which I'd give anything to sit in on that. So I don't know if this is what you have envisioned, or maybe you've already laid it out, but for the CERP oversight group, do you think there'll ever be communication to that group that might take the form of, for example, taking some of the just incredibly great information that my friend Gina's coordinating through Recover, and that kind of is wrapping all of this great learning up that's going on in the Everglades? Do you anticipate or see or envision that information from that kind of effort might be brought to something like the CERP Oversight Board to provide, some of the science to kind of inform them on making some of these top level decisions? Like, is there any thought that that kind of communication flow is going to happen? Just, I mean, the root of my question is where does this information go in terms of decision makers? And can they use it at all to kind of inform them and help? I mean, Jennifer, this is how I talk too, always turning the knob. Well, but somebody turns the knobs, but somebody above that decides to say,
Yeah, build the machine with the knobs in the first place, right?
do this with the knobs.
Yeah.
For some reason. So I'm just wondering if this is going to evolve over time where, some of that science is talked to this oversight group. Will that group, or does it now, or will it? Does anybody talk to Congress? Does Congress even care? I mean, that's a rhetorical question because we're living in an environment now where Congress cares much more, especially about big money. So I'm just kind of wondering, what's that stew of information transfer from the science of the Everglades? And then link that up with the money and then what's going on there. I don't know if you have an, or if the oversight board is going to stay a little bit above that fray. And I'm just trying to figure out where all these smart people in this room that know way more than I do about the science and what's going on, how does it get to the decision-making realm?
We can take the congressman if you want. Okay. So the beauty of having more than one entity on whether it's the existing partnership or whether it's the new oversight group is that we can each do different things with elected officials. And so the core is we're very limited. We can inform the Congress, educate, provide information, but we certainly cannot advocate for money. We execute, right? But the Assistant Secretary of the Army for Civil Works is the administration's person that does actually regularly discuss those matters with the Congress as well as with the administration. And so that seat of that principal from the federal side is the person who is managing the overall national budget for aquatic ecosystem restoration for the Corps. And we are the largest, Everglades restoration is the largest piece of that nationally. So that is the direct person who needs to talk to Congress, who is sitting in that oversight group. So that, to answer that question directly, the way that Mr. Bartlett or Secretary Lambert or the governor's staff is uniquely positioned to talk to either the Florida legislature or the Congress is that they can in a way that the Corps can. Not to circumvent important rules, just to they can offer a different perspective and information than what the Corps can. And so that's one specific way in which the oversight group can put their very important weight in their positions to explain what's needed. In this case, they have identified the priority project, and it's got a lot to do with CERP, right? And so they've heard the information from all of us saying CERP is important. They do have an opening in the agreements about future items that they might consider. And certainly General Kelly is very, very uniquely interested in Jacksonville District's team because he was the South Atlantic Division commander before he went to headquarters. So he has certainly knows exactly who Gina Ralph is and who all of us are. And so that's my quick answer to that.
Yeah, so a couple things, because you asked a really big question. I think that the principals that are involved in the CERP oversight group are already hearing the science of Everglades through their regular job descriptions. maybe minus the governor's office representative who maybe only hears about it at the funding level and the priority setting level. But certainly even the governor's office has asked questions that led us to these agreements. And what I mean by that is it's because of the science and the information that these principals have been hearing from our team about how important CEP is to really moving the needle forward on Everglades restoration, that they focused on it. I think the other thing that was a backdrop to this CERP oversight group was when we were trying to work together to get WERP, the Western Everglades Restoration Project, authorized. There was a ad hoc CERP oversight group put together that was the senior leadership. So it was the ASA's office, the Assistant Secretary of the Army for Civil Works, and DEP, and Drew from the Water Management District started meeting regularly, weekly, at 8:30 in the morning on Fridays.
18 months at 8 a.m. every Friday. And
And-
that's how it worked.
And that was how they were able to remove barriers and roadblocks and speed bumps in the process. And so I think that that's the role that's envisioned for this CERP oversight group, is not broad management of CERP, because I think we have a framework for that already, and we leverage the task force leadership in order to move across all those different federal, state, and tribal entities that keep everybody informed. It gives a platform for them to give direction to the working group and the science coordination group, and for those entities to bring, those organizations to bring information back to those principals and sort of oversee CERP. And then we have the reports that they have to take a look at, including the cross-cutting budget, the 5-year report to Congress, the Everglades report, right? There's a whole framework of information. I would argue almost too much. Because it's hard to just keep on top of all of it. Because sometimes you just need to focus on a few things at a time. And in my vision, that's what I see the sort of simplicity of the CERP oversight group is like, hey, we're going to focus on a couple of things, and it's these few projects, and we're going to help the implementing teams remove barriers to getting the job done. And so they're going to bring to us some issues of what's keeping them from moving it forward. Well, we need this permit. We need better coordination with the service. We need to get this agreement fast tracked. We need the agreement, all the framework stuff that we already have in place that we don't want to change because it works. But now we need an agreement. Usually that agreement has to go through this whole review process. It takes us like 16 months to do. Can we do it in like 4 or 5 or 6? That would be great if everybody could do concurrent reviews, right? But that needs leadership help from the very top to help tell staffs it's okay to break the rules a little bit and, bring that to my desk directly. And I see that is the beauty of the CERP oversight group, is being able to leverage some leadership emphasis on things like that.
So Denise, then Stephanie, and then we'll have to move on to the next session.
Yeah,
So that did a lot to answer my question, but I heard 3 things in there that I'm trying to resolve, right? So I've heard you describe the oversight board as some ability to prioritize when they select things to focus on, to lower the activation energy, to get obstacles out of the way, and as a communication connection portal between, hierarchical levels, right? It sounds like they're not decision-making, almost like advisory. Am I getting that right? And has that been articulated clearly? Or is that still in the process of being, what exactly role can they play?
So yeah, I'll jump in. So I get to listen in on their conversations. So I've heard them, and they certainly are, they're you know, that storming, norming, like they're norming, right? They've just started meeting, right? And so they're doing pretty well. I know General Kelly is our principal, and I can tell you that from his perspective, he's looking to make sure that it truly is oversight and empowering us and advising us and removing any barriers. He wants us to stay in execution and implementation, right? So they're not looking to lift up all the working stuff that's between the two agencies out of it and into that group. They're looking to make sure that if there's something important or a little sticky that might take a little while to get those senior leaders in a room, that it's already available.
And the members of the group are uniquely postured as also decision makers in their other hats, right? So they can, the CERP oversight group is more of a, I think, advisory body to identify issues that might need attention from people even outside that group, but that they have on speed dial on their cell phones, right? Let's call whoever and help facilitate this. And then in their other hat, as the actual decision maker, they might have the ability to then take their own advice and execute something faster.
Tiffany?
I mean, this is fascinating, and this committee has long advocated to expedite this movement in the Central Everglades. My question is what ripple effects does this have to other projects going on? Because if, you know, the budget of the EAA reservoir, you know, I don't have to tell you, is very large and larger than the historic annual appropriations. And then you're talking about all of CERP. So does that mean funneling money away from other projects? So there's that question about how that affects projects beyond the scope of this agreement. And then the other question related to dependencies, because I recall this long list of project dependencies to make CEP work. So it was like C111 or C11. And there were other very expensive things that also had to be done. So I'm wondering how that fits into the vision for expediting.
That's what I'm working on, Stephanie. Yes, I am. It is an ongoing conversation. And so money is not indefinite, right? And so we have available historic still, but available funds of money in 25, right? And we're in the middle of the transition from fiscal year 25 to 26, right in this moment. We know fiscal year 26 president's budget is 446 million. Hopefully the Congress, you know, will pass the resolution. We know we have available supplemental funds from IIJA, right? That we have identified projects for. And so everything's got kind of an assignment, and now we're in that process of understanding how much will it cost to expedite specific to the EA reservoir, right? How much it will cost additional funds to shorten that construction. I can certainly confirm that. How much more? What do those modifications look like? What's the timing? I am in the middle of that right now, right? And then what does it mean to the program on the federal side to fund a contract for South Florida at a different timeline than before the agreement? That is exactly what's in, like, calculating route, you know? That's what we're doing right at the moment. And so there will likely be effects that we will communicate and contemplate together as a team, because that's big stuff, right, overall. And then we will also have, you know, to try to keep it positive, we will certainly have a lot of celebrations. We have one next week. One of our big contracts on the EAA will be complete this month in September. the canals contract for the Corps will be complete this month, and so we're excited to celebrate that. And then on the programmatic connective tissue, right? Like what are all the predecessors that you started to name? We are also evaluating all of that as well. And can we expedite it together? Like, can we put all of those things that we have to consider with expediting EAA and Blue Shanty? And do we have to, what are the operational considerations of that? There's a lot that we're thinking through at the moment. Yeah.
Did you want to add to that, Jennifer?
I mean, yes, those are the same questions that we were listening to the announcement on the 18th of July, and we're like, oh,
Yes.
what are we gonna do about that? What are we gonna do about that? What are we gonna do about that?
Yeah.
So all of those things, but I guess I'll just add that one of the things we're working really hard to do is to not focus on the roadblocks, right? To not focus on the why this is going to be hard. And instead focus on this is a great opportunity for us to really move Everglades restoration and the things that we have been advocating, all of us have been advocating moving faster. This is an opportunity to move it faster. And we've learned through our operations of other parts of the system that we don't have to do it all at once, right? When we plan like a whole project. Oh, and it just plops in all of a sudden, and then magically all of the operations work on day one, when we know that that's not really how any of these projects work. And so there are opportunities for us to leverage interim operations and interim benefits along the way. And so looking at how do we incorporate that, because that isn't really how the original documents were written. Right. And so we know that there's opportunity there, and we're looking forward to being able to make that a reality.
Thank you very much. Thanks for the update and then all of your answers to our questions. We need to move on now. So
We're sorry, CERP 1.0 team.
We're all right. You know, we got all the time in the world. We're away from all of our home duties and chores and so forth. So next we have an overview of the process underway for developing the CERP 1.0 system operating plan, which will be the operational plan to replace the combined operating plan, also known as COP. And CERP 1.0 will incorporate early CERP infrastructure. We have three presenters, Liz Ailey from the Corps, Famida Khatun from National Park Service, and Walter Wilcox from the South Florida Water Management District. And Lisa, I believe you're kicking us off. And I believe each of you have about 12 minutes at most to speak.
Okay, I think I'm going to advance for Lisa. So Lisa will start us off, and then we'll pass it to Famida for some of the lessons learned. I'll come back with some of the tools, and then Lisa will drive from the big finish. Not nearly as exciting as the last topic, but looking forward to talking to you. So Lisa, are you online?
Lisa, are you online? We
Yeah,
can't.
she is, but we can't hear her.
So we can't hear Lisa. We heard someone speak, but it was not Lisa.
Yeah, she's online, but her microphone's not working, or she needs to be unmuted by somebody.
Still can't hear Lisa. Are you talking, Lisa? Oh, okay. All right.
Love these moments.
No, we should ask more questions.
You want me to just, you want me to push through? I know you're running short on time.
Yeah, I mean, does it make sense? Lisa, you are unmuted on our end. I don't know if you want to try a different way to get voice. You could try to use Zoom and ask it to call you on a phone. Otherwise, we might jump to Walter. Or Walter can wing, or
I can
Famita.
wing Lisa's part if you want.
Okay, you guys
Do you want to see a
decide.
model or do a plan formulation impersonation?
Yeah.
It's gonna be good.
Interpretive dance of what Lisa would have said.
Okay, well, let me at least start with some of the exposition. Hopefully Lisa will jump in and interrupt me here soon, but I know we're pressed for time and run a little bit late. So the SEP operational plan 1.0, we just wanted to cover a couple topics today, working with Lisa Ailey from the Corps and Famita Katoon from the National Park Service. I'm Walter Wilcox from the Water Resources and Systems Modeling Bureau at the Water Management District. And we wanted to cover some background on what the SEP operational plan 1.0 is. Some of the drivers for the alternative formulation, including the lessons learned from the combined operating plan, what tools and what evaluation strategy we plan to use for this study. It's an ongoing study. We haven't really progressed that far. In fact, the committee is kind of getting a preview of what we're going to be doing in the next couple of months because we're deep in the midst of our formulation and we haven't really talked to the public recently. So this is one of the first public meetings where we have a chance to share some information, and we'll be following that up with public meetings over the next couple months. And then
Have finished recording, you may hang up.
Are you there, Lisa? Okay.
Lisa, are you there now?
Saw it briefly. Okay, so the Central Everglades Planning Project operational plan. We keep saying planning project, even though we're moving past planning. But anyway, the SEP operational plan. The goal is to develop an interim operating criteria that basically provides an incremental step in the restoration path that we're all on. So we're building a bunch of things, as you've heard. We're building the Everglades Agricultural Area Reservoir. We're building the Blue Shanty Flowway. Some elements of those features have come online, and we also have been continuing to refine our operations through incremental changes, including most recently the combined operational plan, which governs the operational strategy for this central portion of the system. I don't know if you can see my mouse, if it's moving here. Okay, for Conservation Area 3 and Everglades National Park primarily, as well as the canal system along the eastern side. And really, this is envisioned to be a first step in many increments of implementation of CERP. So we're really just taking our first wading into this system-wide operational plan under the Comprehensive Everglades Restoration Plan umbrella. And so this particular increment of SEP operations will basically give us some opportunity to continue the trajectory that we've been on to remove constraints in the L29 canal. We want to continue to be able to raise stages on the eastern side of Everglades National Park and allow more water to be conveyed through the system. And some of the recent construction activities are allowing us to continue to move in that direction and remove some of the constraints for roadbeds, considerations and other things. We want to continue to evaluate the operations of the structures, both along Tammany Trail, the S12s, and also as other parts of the Conservation Area 2 and 3A regulation schedules. These should all allow us to, kind of continue in that trajectory of moving toward the Everglades restoration goals beyond what we've been historically more constrained in the historic system. And there are a number of features that are coming online. So there's the increased capacity for operations of the combined S333 and S333N structures, which discharge from the southeastern corner of 3A into the eastern side of Everglades National Park. There's a new structure being built at the terminus of the Blue Shanty levee that helps us to control the water from just moving over to the east as it comes through that Blue Shanty levee. That's called the S355W spillway. And then there are the three structures that they talked about in the DPM SEP South portion of the presentation today that are allowing for a connection into Southwest 3B. We don't yet have the levee, so we don't have the Blue Shanty levee, so that's not yet a flowway. We don't have the EA reservoir. We don't have some of these other features in place. So this is a relatively small construction increment. And we're trying to take advantage of some of the incremental operational opportunities to just kind of take those first steps. And so I'll pass it over to Famita to give you some of the lessons learned from COP and some of the opportunities that SEP 1.0 is going to explore.
Thank you so much for setting up the session, Walter, on behalf of Lisa. Good afternoon, everybody. This is Famita Khatun from Everglades National Park. Today, I'll discuss some lessons learned from combined operational plan and opportunities afforded by infrastructure. We hope this discussion will help driving the decisions on developing the SEP 1.0 operational plan. Let me see if I can get the pointer. Okay, got it. Yes. Okay, so one of the key objectives of SEP and also for CERP is to improve quality, quantity, distribution, timing, and location of flows. So if we look at 1959, during pre-compartmentalized system, we see majority of flows is moving toward northeast Shark River Slough naturally. In 2005, during interim operational plan, we noticed only 11% moving to northeast, and most of the water was diverted to northwest, almost 89%, which is unnatural. So moving to ERTP 2012 water control plan, we had a better split, 55% to 45%, favoring to northeast Shark River Slough. But in reality, we found only 33% of 570,000 acre-feet moving toward northeast in a representative year, 2014. Moving toward COP 2020 water control plan, what we noticed that model predicted 77% of the water flowing toward northeast, which is very close to what we observed in pre-compartmentalized system. During first 2 years, we noticed that we are moving toward right direction with 58% of the flow moving to northeast. But during last 2 years, we know due to El Nino and high water condition, we are forced to go through COP deviation. And with triple the flow volume, we are sending only 36% towards northeast and 64% to northwest, which is a stress for this area because this is a place for endangered species. With a lot of water moving to northeast Shark River Slough, we actually can see some measurable benefits. Let's check the depth. The average depth is increasing, and the soil oxidation potential is decreasing significantly. And the long hydroperiod species are actually increasing. These are all positive news, but we have potential to optimize more. let's take a look at the ecological targets. During COP, we actually utilize natural system RSM models, cell 3059 from WCA1, which is a water lily-like deep water depth target. So if we take a look and compare with one of the southern 3A gauge, like 3A28, that the trace you can see in the yellow line, you can see the big difference. So potentially in CERP 1.0, we can use more realistic ecological targets. We had drier conditions in northern 3A with COP. Part of the reason that we heard that CERP EA features and CERP North features will not be operational in coming days. But during COP, what we used is only 50% of the same deep slough target and applied in the northern areas. If we check the difference with one of the northern gauge, say 3A northwest, in the green trace, you can see the difference. What it caused is the soil oxidation and muck fire. The wading birds in Elinor colony also need more water for more prey production. So what are the opportunities? We can use more realistic ecological targets. We also can do decoupled operations for northern 3A to keep water level above the muck fire threshold line. We can prioritize marsh compared to canal. And we can use the topographic gradient from northwest to northeast on the northern boundary, and on the northeastern boundary, we can prioritize from north to south. We heard wetter condition in WCA3A. We know part of the reason is using unrealistic ecological targets, but on top of that, we use 3A gauge average to provide the decisions for outflow structures, which is not very representative of the southern 3A. Fish and Wildlife Commission actually provided a thresholds for Tree Island, which is 10.8. We did regression analysis and we found equivalent trigger for southern 3A. We can use that trigger and we can develop a southern 3A regulation schedule based on southern gauges. And we can distribute the flow across Tamiami Trail based on the surface elevation that you can see in the red traces, and also with the downstream ecological condition and flow barrier. We know COP use date-based closures for some of the structures outflowing to Northwest Shark River Slough to help the endangered species. What we did during deviation to address high water condition, we use full flexibility of those structures. And what it caused is the reversal in the system. So we have opportunities to avoid date-based closures and operate under multi-species condition-based operations. And we discussed about accelerating CERP South project features, and we also can automate S12s. This is an example of condition-based operations. This example integrates Tree Island triggers for Southern 3A to alleviate the flooding condition. It also triggers Cape Sable Seaside Sparrow Sub-Pop A triggers for Mud Prairie. And also it increases apple snail for optimal favorable conditions. Another issue why we had to go through multiple deviations is insufficient regional flexibility in the system. When we noticed that both 3A, 3B, and Northeast Shark River Slough all are in high water condition, we have opportunities to route that surplus water down to the system where we need the most. To our Taylor Slough as a first priority, Biscayne Bay as a second priority, and Eastern Panhandle as its third priority. When we go through a high water emergency condition, we actually share the adversity by opening up all the coastal structure from north to south. We know that CERP 1.0 will add more infrastructures, which will provide us more opportunities. So, for example, the Tamiami Trail next step roadway construction will be done soon in 2026, and we can raise L29 up to 8.5 year round as soon as it is done. And we can raise even more up to 9.7 when we develop the next set of water control plan. We discussed about CERP South structures. And what we can do is we can prioritize from south to north so that we can avoid the Tree Island constant and at 3B. We also can reassess water quality constant at the DPM structures. All of these opportunities we can use as key drivers to formulate next set of water control plan. Now, Walter Wilcox will walk you through with the suite of modeling tools that we'll use for CERP 1.0.
Yeah, so as you can see, there's a lot of ideas on the table. So we're still not very far through our formulation plan. So basically, we did a step. It's showing here, but not there. Okay, we did a step of what we call pre-formulation, or what we call round 1 of modeling. The plan is to do 3 rounds of plan formulation. The first step was what we call a pre-formulation round. It was really sensitivity testing. What happens if we raise the stage constraint in the L29? What if we do some of these things that are on the table? How far can we go within kind of the bracketing, the bounds of this process? We actually did that work over a year ago in the public forum. We've had kind of competition for resources with the COP deviation and some of the other things that are happening. So we're just getting back to the point of coming back into the public process in CERP 1.0. So since that pre-formulation step, we've done quite a bit of work on the Conservation Area 2A regulation schedule. There's been an effort to kind of look at some different options for how Conservation Area 2A can be managed. That was actually established as one of the outcomes of COP, that there was some complementary efforts that could be pursued in looking at the 2A performance. And we've done some work as a team to kind of come up with some options, and that'll be one of the first things we brief out when our public process picks up again. So we have what we believe are some improvements to the Conservation Area 2A schedule, which can influence how water is coming into the eastern side of 3A and moving down through the system. That will dovetail with a set of concepts that have been put together based on conversations within the ecological sub-team. I'll show you what those concepts are in a second. And we're basically using a tool known as the I model to help look at those concepts and kind of flesh out what may be possible in terms of flows. All of that is coming together into the round 2 modeling, which will be done with the regional model, the regional simulation model of Glades Lexa, which I'll describe in a second. And that formulation will basically look at a set of alternatives that still encompasses a broad range of potential things moving forward. So again, we don't have those alternatives here today. We're still in the process of discussing them. But basically, the concepts that have been discussed are these kind of high-level concepts, and you can see there's a range of sorry, there's a range of concepts from concept A through B through C. And basically they're framed based on the conversations that have been occurring at the team level. Basically concept A is to kind of continue the COP trajectory, I would say, continue to prioritize the idea of opening up Tamiami Trail and prioritizing flows to the south through Everglades National Park into Florida Bay. We know that's a long-term goal of CERP. We don't know yet if we have enough infrastructure and enough backup water, I'll call it, in the northern part of the system to continue that trajectory. Concept B was more of a north-south balance. And when we say north-south, you can see the diagram on the right. We mean north of Tamiami Trail and south of Tamiami Trail. So it's this idea of kind of taking the lessons learned from COP, the dryness in northern 3A, the benefits that we're seeing in Everglades National Park. Is it appropriate to kind of, think of that balance in any different way? We also saw, as Famita pointed out, the balance between east and west, right? Most of the reasons why we don't achieve the historic performance on the east is because of constraints in the current system, in particular the L29 stage constraint. During wet years, when there's a lot of water in the system, we still run into those constraints. We haven't built the Blue Shanty flowway. We don't have the ability to go up to 9.7 in L29. So is there anything we can do in terms of that east-west balance that can help improve the system? And so you can see there's different concepts here which play with different combinations of balancing north and south and east and west. And that's basically the formulation path that we're following. So from a tools perspective, the tools that we're using are very much similar to the tools that we've used in Central Everglades planning and in COP planning. If you're not familiar, the regional simulation model, there's two large-scale regional models. I did not mean for these to be individually annotated, so apologies. But there are two large-scale models that, see, I didn't do it on the second one, that cover the entire system. We have the regional simulation model basins in the northern part of the system, regional simulation model glades leks in the southern part of the system. These are hydrologic models. They're custom models that have been built for the South Florida system. We have a highly integrated surface water groundwater system that has a lot of regional management. And so a lot of the commercial off-the-shelf software just don't have the right fidelity in the areas where we need it. So we've spent the last several decades building tools that do all of the physics, but also do all of the management options that we need. So if you're new to the committee, you haven't seen these are the primary planning tools that we use. We typically use them in a way where we apply historical climate record, 1965 through 2016. So we'll run over 50 years of climate data through these and then compare in parallel. Here's a baseline scenario, the current system, the current operations for a 50-year period. How does that look like compared to a scenario where we change the infrastructure, where we change the operations, again, for the same 50 years of climate period? How does it perform in a wet year? How does it perform in a dry year, et cetera? And there's an extensive suite of evaluation tools that Lisa will take you through if she gets back on, that help us to look at the ecology, help us to look at the water supply, help us to look at the flood protection of the system using these tools. We use a complementary tool known as the I model in the case of the application of the RSMGL. The I model is an inverse modeling tool, and it's built with stochastic techniques. So it's basically two components. We develop what we call a hydrologic model emulator, which is a non-linear multivariate model that kind of emulates what the physical regional models do, but does it very quickly. So instead of running a regional model for 2 days and waiting to see the outcomes, we develop a stochastic model that looks at key points in the system, and it can run in a second. And it allows us to then put that hydrologic model emulator into a stochastic framework, and we can look at different ways of operating the system across a much broader range of spectrum, unless, other than just applying the physical models directly. So the traditional model, like the RSM on the left there, you develop a bunch of criteria and protocols that say, where do we want flows to move in the system? And then we observe the stage response in the red dots so that we dictate the green and we see what happens with the red. An inverse model like the I model, we tell the I model what we want to see in terms of a stage regime in the Everglades system, for example, at the green dots. And then the I model helps give us insight on what red flows can help to achieve those desired stage objectives. So as Famita mentioned, we kind of go through this modeling process where we start with, on the left, any of the previous modeling, the sensitivity testing that we've done. We bring in the opportunities and the lessons learned from COP and from other pieces of information from the system. We get input from the tribes, from the project delivery team. All of that kind of feeds into this attempt to develop a set of operating protocols, those red protocols for the different concepts. So we have a concept where we're trying to promote flow through the system. We develop a set of targets that are, generally in line with that, and then we see what flows can actually achieve that outcome. Those continuing through the process, and we're kind of in the middle of the red and the orange blocks right now, where we get outcomes from the I model. It gives us insight that we then translate back to the physical model, to the RSM, in the form of real world protocols. And so those I model outcomes are not outcomes in themselves, right? So I model provides insight, I for insight, I for I model, right? Not outcome. And so we look at things like seasonal patterns, spatial distribution. Are we using a particular structure more than another structure? What does it look like on a seasonal or on an interannual basis, right? So that's kind of how we use those I model outcomes. And you can see here that we actually, in this case, are looking at multiple outcomes because we're examining multiple targets. As Famita mentioned, one of the concepts that's going to come up in the case of working through the CEP 1.0 process, we have these legacy targets, which are largely based on slough depth. And so Famita mentioned that it happens to be a cell in the model that's up in Conservation Area 1, but really what it was is when Recover developed the slough depth performance measure, they looked at the criteria for a healthy whitewater lily slough, and they found a time series in the model that met that criteria, right? What is the depth regime proper? What's the hydro period, et cetera? So we've been using that target time series to drive Everglades formulation since the Central Everglades days. And I'm going to use a technical term here. That is the deep target for the Everglades. That deep target is what we've used to kind of size all of our infrastructure. And that's, in our minds at least, kind of a conservative way of approaching it, right? We need to build a reservoir upstream. We need to open up the system, to continue to allow flow. If we focus our formulation efforts on that really deep condition, we're kind of making sure that we're building the infrastructure that's sufficient to meet those objectives, right? But now we're dealing with a little bit different problem in CEP 1.0. We have an impacted system that has experienced over drainage and been compartmentalized, and we're moving toward a restored system. What do we want to do as we transition? And we have a lot more information on the table from the COP lessons learned. We have other ideas for what the targets should be. Maybe they're a little bit shallower, to support ridges or to support wildlife considerations. Maybe the deep targets are the right ones. So CEP 1.0 is kind of looking at a range of things, and we have not in any way changed gears on CERP restoration. We haven't changed gears on the CERP endpoint objectives. We haven't changed gears on what we're building, but we are looking at a range of conditions to see how we should operate things in a first step, right? And so again, the idea here is we're in this I model step. It's going to eventually inform the RSM, the physical model. We'll run alternatives, compare them in the physical model. We'll have the full suite of evaluation tools. At least we'll take you through in a second to actually evaluate it. But this just gives us a way of kind of getting there, getting from here to there. So this is just an example for Central 3A. Each of these plots is a provisional I model outcome plot. The green, which is labeled RSM and is also consistent with the RC1 tag on the plot, that is essentially the COP baseline. So that's what we're seeing in the system today over a period of simulation. The blue is the target identified by the ecology subteam, and you'll see that they're actually different targets. So each of the different concepts maybe has a different target combination. So the blue traces are different from the graph in the upper left to the graph in the lower left to the graph in the lower right. You can see, for example, the lower right has a slightly shallower depth regime than the graph in the upper left. And then the red is the I model's ability to meet that target. And so you can see in this case in Central 3A, in most cases, we're not able to fully meet the target, even though it's an impounded system, because of the gradient in the system, right? It's very impounded in the southern part. It's over dry in the northern part until we have things like the EA reservoir coming online and allowing us to create that flow through system. It's going to continue to be a challenge, and CEP 1.0 probably won't solve that challenge all on its own. But we're looking at it, and we're carrying through a different set of options, to consider and to facilitate the public discussion that we're about to go into. This is an example for Northeast Shark River Slough. Again, you can see there's different target regimes here. The scale is actually a little different in the bottom right. So this is one of those shallower options that's on the table now for for discussion. In the upper left and in the lower left, you have kind of more traditional natural system RSM based targets. On the right is kind of one of these more shallow targets that is another line of thinking that's coming out of the eco subteam. And you can see in that case, the target is actually lower than the current RSM COP, right? And I think there's some consternation. You already heard a public comment about, are we changing gears? Are we reducing flows, you know, as part of Everglades restoration? That really isn't the intent of this. It's really just to kind of get some different ideas on the table, you know, bracket the outcomes and have a discussion about that range of performance moving forward. And I'll just mention, you know, there's a lot of talk about trade-off, and we don't help ourselves in the way that we name things. This is what's known as an atom table, an adversity trade-off matrix. This is one of the ways that you can apply the I model, where on the left you have a bunch of different gauges in the system here on the left side. Those same gauges are mirrored along the top of the plot along the x-axis. And what you can see here is basically just the idea that if you were to emphasize specific gauges in the system, kind of coming down the diagonal, you can get an improvement in the performance at that gauge, right, by emphasizing that in the optimization. And associated with that, you may have a mixed set of performance where, you know, for example, for a given gauge, if you emphasize that gauge, you might see other areas that turn green or stay yellow, and some areas that start going toward red where you start losing performance. This table requires quite a bit of interpretation, and I'm happy to follow up after with anyone who's interested in it. Along the top, you can see the root mean square error. So not every green and red is the same, because some are very far away from the target, some are very close to the target. The color scale doesn't really account for that fully, but it just gives you the idea that there is a relationship as you try to balance north, south, east, and west, that you have to kind of honor the inherent behavior of the system and the way that water flows, right? And so this is a table that we use in the modeling work to try to help us achieve what the project is looking for. So the project is still looking for equal balance. It's still looking for, you know, finding the right mix of conditions across the system. And a tool like this is one that we use to help give insight on how you can achieve that. We're not really using this to achieve performance at one goal, you know, at one location at the expense of another. But it does give you, you know, some indication of the type of tools that we have available. And I'm going to hope that Lisa is now back online.
Okay, Walter, testing. Can you hear me?
There she is. Yay.
Oh, I'm sorry to disappoint you. I know you wanted to do your plan form presentation, but thank you, everyone. Thanks for bearing with me. So I'm Lisa Ailey. I'm the planning technical lead. And what I'm going to talk about is the process that we are proposing to use to evaluate alternatives. Really starting off with what ecologic performance measures that we're using. So we are using the same recover performance metrics that were used to evaluate the original CERP back in 2014. So you can see them listed here: inundation duration, sheet flow, number and duration of dry events in Shark River Slough, vegetation stability, soil oxidation, and Florida Bay salinity. And if you look on this map here on the right of the screen, you'll see how the project area is broken up into larger zones. And within each zone, there are both indicator regions, and those are outlined in red, and there are transects, which I couldn't get to fit all in that figure. And those are all really important ways to use to roll up our recover performance measure scores. So if I could get you to move to the next slide, please. So outside of the recover performance measures, we've also developed additional tools for alternative evaluation. One of them is a tool that we've been working on with the Miccosukee tribe. They've developed a tree island evaluation tool that's informed by indigenous knowledge. And there are 4 parts in there, essentially considering hardwood hammocks, inundation of culturally significant tree islands, and then stages conducive to ox cart travel and bear cub dispersion. So that's something that we're using to evaluate alternatives. We also have another tree island inundation tool, which really measures the changes in tree island inundation just as a comparison to the base condition. And then our eco sub-team has created 2 new metrics for the use in CEP operational plan. The first evaluates Alley North ecology, and then the second evaluates the Fertile Crescent ecology. Next slide, please. So now let's talk about how we are bringing the evaluation together. So this first increment that we've been talking about, we're really focusing on ecology, but we also need to consider our other objectives, and also we have constraints built in. So for ecology, you can see this first column as evaluation criteria. We're using those recover performance measures that we talked about, also the new indicators that we just discussed. And so for these measures, we're going to generate scores from 0 to 1, and 1 being the target score, and each other alternative would be scored just as a % achievement of that target. As I mentioned, we're also considering Indigenous knowledge. There will not be a score associated with this criteria, but the Miccosukee tribe will provide a narrative statement of Indigenous knowledge for each alternative to use for the alternative evaluation. And if the Seminole tribe would like to provide us something, we could use it as well. For water supply and flood risk management, this will be a pass-fail evaluation. For recreation, we're going to include a count of high and low closures for the Everglades wildlife management measure. So less closures is better. And then finally, for water quality, we will include a water quality check, and that's a spreadsheet tool developed by our water quality sub-team that we'll use for our NEPA evaluation. Next, please. So as I mentioned, what we're proposing to do for our recover metrics is to aggregate the data and generate a recover score for each zone for each alternative. So if you remember on the first graphic, I had the major zones in the study area. And looking on this graphic for this side, this is an example of a way for us to show this data, which we're calling either a radar graphic or a spiderweb graphic. And if you worked on LOSUM, this will be really familiar to you. And the spokes around the outside of the graphic represent each major ecologic zone. So in this case, for this, further away from the center is better performance. And so if you look on the outside, you can see that dark green, that is the recover target score, and that's the best possible performance. In this case, I just am using dummy data. You can see I added a no action alternative and an action alternative just to see how we can see potentially trade-off in performances between zones. If we want to add additional alternatives, this is a way to just roll up the data for numerous alternatives and quickly comparing how close are we getting to that target score versus how we're comparing to our no action. I do recognize that while some people love boiling down data into scores, there are others really not quite so supportive because we have so many experts who really like to get into the weeds. And so we will be generating a large Excel workbook that provides all of the raw data behind those scores. So people can go in, they can dig into the raw data. So the scores don't take the place of a deep dive analysis, but they are an additional tool to assist the PDT with sorting through lots of data and really showing us where the differences are and where the similarities are as well. It's just important to note here, a higher ecologic score does not guarantee that an alternative will be selected. It's just something to consider for the team. Next slide, please. So this is an example of what an alternative evaluation matrix could look like. As you know, Walter and Famita mentioned, we're not quite there yet. We don't quite have the model results. We need to start our formulation, but just wanted to show what something could look like. And so on the top, you can see here we have our Recover Eco scores from 0 to 1. Probably the best way to show that would be a radar graphic, or I'm open to suggestions if anyone else has another idea of something to use. So we'll also be generating scores for the Tree Island, Alley North, and Fertile Crescent indicators. Then we'll have a narrative statement from the Miccosukee tribe for each alternative, you know, whatever they decide to provide for us. For water supply and flood risk management, as I mentioned earlier, this will be a pass-fail evaluation. So if it does not pass, the alternative will be screened or will be modified so it can pass. And so for this just hypothetical example, I have all of them passing. For recreation, it'll just be a count of closures over the period of record. Lower is better. And then finally, for water quality, there will be a water quality check using that tool that our sub-team came up with, which will compare each alternative to our base condition. And that is the end of my presentation. I'd like to turn it back over to the host and open up to any questions for the team.
Thanks to all three speakers. So we'll open it up to questions from the committee. Does anyone have any questions? All right, Kathy?
You're talking to this. Okay, thank you. This just is so much. So I ask for a little patience as I'm trying to process all this stuff. So the performance indicators and the various metrics are super important and interesting, and really getting. I'm still trying to get a understanding of really how much each one is used versus sort of there being. We know there's constraints. There's a constraint that's a hard modeling. You know, but then there's a lot of others. So. Let me just kind of start going backwards. In the last talk, we heard just a couple slides ago about the choice using the same performance metrics as the 2014. So questions about that. Is there a document that explains why those metrics were chosen and how they relate to the original goals of CERP, which there probably is. I just guess I'm asking, would somebody point that out to where it is? And then was there, so then two questions. Was there a discussion about whether those were still the appropriate performance measures? Because there's been a ton of learning, and that's one of the things that's impressive about. And so I'd be curious to learn why you stuck with that and whether there was, and then related, there's now 4 or 5 alternative measures, the tree islands and so on, which are interesting. And again, I'd love to know more why those were chosen when there's obviously there's an enormous number of endpoints, and how those are actually used as opposed in decision making, like in evaluating. So can you, any information, and if it gets too long, pointing me to the appropriate documents is fair.
So this is Lisa. I can take a stab at portions of some of your questions. We have an ecologic sub-team that we meet with, just the technical ecologists. And that's one of the first things we end up doing on the sub-teams is determine what metrics are we going to use to evaluate alternatives. So for ecology, for water quality, for water supply, and whatnot. So the technical experts on the team, on the interdisciplinary PDT, and members of the public all seem to agree that using the previous metrics that was used for the CERP 2014 evaluation, those would still be relevant. But also we do have an understanding of the system, and there are certain areas that we really want to focus on. So while those original recover metrics are important, we recognize that probably additional metrics could help supplement that evaluation. Additionally, we recognize that our tribal partners have a lot of knowledge in that area. So we wanted to work with the Miccosukee tribe and provide a way for them to share their indigenous knowledge in a way for us that could be measurable. How could we post-process some of the model input, provide that to them so they can see the information that they cared about, and then they could provide their own narrative evaluation of the alternatives. I think, does that answer?
Yeah, that's really helpful. So was there a process outside the technical ecologists to incorporate discussions with stakeholders like the tribe, like others, And is that sort of part of the science communications piece that I'm curious in learning more about? Is there some documentation or someone I can learn more about how that process was done? Or I understand I'm asking for details you might not have at the tip of your fingers, so.
Well, I would say that our meetings with the Miccosukee tribe to formulate a performance indicator based on indigenous knowledge, those are technical government to government meeting, just USACE to Miccosukee tribe, so those aren't necessarily open to the public. However, any performance measure indicator that we use to make a decision usually will have a documentation sheet that we do present either in a plan formulation sub-team meeting or an eco sub-team meeting. So there is documentation of all of these, we just call them a doc sheet to say, here's why we did this. And that will be shared. And then the other performance indicators that we were creating for this process were presented numerous times at the public eco sub-team meetings. And, Walter, Femita, if you have anything you want to add, please go ahead.
Thank you.
Yeah, no, I was just going to say a lot of that information that is available, we can pass it on because we are leveraging the science arm of CERP Recover. Every one of the performance measures that Recover works on has extensive documentation and peer review. And then most of these were used in COP, so they were documented in the eco model that was in the COP documentation. We will develop documentation for CEP 1.0 for any of the additional metrics that have been added. And I think CEP 1.0 is in that way kind of taking a lesson learned from COP to bring in additional tree island performance measures, other things to try to make sure that we have a robust suite of tools. They're just not fully documented yet because we don't have a document because we're in the middle of formulation.
Yeah, I can add little more. It's like a CEP 1.0 process is going on for some time, and there are like eco-sub-team discussion almost for 2 years. And we learn a lot of things from that discussion. So, and CORE has process to document. So.
All right, Jeff, Margaret, then Philip, and then we'll have to move on.
Is this mic still working? Yep. Looks like the battery is gone. Up here.
It's still green.
So I didn't see anything specific about marl prairies. Is that handled in vegetation suitability? Or are you handling impacts on marl prairies in some other way?
Actually, I discussed about this, but maybe you didn't mention very specifically about marlberries. The Northwest Shark River Slough, all the issues that I discussed, why it is so difficult for this area to handle a lot of water is the part of the reason is that there are marlberries there. There's like one sub-pop for Cape Sable seaside sparrow, which is an endangered species. That is the area, and during deviation time frame, that's where we get a lot of stress. And we, throughout this eco-sub-team discussion, we talked about target for marlberries as well. But my presentation didn't include specifically for marlberries. But I can provide a lot of information on that.
And while you're looking for your button, I'll just add, so the iModel target suite does include targets for marl prairie areas. Many of the gauges are in the marl prairies. And similarly, the ecology suite that Lisa showed, there are indicator regions in the marl prairies that have their own objectives consistent with those landscapes. And just anecdotally, I showed you the lower, shallower target suite for Northeast Shark River Slough. Part of the rationale there was actually finding a water surface that might hedge toward having better conditions in a marl prairie.
That's what I figured.
Yeah, it's not the only consideration, but that's one of the reasons why we want to carry this range forward of looking at things so that we can have the conversation about where do things go.
Thanks for the presentations. My question is on the evaluation, and especially for the water quality. How are you defining the base condition?
Lisa, do you want to do that or you want me to?
Please, yeah, I'm not the water quality team lead, if you have anything to add.
Yeah, so in general, the baseline condition in a federal process is based on the as authorized conditions on the ground. So in this case, we're looking to implement this project circa 2027. So we're looking at a base condition around that time that would have the authorized operations, would have all of the infrastructure that would be built and in place based on the construction timeline. And so we'd be looking at a no action alternative that basically has today's operations, today's way of managing the system. And then we'd be looking at alternatives that change those operations and comparing them in that way. So I think the water quality evaluation that Lisa mentioned, the check, is going to be done in that same way based on the comparison to the project baseline. But from a water quality perspective, more broadly, there's a regulatory program, there's a technical oversight committee that works and looks at this part of the system and is interested in what's happening with evolving conditions at Tamiami Trail and in other parts of the system under various federal consent decrees. So there's a kind of a parallel conversation that happens on kind of real world water quality that supplements the planning discussion that we have, where it's kind of more of a high level check to make sure that we're not doing anything that would go too far off the rails.
So because if I can follow up on that a little bit, because it's defined at the time of authorization. So thinking system-wide and that different parts are authorized at different times, and therefore that means there's a different baseline for each. So maybe. So how do you reconcile those?
Yeah, so this is the operating plan that brings together the operations of all of those individual things. So the construction authorization is different from the operational authorization. So the construction proceeds, and then this operating plan takes all the pieces that have been constructed. And outside of OTMP, you talked about like the OTMP and kind of like initial testing, right? Like when you get to the actual operation of the facility, this stitches together all the different pieces and tries to use them in a consistent, coherent way in order to meet the system objectives. So this will be the ultimate operating plan until the next increment for many of those features that are going to come online in the next 2, 3, 4 years, like the 631, 632, et cetera. Did that answer your question? Yeah.
Thank you. Up is the baseline, basically, right? I mean, as a system, no, okay.
No, so yes, except that the COP deviation is happening. So I don't know how that's going to play out, but because, again, it gets into federal process, like is a deviation is it permanent or is it right? So those conversations are still happening, but yeah, it's essentially COP as your starting point and you're comparing to COP, and I won't drag you through the minutia of deviations.
Yeah. Let me add to this. COP is the current water control plan, and we are thinking about the next water control plan, which is CERP 1.0. So what we have as water control plan is COP, but we are going through, as Walter mentioned, that we are going through plan deviation at this moment. But deviation is supposed to be considered as deviation, not as water control plan. So this is why COP could be a potential base.
Thank you very much, especially Walter, because I had a number of questions about the material that we were given in the briefing book, and you cleared them up, which is one of the benefits of having the person who created them talk through them. My question is really a follow-on to Kathy's question about choices of performance measures. And what I was wondering about, because Famida told us about the lessons learned from COP. Those strike me not only as operational questions, but also questions related to things you should be monitoring. And if so, then using the old, that suggests that you might need new or a different way of thinking about some of the performance measures if you want performance measures that will tell you about whether you're actually learning the lessons, implementing the lessons from COP. Am I thinking about that correctly?
So I'll say yes, and not to give you too much of a bureaucratic answer, but the key there is that conversation evolves in parallel through many different projects and programs, right? So all of that lesson learned and all of that evolution, there's action being taken right now in Recover to develop a ridge performance measure, right? There's conversations happening with the Miccosukee tribe and others about tree islands, right? So those things happen. They don't all necessarily fall under one particular project umbrella, in this case, CEP 1.0, but CEP 1.0 tries to leverage the available information that's matured and in our own part kind of evolve the conversation through discussions like we're having with the different target suite, which probably won't land in CEP 1.0. Like it's more information on the table, but that'll probably go back to Recover and others for larger discussion because we don't at the project level have all of the expertise available to us. So yes, it's moving forward. It's going to move forward across multiple fronts within the CERP program.
Thanks. I think this will be short. So you're using 2014 performance measures, which are for the most part outputs, not outcomes. And you had that big joint ecological modeling effort that you had a whole bunch of new ecological models. Is there at some point a plan to transition from just outputs to outcomes and utilizing those models?
So those models will be utilized as part of the evaluation strategy, I believe. I'm maybe looking to, okay, Gina's giving me the nod. So that's, so yes, we work closely with the Joint Ecosystem Modeling Group made up of Department of the Interior and USGS. All of our tools, our regional model tools, are fed into those ecological tools, and you've probably seen those before. So they were actually, I think the first time that happened was in Central Everglades planning back in 2012, 2014. And we've used them in each step of the process since in COP and in CEP 1.0 as well. So we will have that information available. I'm not sure how it fits into the formulation matrix that Lisa was showing or what part of the process it comes in, but we do plan to apply the ecological tools as well.
Thanks, everyone. And if you have more questions, you can ask in our 10-minute break, which we're going to have now. Thank you, everyone, for your presentations and the answers to all of our questions. It's been super informative. So we're going to have a 10-minute break now. So what's time? Yeah, 3:31. There's a ton of sugar and fat and carbs over there to keep us all awake. So go for it. Thank you.
I'd like to be a rep off. Thanks, Lisa.
I just wanted to add to the response. Recover has updated those performance measures since 2014 with our new SOL.
Okay.
So those are continuing to be updated. They've been updated to the new period of time.
Good.
And we've also updated the indicator region when we switched from NSM to NSRSM. Those had to be translated to the grid, right? So what we did was a double check of these are still being indicator regions where there were areas of overlap, where we had to make decisions to, like, one was partially in, it was partially out. You know, what makes sense in a new grid. So all of that work has already been done. So the even though they're the same measures that we're using, they've been updated long. So none of it is still. So when we have new information, we have the same indicators. You know, the same things we're trying to get to. We're trying to restore slough.
Right.
So we're using the slough performance measure, which has been updated over the years. So hopefully that.
And I was just curious as to whether Walter was using those performance measures in those aggregated zones.
Absolutely.
Okay,
Yep.
right. So,
Everything works hand in hand.
right.
Yeah. Okay.
I would have expected that.
Yeah.
But I've learned that sometimes asking the dumb questions is like, oh, we didn't think about that. So that's the only reason for pushing hard on that, because, you know, that's what's going to be used to rank and provide the information to a decision maker.
And there's going to be trade-offs, and, you know, you'd be, you know, pulling, this. There's going to be areas that are going to have a little bit less impact and have a little bit more.
That's where those spider diagrams tell you
Where it's gonna happen.
either about the different indicators or the aggregates for the different zones.
Yep.
And that's the raw material that I can produce on. And I don't have to make the decision.
Right.
That's somebody else who gets paid has the responsibility.
That decision, you know
Right.
what I mean? Because that's the ecological performance, and then we have to put it in well quality.
You should have been part of this conversation too.
Which one?
What we were just having.
Oh, yeah, no, that's what I headed over. I mean, you asked you asked the question much better than I did about, like, so yeah, can you repeat?
Absolutely. So when we first started playing back in 2020, we worked with Recover to identify indicators for performance.
Yeah.
Those measures have the same type of analysis that we talked about.
Yeah.
Like how we divide it into regions, trend sets, and indicator regions. We rolled them
Yeah,
up and all
yeah,
of that.
yeah.
We did the same type of process in and those same indicators, the same things that we're interested in, they're, if you remember, attached to a project objective. So you have an objective, you have associated performance.
Right, right.
So that's why we go back.
Right.
The performance measures. And we say what from the lessons learned, what I was telling Philip, and those performance measures have to be stagnant.
Okay.
They've been updated with the new period record.
Okay, that's good to go.
Yeah, so all of that happens. We're doing the last part now is the official documentation sheet, but all of the knowledge, all of that update comes. We did it after LOSUM, during this process because we wanted to use all of the updated stuff. Which we talked about in June.
Great, that's really helpful. So the question that Denise asked at the end about moving from measures that are to things that what do we really care about? And so I was talking to some Jennifer John, I'm sorry.
Yep.
And things like developing ecosystem service modules and like to actually measure much more of like behavioral change in people and birds and the values of all that.
chart here.
So starting on Monday is, as she called it, our battle rhythm. Starting on Monday is when we do our data poll. And what that means is that our meteorologists are pulling together their forecasts for the week, and our water managers are getting an assessment of where they are opening and shutting gates and what the depths are in the various places. And then my team is looking at all of the ecological data. So we're looking at floodplain inundation, what data we collected recently as far as bird usage, what the salinity is in the estuaries, what the lake levels are, how's the submerged aquatic vegetation doing, all of the good ecological data that will help feed into making these decisions. And then we create our slide deck, which will then gets shared at the agency meeting in conjunction with the Corps' presentation as well as some of the other agencies. We then pull all of that together into a summary report that we post on our webpage on Fridays. It's publicly available, and you can go through and you can see all of the slides and all of our assessments of those slides. And then that report gets further summarized by our leadership, and that gets transferred up to the Corps for the joint synthesis and the decision process.
Yeah, so once we've gotten all of those points, this is an example using Lake Okeechobee. So the decision maker for Lake Okeechobee is the Jacksonville District Commander. It's a pretty unique situation. Most water managers in the Corps are making the decisions sort of on their own. In this case, we have the highest level of leadership engagement, which is extremely warranted. And whoever sits in that seat on any given day is making that decision on what our strategy will be for Lake Okeechobee operations, and sometimes gets involved in the specifics of the water conservation area operations as well. All right, so some details on the new meeting structure that we have, because I know some of you have questions on that. Really, this was a way for us to consolidate, make more efficient, and expand the scope of what we were doing prior to LOSM. LOSM just gave us a really good opportunity to reevaluate what we were doing. We had a lot of meetings going on with a lot of different stakeholders, a lot of different partner agencies, and we really wanted to look at it holistically and sort of bring together and expand. So the first one is the agency input and data collection. This is just federal and state agencies, as well as tribes and the Corps and the Water Management District, who we call the operating agencies of the CNSF. And we're coordinating and collaborating with those folks on water management operations. And we're exchanging information. We're telling them what we're doing on any given week. They're kind of giving us information about what they're working on. It's an opportunity for those agencies to tell us their desired outcomes. And that's really important for us as water managers to understand what the desired outcome is on any given week. And then for everybody to use the district and the Corps to use this information in order to operate the system with a benefits approach. And I won't go through the agenda, but the next one is the local one, which has a very similar objective. The main difference is that we're just narrowing, we're making it more specific to local government staff and elected officials. And then we also have a pretty robust public comment period. So you'll notice that we are still exchanging information. The general objectives are the same. In terms of how we interact with the public is a little different. We have a public comment period where we just collect input from the public, as opposed to, a back and forth collaboration. Okay, so 3 times a year, we have a seasonal assessment meeting, which is they're the exact same meetings, just bigger in scope of duration. So I'll take an example of beginning of the dry season. We're going to be looking at how we've done over the past season, so the past wet season, and then looking forward over the entire rest of the next season and what our goals and objectives might be. What are some areas of concerns? What areas of the system are resilient? What aren't? What are the main issues we're looking at? Because on a normal week-to-week basis, we're thinking about last week and next week. We're looking at shorter time periods, and then 3 times a year, we're really zooming out and thinking, okay, how have things been going? What's our bigger picture here? So on a week-to-week basis, my team is rolling up that synthesizing the information. This was, I just drew some snapshots of some slides that I present to our commander every week. The slides on the right are actually slides that Cassandra's team generates every week. And a lot of that is just one-to-one regurgitated to the commander. He can see the exact data. I mean, they're real in the weeds with us on this stuff. Our commander can look at the slide and tell you what all of those graphs mean, and he's got it. Like, he sees those every week and he knows what they mean. And so we use the data directly to brief our leaders. And then we also slide on the left is example of our planning team summarizing the input that we get from different agencies. I think I used an example of Loxahatchee Wildlife Refuge is on the top there, what Loxahatchee asked for this week and recommended, and that's presented to the commander in a slide deck as well. We give the specifics of the recommendation, but then we also give him kind of a bottom line up front verbally, and then he can kind of go and read the specific comments on his own or her own. All right, so as we all know, the Central and Southern Florida project has a lot of different project purposes. And especially as a water manager, we're in charge of balancing all of them. And I wish I could tell you that I had a magic machine in my office where I plug in all of the data every week and then it pops out an answer for us. I don't have one of those. It's on order, but it's not here yet. The key is there is a bevy of people at our agencies that are working on this and are part of the decision making. And really it's a human process, and it's not an exact science. It's not objective, wholly objective, I should say. There's a whole lot of data but it's not an algorithm, right? And one of the things we talked about in LOSM, which is transferring the entire system, is this concept that on any given day or any given month, our priorities aren't exactly the same. While on a large scale, I have to balance all of our project purposes as a whole. On a given day, if say Lake Okeechobee is at 17 feet, which is very high, and it's raining like crazy, your worries and your priorities are different than they would be if you're in the middle of a drought, right? So you balance the system based on what's going on and what's sitting in front of you right now and what are the challenges you're facing right now. So this concept of you balance it all, but on any given day, being able to focus and reorder your priorities based on what's going on in the antecedent conditions. Anything to add to that balancing, Cassandra?
The one thing that's kind of not on here is things that are out of our control. And that is sometimes people. There are people outside of our normal operational conversations that can still influence, especially those external stakeholders. If you get a very strong voice with a very strong reason for doing something, that might be the way that we go. So I would put an extra bullet on there of community politics. I don't know what you would want to call it, but there's a lot of things that go into our decision processes, and sometimes it's not within our control.
Okay, so with that, we'll go into our first case study. We're going to talk about what we call recovery operations. This is a water management tool that was added in LOSM to mitigate against Lake Okeechobee ecological effects, and we'll go into that a little bit more. The cover slide here is a slide that one of Cassandra's team members took, and it's the same tree on 2 different years. So last year we were looking at Lake Okeechobee with pretty degraded ecological conditions due to some high water. We'll go into that, how we made the decision to implement recovery operations, and then what have been the, sort of effects we've seen already. So it's pretty recently. So we don't have all the analysis yet, but we'll go through some of our, what we've seen already. So just introducing LOSM, Lisa showed a spider graphic. We love these things at the core. This is what we call a spider graphic. And don't get too bogged down on reading all of this. But what I want you to take away is think of Lake Okeechobee as you blow up a balloon, right? And you've got a balloon here, and it's this shape. If you squeeze it, in a certain way, it's going to become a different shape. But it's still the same amount of air inside the balloon. If you let it go and then you squeeze it in a different way, you squeeze it from the top, well, it's going to pop out one side, right? It's still the same balloon. And with LOSUM, yes, we added some infrastructure along the way, but really, we don't have full CERP build out. So we're still working with generally the same balloon. So what this shows is the black line is the no action, which was LOR's 2008. And in the spider graphic, you want to be closest to the center. All of this is normalized to be better towards the middle. And then the blue is the LOSUM preferred alternative. So you can see that in most of our metrics, the key metrics, these aren't the only metrics we use. These are just the most important ones to kind of show the big picture effect. We got closer to the center. Well, where did the balloon pop out? It popped out on lake ecology. So you can see at the top that lake ecology metrics got worse in LOSUM than they were under LORS. So the recovery operations was sort of a mitigating tool that we could use occasionally to improve ecological conditions within the lake.
So what we have here are two graphs with what the stages were in the lake over the course of an entire calendar year. And the one on the left is our ecological envelope, and that's the gray band that's in the middle. You can see over the course of a year, we start off with fairly high water. As we move through the dry season, the water levels go down. We hit the wet season, they start coming back up again. And that band is where we find it ecologically valuable for lake ecology, i.e. the wading birds are getting prey production when they need that, as well as foraging. So we like to see a little bit of drawdown so that the prey get concentrated. It's easier for the birds to feed. SAV growth, we like to have a little bit lower water so that the plants can get sunlight through the water column so that they can grow, they can create fish habitat. So within that band, there's a whole lot of different ecological indicators that are in their sweet spot over the course of the year. And what you can see from that graph on the left is that there are some years where the water levels are below that preferred ecological envelope. There are a few that are actually doing pretty well. 2022 actually stayed in the envelope almost all of the year. And then there are some that are really high. 2023, we bounced into the envelope just once, but all the rest of the time, we were way above it. And that is what triggered us to say, okay, we've got a problem here. When we started 2024, we started at the high end where we left off at 23, and you can see it's still very, very high. What I'm showing on the right-hand side is our recovery envelope. So it's actually an artificial lowering of the lake below the ecological band on purpose. And the reason for that is to help the dry season conditions create that wading bird foraging prey density and this SAV growth opportunity. We had lost a whole lot of our grasses in the lake, and it was impacting habitat significantly. And I'll show you a graph here in a second on what I mean by significantly. But you can see that 2024, the setup for that was a very, very wet year. And so at the end of 2024, where that red line ends, is where we started our recovery operations, and we started artificially lowering the lake.
One thing I'll just add really quick, these envelopes are based on the recover performance metric for the lake. So if you want to know how those were developed, you can check that out there.
Okay, so here's our 2024 submerged aquatic vegetation measurements that our lake ecologists do. The graph on the far left, you can see where seagrass or SAV is versus where it isn't. And it's mostly red. We were in big trouble in 2024 as far as our SAV. And the graph on the upper right shows you the numbers of where we were. We had been coming down since 2019, 2020 with the amount of measured acres of grass in the lake. And so going into 24, we were in really serious condition. And most of it was in the vascular plants that we did have, which is tape grass, Vallisneria is our dominant grass in the lake. And that's pretty much all that we had left.
All right, so in the fall of 2024, this is, don't want you to get too bogged down in reading the words, but I wanted to give you the exact, like this exact slide that I briefed our leadership when we were looking to make this decision. So what this is a super high level overview of what, you know, the indicators were. We just went through, you know, we had not receded on the lake below 13 feet. We had been moderately high for several years. We had significantly depleted submerged aquatic vegetation. So those are all sort of checked green, like this is an indicator that you should evaluate doing recovery operations under LOSIM. Always a human decision point, and you would initiate it in the dry season. So that's why this was evaluated in the fall. So following the wet season, starting the dry season. You can see the allowable releases there in the bottom left. When we formulated recovery operations under LOSIM, we did so in a way that the releases to the Caloosahatchee, the St. Lucie, the Everglades, the Lake Worth Lagoon, they were all going to be sort of the maximum that we could do without causing any stress or harm to the downstream users and environments. So these flows that we're allowed to do are already sort of measured to where we wouldn't be causing any undue harm. And then on the right, you sort of have a big picture overview of all the things that were going on that year. We didn't have a significant ENSO condition. We didn't have like a significant El Nino or a significant La Nina. We looked at the last 5 years of the lake level, kind of what Cassandra went through. We evaluated those time periods and sort of looked at that. We asked about snail kite conditions and any considerations we should have for that while they're doing nesting, wading birds. And basically the conversation of long-term benefits of recovery ops versus a short-term pain. And we'll talk about that short-term pain on the next couple some slides later, especially with snail kites. But overall, the consensus from partners and stakeholders was, we agree that this is a good idea. We're nervous. The estuaries were nervous. Some of the folks around the lake are nervous who depend on it for water supply, right? But we think this is a good idea. We want to get the lake healthy. And at the bottom, you can see some success metrics. This is also based on the recover performance metric of making sure we get below 12 feet or below 11 feet for a certain amount of time in the summer growing period. So again, this is another way that, so on the left is a slide that I produced where in 2024, we rolled up conditions again for the commander. And on the right, you can see kind of Cassandra's team's way of doing this, which is rolling up the conditions to their leaders to make a decision. And it was a really hard decision to make, especially we had a new commander. It was his first season and he was coming in and had to make a pretty big decision. So he did with the help and support of the district and of his staff. But it was a hard one for him. Anything else to add on this slide, Cassandra? Okay, so another tool that we use, one of the questions you guys posed was, show us some of the tools that you use to help make decisions. Well, this is a forecasting tool that we use called the Core Water Management System. It's a modeling tool for Lake Okeechobee where we can look out long-term based on sort of normal precipitations, and we can scale that precipitation up and down. You can see at the bottom, it's like 20% of normal versus 80% of normal, different, let's see. Yeah, so there's 3 different precip scenarios. And basically I just wanted to show you that like when we were sitting in the winter time, we were looking out all the way to the summer and thinking about how, if we got different rainfall scenarios, how that might affect reaching our success metrics for recovery ops. So this is one of our tools. And at the far end of the graph, you can see that on the 28th of August, we were still very much in our range there. So we had a really good forecasting year, and mostly because Mother Nature didn't throw a curveball at us this year. But things were very well behaved. This is just one of the tools that we use. So I wanted to show you guys a very real example of something that my team uses. So we came out of recovery ops after the end of the, when the wet season started. And we're still in the process of gathering all the data to see how it went, but we've got some information already, and we'll talk about positives and negatives.
So I'm going to direct you to the very last bullet point. We had a hunt as of a few days ago. It's probably got 185 now that we've been in the recovery ecological envelope. We've successfully made our metric and then some, and the results have been phenomenal for certain things. So I showed you that SAV graph prior to. This includes this summer's survey, and look at the pop. We had a really successful grow in of SAV. The bottom middle picture, Indian River Prairie, it shows you the SAV that came back into that area is very lush, very dense. We also had the opportunity, because of the artificially low late stages, to do a couple of activities. One of them on the left was we actually went in and planted 4,000 plants in Fish Eating Bay. It was bulrush, and that's what that looks like on the ground after it got done. And we are already starting to see some additional recruitment, where we're starting to see that those plants have created some ram eats and moved out. So that's really exciting. And then one of the other things we've been able to do is to do a prescribed burn in the Moorhaven Marsh that had been long overdue. So we were able to burn out some of the species that we didn't want, like we've got a lot of willow in there, and get a nice return of the grasses that we do. So we had some really good successes. We had a lot of increased water clarity in the edges of the lake, which is amazing. If any of y'all are familiar with the water in the lake, it's very dark, very colored, very turbid. And you could actually see through the water at pretty significant depth along the edges of the lake. So we were very, very pleased with those results.
So some negative and mixed outcomes that we had. So navigational impacts was definitely one that we felt across the Corps is sort of tasked with providing navigation from the Atlantic to the Gulf and back and forth through 2 routes through the lake, as well as through the Okeechobee Waterway. And we were below 12.56 feet for 158 days. So when we get below that level, we're actually not providing the authorized navigational depth in the waterway. It's not something that we have to provide, but it's something that's the authorized channel depth. So below 12.56, we're having navigational impacts. We did receive a lot of feedback from folks on the waterway, as well as from like Florida Inland Navigation District and others, that they were really having challenges. There were a lot of areas that had, that are normally deep enough that maybe are even outside the channel or directly in it. It was just, there was a lot of challenges that we had. We had greatly reduced snail kite nesting this year. The graph on the bottom left there shows the kites observed on the lake and compared to 2024 and 2025 over the course of the nesting period, which generally goes from around January, February to May. And we had a pretty poor nesting year for kites, which was expected in terms of having lower lake levels, but short-term pain for hopefully better habitat for apple snails and everything on the lake, so that in the subsequent years, the nesting and the foraging will be better. But short-term pain was definitely kite nesting on the lake. And then wading birds was kind of a mixed bag. We had up on the top, you can see this is the count of the number of wading birds seen on the lake as compared to the average there on the blue trace. So we had a really, really good wading bird activity in like March and April, and then not so great in May. So definitely mixed there. And there's definitely other impacts that we're still assessing. We're working on an after action report, which will really summarize and evaluate the information. But the key point here is that there are definitely some trade-offs that had to have happened for this to happen. And with that, I'll stop rambling on and hopefully answer some questions and provide some clarity on anything we went over.
Okay, so before we go on to the second case study, do any committee members have any questions?
Helen, I have a comment if I can intercede here.
Where? Oh, sorry, Al. I thought you were Fred Sklar. I thought that sounded.
Hey, don't insult me.
Sklar.
Come on.
All right, yes, go for it, Al.
Thank you. Savannah, I'm not sure you're aware of this, but this is exactly what happened in 2000, 2001. Almost, the hydrographs are almost exactly the same. The conversations around South Florida were exactly the same. The pressures were exactly the same. And the results were exactly the same. So the first comment is, I feel the pain, and I can tell you that you're doing a job when everyone is equally pissed off at you. So if there's any solace in that. And then secondly, are you even aware that this happened 25 years ago? Was there any lessons learned from that history? Just out of curiosity.
Absolutely. There's a very good report that was written up on it that I've definitely read. Yes, history tends to repeat itself, and the same risks and the same, the same concerns were there. And a lot of it is left up to Mother Nature to help or not help, and to avoid really bad negative impacts or make good things even better. So the key that we went into that was all of these conditions are met. We could do some good here. There are risks, which definitely played out in the 2000-2001 scenario.
One of the risks was the firing of the executive director of the Water Management District, because we relied on the predictions from the NOAA Climate Prediction Center that it would be a wet fall, and it wasn't. In fact, we had some of the all-time low levels in the lake at that time. So fortunately, nobody lost a job over this as in the past. So there's some lessons learned there. But I'd say if there wasn't one lesson there, it would be that not to rely solely on climate predictions and make sure that you have a contingency plan in place.
Absolutely. And, I think that we've, at least from my perspective, when we brief our leaders on some of these products, like this is a good example. The Climate Prediction Center is extremely knowledgeable and the best in the land, but we have to acknowledge what certainties and uncertainties go around Florida and our wet season and dry season, right? So we have a much better forecasting capability in the dry season. The wet season rainfall predictability is extremely low because of our tropical influence, right? So when we look at those prediction centers, like above normal precipitation, it's a data point, but it's not something that I would ever put any stakes on, right? I'm not putting my.
I get it. I get it. I just, you don't have to defend it. I just wanted to make sure you were aware of what happened 25 years ago, and that, we don't continue making the same mistakes. So thank you for that. And thank you for the very nice analysis.
Thank you. And I will say, not to sound ominous, but the full conclusion of this isn't there yet. We're still very recently after this has been done. We really need to go through a full wet season, dry season after recovery operations to sort of say, okay, this has been a positive thing, because what could happen was we get a hurricane and the lake pops up and we really lose all of those benefits that we had, or we have a dry season and we go into a drought and now we're in water supply concerns and now it's all my fault. Like there's a lot of ways that this could go awry and very few of it is under my control. So the verdict is out on whether or not we can put a red or a green check mark over this.
Well, you're talking to somebody who had a death threat after this whole event happened in 2000. So I can, empathize with you, and hopefully you don't have to go down that route either.
I hope so too. Okay.
Phil?
Very quick question. There we go. No, that's replaced. You had measures of success, but those were for a single year. So what's your how are you going to measure success in the long term? Is this something that's going to be continued for 5 years, or this was a 1 year and now we go back to normal?
Yeah, no, that's a great question. So I think the metrics are going to be the ecological metrics, like how is the actual ecosystem responding? How is the grass doing? How are the wading birds doing? Are the kites back? How are the apple snails? What's the bass fishery like in 3 years? I mean, we're going to have to keep looking at this. We're going to do an AAR this dry season with caveats of like, there's a lot of stuff that could change in the future, and have sort of some trigger points to say if any of this stuff is looking like it could have been a thing down the road, let's do an addendum or something to the after action and look at this next year or the year after. So definitely understand that there could be multi-year effects. So we're going to do an initial one with recommendations on when we might follow up.
Tiffany?
So I'm curious how you managed all the stakeholder concerns coming into this, as Al's sort of reflecting, there are a lot. And LOSUM kind of set you up. I know the estuaries to the Caloosahatchee, they want water. The St. Lucie, LOSUM has zone D, 0 discharge. So you're sort of, you presented it as we can send them water up to this limit, but they never really wanted the water in the first place. So was that a conversation that had to be had, or was that part of the performance measure that said you can really have this much, but even though you don't want it? How do you broach that? And then the opposite side is, it's clearly the water users who are concerned about it going too low. How did that take place?
It wasn't one conversation, it was many. Every week, every day, every hour. Yeah.
So one thing I do want to add, we did send water to the St. Lucie during this operation. And one of the metrics that my team does, we have a modeler on board who has a hydrologic model of the St. Lucie. And before those releases got made, he ran those models and he was able to say, if we send 500 CFS, the salinity at our compliance point is going to be X. And if we send this CFS, so that way it could help buffer. Yes, no, as Al said, if everybody's pissed off, you did your job. But we were able to confine the impact and better understand what we were doing. Like if we sent 500 CFS, we were staying within the salinity envelope for the oysters. And so, yeah, the water might not look as pretty, but the ecological harm was minimized. So that was one of the tools that helped feed into the decision of let's send water to the St. Lucie.
Yeah, and this required a whole lot of coordination and communication at every echelon level. So it required me and my staff to be talking to staff at all of our partner agencies, to be talking to the public, and then every level up to the commander and even at SAD to talk to folks about this, to talk to Congress members, to talk to, other agents. It just every level of communication was happening. I know that our commander was talking to Congress people on a weekly basis to get updates. And we're still talking to them about how things have gone. But the St. Lucie was actually a good example. We didn't put the graph. We should have put the spectacular oyster spawn that we've had in the St. Lucie. We had like a record-breaking one.
We do have it.
We do have it?
We do have it. You put it on there.
Did I put that? Okay. It's like very small, but it's there. Let's go back. Okay.
There it is.
So this big spike in oyster spawn, that's like 5 times the average of what we typically see for that month. It was really, really good oyster spawning season in June this year. So we took that as we didn't have a significant impact on oysters. And in fact, they were very happy in this particular instance. So that was a really good, a good news story there.
Okay, thanks. So we can move on to the next case study. Thank you.
Okay, so we'll start out here, kind of going with that same theme of like, the tree. We're looking, what you're seeing here are some wood stork nests on the left and then some abandoned wood stork nests on the right. We're going to talk about COP deviations over the last 5-6 years. We've done a lot of them. You've heard Famita talk a little bit about some of them. And we're just going to talk about some of the challenges that we have, trying to focus on trade-offs and how we make those decisions and what sort of has been happening in the immediate past. And then end with talking a little bit about the variability in the hydrologic conditions. And we're in a pretty dry period right now, and what that looks like and how we sort of kind of navigate through those different extremes. Oh, does this have animations? Okay, hold on, bear with me. Make sure they're all clicked. Okay, so there's a lot on this slide, but basically what I want to introduce like the system. So we have 3A on the top there, Everglades National Park below. There's a lot of considerations. There's a lot of constraints. We'll start at the top and kind of work our way around and just talk about a few of them. So we have our 3A resources. That includes wildlife resources, recreational resources, cultural resources. There's a lot going on in 3A, as you saw in the field yesterday. Looking at over to the East Coast, or towards the east, we have the East Coast Protective Levee there. We'll talk more about that on a few slides from now. That's a big concern from us. That's what protects the Everglades from, protects all the folks that live over here on the coast from flooding in the Everglades. It's a very important levee, and it has a lot of, it carries a lot of weight when we get into high water conditions. Looking at L29, we have the constraints there at L29 as we work on raising the road and finishing all those infrastructure projects. We have constraints there that we must maintain. Down in South Dade, we have authorized flood mitigation in the Las Palmas community. We have flood protection along the L31 North and C111. We also have environmental targets to send water to Taylor Slough, and kind of getting cut off there on the display, but we want to minimize his releases through S197 and promote sheet flow through to Florida Bay instead. Looking into Everglades National Park, of course, we have our subpopulations for the sparrows. There in the graph there, we have all of the resources within Everglades National Park to include cultural resources and different habitats, as you know, throughout that have different needs and different areas. And on the top left there, you have the regulation schedule for 3A that we have in place, which is called COP, the Combined Operational Plan. And you have Zone A shown in the red and then Zone B in the green, where we implement the Tamiami Trail flow formula. For the sparrows, we also have our closure periods, which are down there in the left. Don't get too caught up in reading the words, but we have a lot of constraints there on the S12s and the S343s for those. So there's a lot to worry about down here is the key takeaway from that slide. The next one, Cassandra and I will go through just sort of in the last, 10 years, what we've been through. We've been through a lot of wet periods and we've had a lot of emergencies coming up. So maybe you can hit on some of the ones on the left and we'll go through.
Sure. So I'm a scientist, not a water manager. So I had to reach out to our water managers to get the details on this. I was looking for a deviations for dummies, and they gave me a dissertation instead. So I'm going to hit the highlights of what I learned. They didn't provide any information on the El Nino event from, was it 2016? So
yeah.
skipping that one. But for the June 17 event, we had high water throughout the water conservation areas. So the Corps led with opening a lot of the structures as they moved through the system in order to get water through. And what we did is we were able to provide temporary pumps at some of the strategic structures where the structure might not had the capacity to move as much water as we needed. So the district put in some temporary pumps to help assist. And then one of the other things was that we were able to change our operational protocols for the structures that we actually own towards the bottom of the system. So that was how we were able to assist with that deviation. And then for later in the year, we still had really high water due to some hurricane events, and water conservation area 2 was high. And what we were able to do was get permission to hold that water back in 2A at a higher level than we otherwise normally would have. So that was one way to help alleviate some of the flooding downstream by holding that water back. And then the tropical storm Ella, that one was pretty complicated. It required a lot of coordination with U.S. Fish and Wildlife Services. We needed to get biological opinions on a lot of the different areas in order to either open a gate that is normally closed or vice versa. But that one was pretty complicated, and the district helped with getting those biological opinions.
Oh, sure. Yeah, I'm sorry. That's a good point. So the shaded blue is the conservation area 3A, 3 station average. So it's the water levels. On the left is the elevation in feet NGVD. In the red is the regulation schedule. So that denotes zone A and zone B. And then on the top, sort of the middle there, the red and the amber lines are levee safety lines. Those are indicators of when the water management district staff need to go out and inspect that East Coast protective levee on regular intervals. So if you're at the red, which you can see that we were in 2020 and approaching it in 2017, I think that's like a daily inspection of the entire levee, which is a very serious situation. It doesn't mean that something's going to fail right now. It just means that like the risk is extraordinarily high. So that's a good, thank you for pointing this out. And then the pink line is the emergency high water line under COP. That denotes a line in the water control plan where we have some additional flexibilities and sending water out of 3A if we go above that. So that's a new thing in COP based on lessons learned from the previous years. It gives us a little bit more flexibility. But on the left-hand side of the screen, which is the ones that Cassandra just went over, it was just flood fight mode, constant rain events, big, worries about the East Coast Protective Levee. In 2017, we actually were projecting that the S12s could actually just overtop. Like, please let us open the S12s. Water is going to start flowing over top of them. That's where we were in those years, where we were just like, get the water out at all costs. It was just like, we had a lot of water to deal with. But does that explain the graph, I hope, a little bit better? Okay. So moving further to the right, we have a deviation in 2023, which is a little bit more complicated. You can see that the water levels weren't nearly as high as they were like in 2017 and in 2020. This 2023 deviation is getting more at sort of like the compounding effects of all this stuff that's been going on the left. And we're worried about the health of tree islands a little bit more, about these constant flooding events and the duration of the inundation, and taking into account cultural resources that have become at risk because of the conditions on the left-hand side of the graph. So the 2023 deviation was just for the dry season. We kept the S12s and the 343s open longer. And we're able to pull off a quick deviation there. But when we did that, everybody is like, we need to stop playing whack-a-mole here, because that's what we've been doing, and work on a multi-year solution until CERP 1.0, the CERP ops team that you guys were just talking with. So we're working on that now, a multi-year deviation, which would sort of take into account more lessons learned and plug the gap between COP and CERP 1.0. Okay, well, yeah. So before we get into the multi-year deviation a little bit more, I just wanted, this is a more historical look back of how things have been going. So what this is deliveries across Tamiami Trail. And the key is on the right-hand side, the total acre feet of water delivered to Everglades National Park. And all of the colors indicate sort of different operational regimes, and it represents all of those different deviations that we did in different colors. But really the key thing here is that over the years, since 2015, we were in ERTP down to COP, we have been consistently delivering more and more across the trail. Significant hydrologic events like 2017, you can see there, 1.5 million acre feet, that was, tons of rain, but also deviations. We kept the S12s open a lot longer. Things were very wet. 2020, you can see it again, 1.57 million acre feet. 2024, we had a new record of 1.6. We've been consistently bumping it up every year and really sending a record amount of water across the trail, which is a great news story for moving in the right direction on CERP.
Well, before you move on, I
Yes,
just
ma'am.
wanted to draw your attention to 2025. And you see, we started off doing pretty well, and then came April and the water deliveries have started to really fall off. So remember that, it'll come into play in a couple of slides.
This is not a failure. This is just the natural system kind of giving us a little bit of different conditions. So we'll come back to that as we towards the end. So looking at what we're trying to do with this multi-year COP deviation, these are the COP objectives that were when they formulated COP back in, I think they started in 2017 or so, and it was signed in 2020. What did we really want to hone in on to try and, what were we not getting out of COP? And the two key things here are protecting ecological values in 3A and Everglades National Park, as well as including consideration of cultural values and tribal interests and concerns within both 3A and the park. And those are sort of our main opportunities in the COP deviation that we're focusing on. It's currently still undergoing the NEPA process where we've released a draft EA and we've gotten comments, and we're working with the service to get a biological opinion, and we're hoping to get a FONSI signed sometime in the coming months.
Okay, so I want to give you two examples of what the water flow through 3A means to the ecology. And we're going to talk about wading bird foraging in 2A. And 2018 was a banner year. We had an amazing amount of wading birds nesting and successful fledging of birds. We had 120,000 nests that year. And the reason for that, if you look at the graph on the left, is the stages that are in 2A were perfect for prey production, where you see the little thing at the top. We had deep water for a long period of time, so lots of fish and crayfish and all the things that the wood storks really like to eat, had plenty of time to grow, reproduce, and make a lot of prey. And then when the water came down, the water levels came down, they came down at a gradual rate. And so let me back up a little bit. The blue box is when the wood storks come to 3A to feed. Prior to that, they are out at the coast, they're in Big Cypress, and once those areas dry down, they eventually migrate inland for their prey at the very end of the dry season, because that's pretty much what's left. All of the prey on the coast is now gone. So they're coming in, this is their point of last refuge, their last nibble of the year, so to speak. And so when they came in March is when they're in this area. We've got a lot of prey, and then the recession rates through that box of what's considered ideal sweet spot water depths for prey concentration, you almost have a 90-degree angle cut through there. It couldn't have been better. And so there was a lot of really successful nests that year, and we had a lot of press about it. It was wonderful. So the setup coming into this year was actually pretty good. We were excited about it. We had some high water levels. They weren't quite as high as they were in 2018, but we've got longer hydro periods. So we're still in that nice spot of prey production in the area, so that when the birds do come in, then they'll have plenty to eat. Unfortunately, what happened is we got a really dry season, and the water levels started to drop way before the birds were ready for it. And it dropped 4 times faster than it did in 2018. And as you can see, the water depths just barely clipped the bottom of the box. And there was not enough time for the birds to be able to get enough sustenance. So we had nest failures in the 60% range. So we did have it was a good nesting season initially, and unfortunately there was not enough food to sustain them through the course of the dry season, and we had a lot of failure. And that's unfortunately the picture that's on the right-hand side is all the nests with the unsuccessful fledging of birds. So yeah, it was a sad year for wood storks this year. But the point of me showing you these two is that even though water managers can do everything that they can to get the conditions the way that we need them to be in this particular area, Mother Nature is driving the bus and we get what we get. And so unfortunately this year we had conditions that were just, they were just too dry. So anything else you want to say?
No, I think, I think what we want to end on is that we've had a dry year and there are some short-term pains, but we've had very wet conditions in the immediate past before that. And I think that it's important to remember that, sometimes we get stuck on this average line and we're like, well, we're above average or we're below average, and that's a problem. While it can be challenging, it's important to remember that the Everglades was never just a normal line. It's a very fluctuating floods, droughts, above, below, that kind of thing. And so it's important to remember that as we face some of these challenges, to remember that that's part of the plan, is that the hydrologic conditions can change and we have to keep up, basically. Yeah.
All right, thank you very much. Just before we go to questions, I'd like to call up the panelists for the next discussion session. So that would be, Tim Breen's on Zoom, Kevin Cuniff, Paul Julian, and Jed Redwine. And while they're settling themselves, we'll take questions. So Phil, do you want to ask a question?
Actually, Michael. Whoops. Sorry. Where's the button? There's the button. So my question actually concerned the last slide, because you do have some control. If you were to shift to a condition-based management rather than what clearly looked like a calendar-based scheduling, do you think it would have been possible, if you had the ability to change, to actually, because you could look at that hydrograph and you're getting too low too quickly, too early, and reduce the flow out of WCA2?
Yeah, I mean, so it's challenging because one of the main objectives of COP was to deliver water to the park, right? And we all know that the Tamiami Trail flow formula is pretty aggressive. It's aggressive, and that's something we knew in COP when we looked at it. We were like, well, the dry years are going to be challenging because the recession rates are probably going to be an issue, right? We have something that we knew, kind of like with LOSUM, we knew the lake ecology was sort of the one that popped out. We knew that dry years were going to be really challenging for 3A under COP. But yes, we do have the flexibility to do less than the Tamiami Trail flow formula under the water control plan. That wasn't what we ended up doing this year, but I think I'll let others weigh in on that too.
So one of the other considerations is size. Water conservation area 2A is actually pretty small compared to 3A. And so even though there might be water there, there was not enough water there to make an impactful difference in the 3A area. So that's another consideration.
Can I just introduce this session before others weigh in? Because I'd like to keep us on track for what this session is supposed to be about. So we're now going to have a discussion about challenges and opportunities to improve science support for large-scale operational decision-making for restoration. I want to note that this discussion is not intended to debate the specific outcomes of the examples presented in the previous presentation, which were made to balance many different objectives and interests. Instead, the committee is particularly interested in the process and tools available that are used to help the agencies understand the potential impacts of these decisions and to weigh trade-offs. So we welcome ideas that could improve this process, and I welcome new panelists, Tim Breen from the Fish and Wildlife Service, who's joining us over Zoom, Kevin Kuniff from the Miccosukee Tribe, Paul Julian from the Everglades Foundation, and Jed Redwine from the Department of Interior. So I wanted to kick off this session by, I think Savannah and Cassandra did a really great job of addressing the first two questions that we had in the agenda, but by all means, if other panelists want to address those too, please go ahead. But I wanted to kick off by asking the third question, which is actually a bunch of questions. Is there a decision-making structure that could be utilized to analyze trade-offs and consequences related to operational decision-making? If so, does that structure utilize any tools such as risk analysis or some version of structured decision-making to assess trade-offs, consequences, likelihood, and risk ratings? And perhaps we'll go with Tim Breen if he's there. Can you hear us, Tim?
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, so we'll let you kick off the discussion, and then others can chime in as they want to.
Okay. Yeah, I'll do my best, and maybe I'll start with is kind of what I was thinking about with this session, and I go back to one of the first slides that I think Savannah put up, where it showed I think it was the decision-making process, and it had the core on the top and the district on the bottom, and there were opportunities for, data input and agency input. Yeah, if you could go back, that would be helpful. Yeah, so this is exactly, I guess, what I think of, and where I think there are additional opportunities. Because when I look at this slide, I see all the arrows going to the right. And in my mind, there should be an arrow that goes from the right and circles back to the left, right? Where we've got more of a decision-making loop.
Oh, hold on just a second, because our projector warms up slowly.
Okay.
Choice to blind our panelists or to show slides, so. Go back a few sentences there, Tim. Now we can see
Oh,
what.
can you all see the slide now? Or are you looking at the slide?
Yes.
Yes, you are looking at the slide?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Yeah. So again, I was just saying, when I thought about this session and I think about decision-making processes and how they're going, that this is exactly what I think of. Again, you see the arrows going to the right, and when I think about how I would like it to be, and not that I'm, the final answer here, but there should be an arrow that goes back to the left, that circles back to the left. We have these agency input and data collection meetings, as they discussed earlier, which are great. They're great opportunities for all of the agencies to provide input. But what I think is missing or could be helpful is for there to be more of a discussion and a circle back. We provide input, and then decisions are made by the operating agencies, but then there's not a discussion back with the other agencies about what exactly went into the decision-making process, which again I think is what this session is about. How did they weigh all of the input from the different entities, and what were the considerations that they thought about in ultimately making their decision? And what I would hope for is more discussions about that, and not for an opportunity for anyone to challenge those decisions, but just for more transparency. We provide all this input. the various user groups and interests. But it would be helpful to hear how that was used or wasn't used in the decision-making process and what drove the decision in that particular instance. And so again, I think there's some opportunities there. The agencies, all of us work really well together. We're all pretty open. I just think this is a place where maybe we can have a little more discussion so that we can all understand, some of the questions that you've got on here for the panel discussion. I'd like to hear some of the answers to that as well. Is there some sort of risk analysis or structured decision-making process that goes into ultimately taking all this information that the agencies and the public provide that then the operating agencies use to make a decision? And so I'll stop there as my initial thoughts and, give everyone else an opportunity to provide input.
So, Tim, I got a quick question. Where would the circle, the arrow go back to?
Well, that's a good question. I think it would go back to the agency input, and it's not, it's not perfect. Maybe this graphic doesn't get at necessarily what I'm talking about, but we have these meetings every week, one for the northern part of the system, one for the southern part, as most of you know. It would be useful and helpful for the entities on those calls to hear more discussion about what were the decisions that were made, last week or 2 weeks ago, and how did you get to those decisions? What influenced your decisions to make those changes that were made? And just a little more transparency.
No, yeah, I appreciate that. The reason why I asked is because we all probably kind of have a different answer to where that arrow would go. And
Sure.
what I see, I gotta turn around here, is there's different ways to look at it, right? So if we want to be holistic about it, we can go back to the very beginning and say, did our forecast meet up with what actually happened? So validating our forecasts is one thing that we could do. Now, granted, that's a lot of effort, and time, and work, and people like me poring over data and ripping our proverbial hair out. But it does kind of circle back to that to kind of get to your point. Yes, and also talking to the agencies help. Did our decision meet what we expected? Okay, make that a win. If it didn't, why? After action report kind of thing. But again, that takes time and effort, and we're flying the seat of our pants, especially when we're drawing down the lake in a drought. And as being an NGO, a quote unquote person in the public, the organizations that aren't agencies can attend these meetings. So that's the public input component of it. And so circling back to that part of it is extremely helpful when you have people that are knowledgeable of the system, that have on the ground observations of, you guys did this last week and this is what we saw. So the observational aspects of it. And yeah, I mean, you can draw an arrow to any one of those boxes, honestly. And I appreciate that point that you made. Anybody else?
Go ahead, Savannah.
Yeah, well, I just was going to say that I wholeheartedly agree with what Tim was saying. And that's one of our objectives in these meetings. We just, we kind of reworked all of this stuff right when we were kicking off recovery ops. So there was like a whole lot of learning curve. And then I went on maternity leave like 4 minutes later. It was like, yeah, I was right. It was like
that was rough.
The timing was not good. But so we're still kind of getting the rhythm of these new meetings and the new agendas, and it's definitely on our vision to have more of that feedback loop. Since ending recovery ops, things have been pretty quiet. We haven't really had any decisions to sort of report back. But we are both of our agencies are definitely tracking that vision for having these are the key things that we looked at last week. Obviously we look at everything every week, we're looking at the whole system, but these are sort of the things that rose to the top of our concerns this week. Like, oh, we were really keyed in on the rain that happened here and we wanted to do, or whatever it was, in that particular thing. So we're tracking that. And I totally agree with Tim. We're going to be working on improving that process over the next coming months and years.
And to be fair, the new meeting structure is completely different than the periodic scientist call, whatever we had before.
Yeah.
And it's growing to be better. Like obviously, like you said, there was growing pains in that first couple months. And you know, the curveball of recovery ops didn't help any. But that being said, it feels a little bit, there's a lot more information. And so it takes a little bit more to digest. But with information with more knowledge comes power, whatever that saying is. But that kind of helps when you have people staring at data and the system and understanding the justifications of what you guys do.
So let's hear from Kevin and then Jed, and then we'll let Denise ask a question.
Just real quick, since we're talking about process, one of the things that the Miccosukee tribe stepped up to try and interject a need for in this whole process of how agencies and the tribes and the general public and all stakeholders come together is looking at the process in and of itself and noting in particular, we are dealing with the Army Corps of Engineers, okay? The Army is a very regimented, process-driven organization, and the Corps of Engineers is no different. Likewise, and for good reason, so is the Water Management District. So where are the opportunities in all of these water control plans, all of these different species management goals, all of the legalities that surround ESA, et cetera, et cetera? Where is the place to be flexible? To be flexible, and I'm going to borrow Mr. Frank's words for what he said a number of times yesterday. Where is the place to interject common sense about what we're seeing within the landscape? What are the conditions telling us that we might need to pivot upon? And that was hard to come by a couple of years ago. I think that that notion has started to come forward a little bit more, which is why we're looking toward a permanent COP deviation as an example of where flexibility is. There has been a convening of agency representatives to continue to look, even within the current operating schedule, where those opportunities for flexibility to manage water in the system are right now, so that we cannot just be reactive to the system. When you have to be reactive, you're usually not in a position of strength. Rather, we can be proactive based on having those knobs and levers, so to speak, ready to be pulled with the appropriate decisions being made by the largest group of input that we can give. So flexibility, keep that in your minds here.
Yeah, so I was deeply involved in the operations process from 2015 through 2022, and I haven't been as deeply involved from 2022 to the present. So I'm getting back into this now. What I would say is what we're doing with operations and what Savannah and Cassandra showed is extremely important. One of the most important things I've heard in the last 5 years was from people who had worked in the Everglades restoration program for multiple decades, saying that their rate of learning about the system, working with operations on a regular basis, accelerated their rate of learning about the system over any other experience that they've had, including planning. So it's very nice to hear that the leads of the Jacksonville district are engaged in this on a regular basis. I think this is the most efficient way to learn what are the vulnerabilities of the system, right? With respect to the process, is it all documented? Absolutely not. I mean, yeah, there's no, we've had a historical challenge of dealing with the difference between what's possible and what's probable. Once we get into probability and once we get into forecasting, our forecasting for the next few weeks is pretty good. The next few months is pretty challenging. Over 6 months out, it's maybe misleading. It's actually probably maybe we shouldn't look at it. So, you know, effectively documenting what are the limits to our knowledge and what we can really anticipate, that's relevant. And then finally, I'd say bringing in the full spectrum of information is extraordinarily challenging. Dealing with water budgets and rainfall is, you know, that's an important first step. Dealing with the likely wild response of the organisms, that takes a deep knowledge and some good models in the organisms. Layering water quality on top of that is maybe too hard. So I think what we're likely to see in the future is more near-term forecasting tools, particularly for water quality. I think we're likely to see, well, and I'm very curious as to what is likely to be, you know, as this process involves, particularly in the Corps of Engineers and the Water Management District, I'm very curious about how it's going to evolve. Because honestly, I was kind of surprised to see all of the things that you guys showed today. And a lot of it was, for me, this is the hard part about learning, right? My learning process is very different from someone else's. And it never ceases to amaze me just how different the engineering-based learning process is from the ecologist or science-based learning process. But you know, they need to have room to learn it authentically on their terms, just like we do. Right? So just to summarize, I would say our process and a decision-making process and documenting the components of our decisions and structured decision-making criteria is not occurring formally as far as I know it. In terms of like somebody writing it down and explaining exactly what their process is and then how they use that process on that week. I don't think it's been defined before we actually engage in the decision. I think it's getting defined as we're making decisions. So, and it's going to be challenging to do that. Like, you know, I've made a career out of being a writer for the CERP process, you know, listening to other people and writing down what they're saying and communicating. What I've seen is writing it down is one of the hardest things to do. You know, thinking through, recognizing a problem, trying to solve it, verbalizing that solution. Those are all challenging, but then writing it down and, you know, withstanding the scrutiny of one's peers and having a document that endures over time, that's pretty hard. But I certainly, you know, we're only going to achieve that goal by taking steps towards it. So it's clear that we're taking steps in the right direction. I'm encouraged that we have the opportunity to get to that goal in the near future, in, you know, in years, months to years, not years to decades. Yeah.
Okay, thanks. So Denise Reed, did you want to ask your question?
Thank you for the presentations. It was really enormously interesting. I think to some extent, Jed may have just answered my fundamental question, which was really about kind of tracking and documentation and how we kind of lessons learned from the process. You've got this weekly process, which I understand must be just crazy for everybody involved, which you've described. And it seems that the end product of that is a report up and a decision. But it sounds like, you know, that kind of closing the loop may not be happening on a weekly basis, which of course is very difficult. You were then also described a kind of, I'm going to say seasonal review, right? Like 3 times a year. And I'm wondering how that looks different and who is involved in that and whether that's a kind of retrospective or a prospective kind of thing, or whether it could be both. And I'm just trying to work out how we learn lessons from this without kind of really laying it all out, or whether there is a kind of annual reflective report. You described the recovery operations for seagrass, which was a kind of a longer term thing, but I think I'm more interested in the kind of in those routine kind of trade-offs where you're squeezing the balloon every week And are you always squeezing it this direction? Is this interest always losing? I just wonder how that is kind of laid out so that people can understand whether the things that they're interested in are always getting deep, flood risk management is probably always going to be primary, right? I think we all understand that, but the others probably have a little bit of wiggle room. So basically my question's a little bit about kind of reflection and documentation.
I can start with that. So there's a couple things that are being, so on the COP side, there's two different reports that are getting created, the biannual report for COP and the biennial report for COP, which is, those aim to do that for the southern end of the system, where we go through and say what happened, what were the ecological responses, what did the Corps do, what did the district do, all this stuff. So on the southern end of the system, there's a lot more documentation for that. Now it's pretty long term. It's like it's a water year, or I forget the duration, but it's longer term. It's not going in like, well, on Tuesday the 2nd we did, we decided to do this, but it looks at like how things went over the season. And then we just started doing an annual snail kite report for Lake Okeechobee. That sort of does a little bit like that for Lake O, when we focus in on snail kite conditions. But in terms of a weekly sort of documenting, what went into it, our aim is to do that with a couple of slides and communication back to the agencies in the local call, where we kind of say, these are the things that sort of rose to the top, right? These are the key things that we thought about last week on the lake, and these are the key things we thought about last week in the conservation areas. But it's really, really, really hard to, like Jed was saying, it's 3D chess at all times, and like documenting that is like really. Right. And then it's maybe 4D. I don't know. Like it's really, there's our level, and then there's the command level, and then there's stuff that's going on in Washington, DC, and then there's Tallahassee stuff. I mean, it's like there's stuff going on at all, and then it ends up in the end, and like, how did each data point and each conversation that is happening play into the ultimate decision? It's like, whoa.
3D chess plus politics.
Yeah, so I'm sorry, I'm just going to quick follow up on that. I mean, I understand personally that there are things that are outside of your control, right? And so I also think it's quite important for perhaps the folks at the other end of the table to recognize when there was some external force that was coming in, and it wasn't a local kind of, that's the kind of thing I think people generally need to understand. And I'm kind of probably less concerned about snail kites than I am about navigation, recreation, and all the other things. Like, we are not going to do this on July 4th weekend. We're just not going to do it, right?
That happens, yes.
Yeah, well, of course it does. Of course it does. That's where I live. So, I just feel like sketching that all out with a little bit more transparency could be helpful to everybody.
To address one of your questions about the balloon and who's getting pushed and who's getting pulled, one of the prior under LORs, the estuaries that were the ones pretty much that was taking it on the chin. Now, as Savannah showed, it's the lake that's taking it on the chin. Hopefully not bad, but it is a balancing act. There used to be a keyword at these weekly meetings, shared adversity. And we hear a lot from the stakeholders about how the shared adversity was not equally shared. And the stakeholders of the Caloosahatchee were very, very vocal, and they were able to rally a lot of really well-versed spokesmen for their cause during LOSUM. In fact, several of them were former district employees. So they were well educated when they went into the LOSUM process to make their case for less harm to the Caloosahatchee. St. Lucie also had very vocal stakeholders, and they were able to get what they wanted, which is why we now very rarely send water to the St. Lucie, whereas before it was pretty routine. So yes, that point of pressure on the bubble does change. It doesn't change from week to week generally, but it can change. And we don't like to push the balloon. We want it to be shared adversity or shared benefit, hopefully. But obviously that is a challenge, as we've said, the 4D chess to get that done. But yes, we do look at the multiple things. And the other one of your questions was at our seasonal assessments, what are we doing? So we are doing the look back as well as the look ahead. So we can say, okay, we had a drier dry season than we expected, and that caused this to happen, that to happen, this to happen. For example, with the wood storks, as I mentioned, we had a bad year. So what we are looking at now, if I assume we're going to do a seasonal assessment soon, we know that we are in a bad spot for wood storks and foraging. So the solution to that is let's get water to 3A so that we can build up that prey base as best as possible to help with the recovery for the wood storks, because the wood storks are in a bad position. So using the look back, we know we've got to find the solution for the look forward. So that would be an example of how we would use the seasonal assessment in one of the presentations. Yep.
Yes, we're quite vocal during those meetings.
I don't know who put their cards up next. So the order we're going to go in is Denise, me, and then Chad.
I'm going to kind of follow up on Denise's question because we share more than a name. We seem to get triggered the same part of the brain, but I really appreciated, Jed, your comment about how learning's been accelerated through these operational kind of processes faster than anything else. And maybe there's something helpful here because I'm struggling with the middle level. So there's a framework in structured decision-making that is level 1, 2, 3 learning, right? Level 1 learning is, am I taking the right action? That's your operations process. Level 2 learning is, am I asking the right questions, right? And level 3 learning is, do I have the right decision-making process or organizational structure, right? So you really have seem to have it going on at level 1. I think maybe the oversight committee is like a level 3 learning, right? Do we have the right processes in place? I think where you're struggling or where I'm having trouble being helpful at all is seeing what you've got in level 2. And I would say level 2 learning is kind of the balloon pushing. Like I had questions over what time frame are you balancing out that radar diagram of objectives, right? What are you trying to do it over 3 years or 4 years? So level 2 learning is not temporal. It's not now looking 3 years out. It's looking from a different altitude about things. And so do you have ideas about what you might have that's going on for level 2 learning?
For me, I just, my immediate reaction to that is pretty strong. I would say that's, really the ecosystem-based management process that we used to start this was led by the Fish and Wildlife Service. They do the level 2 learning at the highest level of skill, it's my opinion, because their indicators are sampling these fundamentally different temporal and spatial response surfaces, right? And so what we have to do is we have to, what I was doing when we started this is I'm flipping through my index of indicators every week, trying to figure out which ones actually have a compelling story and make sense and would support a wise path forward as much as I can summon a sense of wisdom. And that's what I see. I got to do it improvisationally from the Park Service's perspective, which was nice, but I see Fish and Wildlife Service trying to do that in a structural and formal way. It's quite challenging. But that's what our seasonal meetings are, the seasonal assessment meetings, and that's the Fish and Wildlife Service is leading them, and that's what they're talking about. The challenge with that is that if you have a subset of indicators that are doing well, there's usually a subset that aren't doing so well. So it's hard to get a real clean rhetorical like a real clean, rhetorical, concise statement. And that's when you're going to the public or you're going with people that aren't dealing with this frequently, the rhetoric matters a lot. So Tim might have more opinions about that, but I just wanted to share that perspective.
You want to weigh in, Tim?
I don't think I have any more opinions about that. You know, well, I was sitting here thinking, sort of unrelated to that. I mean, as we all know, Everglades is complicated, right? We say that all the time. The user groups, the entities that are affected by what we do have really strong opinions. And, you know, I think about the recovery operations for this year under LOSUM. You know, to me, that was a really clear decision that the entire group that was involved in LOSUM had sort of agreed to right up front. We'd all said, okay, there's going to be certain situations, certain conditions where we're gonna go into recovery operations because we know we need to do something good for the lake. And so when we started the year, you know, I thought, okay, this is real clear. We've all agreed what we're going to do. But again, we're also passionate about what our interests are, that even in a situation where we had all agreed to what the operations were going to be and how it would look and that we would drive the lake down, you know, we still heard on the meetings, you know, input from all sorts of entities about, you know, worried about their particular thing. Again, even in a situation where we had all agreed what these operations would look like. And so all that is to just say that, again, even when we've made clear decisions, it's still a challenge for all of us.
Denise, in your three-tiered learning model here, okay, where you identified the Everglades Oversight Group, this new entity as being the level 3. And I'm expressing concern because this is actually a shrinking down of voices within that broader decision-making process. For example, the Department of the Interior is not included in this group. The Miccosukee tribe is not included in this group. Tribe lives in the Everglades. Seminole Tribe of Florida is not included in this group. Seminole Tribe also lives in the Everglades. So in terms of the continued learning aspect that, you know, Jetta elucidated to here, I wonder, or I'm concerned how that might be arrested here. And so all we can hope to do is to continue to foster open communication and to continue to participate in the various capacities that we do right now anyway. It's just we seem to reshuffle every now and then what the top level component of what quote unquote Everglades decision making it looks like. And I don't know who asked it amongst this panel, but in the I guess it was the June meeting, someone asked the question of a panel up here saying, who does make decisions about Everglades construction and restoration? And I don't recall hearing a very clear answer about that. So maybe this is in response to that type of a question. I don't know if it's going to play out well or if it's going to play out negatively. We're all going to see. There's a lot of things that are in the shuffle right now.
That's a great point. Thank you. And I think I was just going to say, you know, the committee has over various reports talked about how you're in a pivot time now. And it's the pivot time where learning has to be the fastest. Like you have to be paying attention to learning at all those levels like you never did before. And I think your point, Jed, about, yeah, you learn in planning, but not nearly as quickly as you learn in operations. So thank you.
Okay, I'll ask my question. So I'm a modeler and I
one of the things I model is decision-making under risk and uncertainty. And when I was younger, I was like a robot and I just thought modeling is going to solve all the world's problems. And now that I'm older, I'm sort of more sympathetic to like Kevin's comment earlier about decision-making needing to have some flexibility built in. And, and sometimes some ad hoc decision-making that is specific to the context and situation at hand. Nevertheless, I do think some of these more formal risk analysis tools and structured decision-making tools like multi-objective optimization, multi-criteria decision-making can be very useful to assess trade-offs, conflicting objectives, and consequences of actions. So I'm curious, so this goes back to the original question I posed to the panel. Are there some of these tools being used? And if so, in what stages and what capacity? And I welcome anyone to answer that question.
Well, I think at least with LOSUM, there was a lot of introduction of the multi-criteria decision analysis that kind of was relatively fresh at the time. And I remember going through that process and thinking, oh, a model to help us assess all the models and our decisions, cool. But then when you kind of look at how the criteria was developed, that's when the rubber hit the road of the scoring and what metrics to use and what to look at was I think the thing that held us up the most and made it more difficult for folks to understand, but it was a breath of fresh air during that planning process to evaluate however many alternatives we had to kind of filter through and be able to kind of see how that all played in together.
One of the challenges that we have is time. And we're doing this on the weekly and there's a lot that goes into it. So I would say that the elements of the criteria are there. That's just not in a formalized process. And we do take those, multi-risk assessments, but they're done by the human computer and not, not a spreadsheet. And so I wouldn't say that it doesn't exist. It's just not formal. And it does get done more with a human touch and a human perspective. And, as we've described, as the information gets synthesized and moved up the chain, the folks at this table start to lose connectivity with what's happening. So I can't tell you what goes into our leadership's factors beyond the package that we put together and elevated up. But the package that we put together assesses all of those risks, those factors, those considerations. So it's there, it's just not formalized.
Yeah, I think from my perspective with the core side, I don't think there's going to be ever a tool where you could plug in all of that 4D and it's going to give you any answer that makes sense. But what I think the opportunity exists is because just the ecological conditions alone are so complicated in the Everglades, right? We have, even within a small geographic area, you have so many different habitats and species and water quality and things that it's hard to figure out, like, even just in a very narrow space of the Everglades, you could look at like a 1 square mile area and you have so many different needs and desired outcomes. If tools that help us, and I think there is work being done on this type of thing, but helping us to, even if it's just looking at the ecological metrics, like how to look at the array of that and say, okay, for this upcoming season, how does this all, like, helping, like, making sense of all the different things, like screening out what's not possible, right? this year. Like say you start low, well, we're not talking about meeting the top targets here because that's just like not even, or you know what I'm saying? Like almost screening out what we think is not possible for this year and focusing on what we could affect change on. And that can play into the overall decision. I think there is an opportunity there. It's just not at the top level. It's at the more, balancing all the different needs of the system and helping us make sense of all the data points even in one area, let alone across the entire Everglades. I don't think you could do it across the whole Everglades, but even just in, say, pick 2A, Conservation Area 2A, well, let's just look at that as like a little system and say, well, you know, these are all the things that go into that. And that's just my perspective.
As an example of what Savannah's trying to say in our ecological report, and it always cracks me up. One of my authors in their writing up their summary says, conserve water in the Everglades, send fresh water to Florida Bay. Their sentences are right beside each other. And obviously you can't do both at the same time generally unless there's plenty of water in the system. But that's the type of balancing we act that, you know, even the scientists are having cognitive dissonance because the system, this one wants this part and this one wants that, and the two things can't be done simultaneously.
Risk assessment is only good for assessing the risk that you're seeking to assess, right? But Cassandra's point is important because there is the human compartment here that has to also consider within context and within present timing, some of those things that are not necessarily in the risk assessment matrix, that the typical things that we look at on a week-to-week basis or seasonally or annually or in a decadal scale are not being assessed. And you can't look at everything. Like Savannah says, there isn't a supercomputer that can adequately take in all of the components here that we want to be thoughtful of and considerate of to make good decisions. So there needs to be a continued conversation and a dialogue that brings other perspectives, that brings other knowledge, that brings other experience and information into this. And there needs to be the freedom, the flexibility, and the ability to allow for that information to come in so that we can all be open-minded. Now, to answer your question more specifically, what are some of those tools? I don't know, maybe meditation so that people can in general kind of cool down. And we can think about how to shift from a paradigm that is commonly held that the Everglades has to be wet all the time, 365 days of the year, et cetera, et cetera. That is not how the Everglades are. They are variable. Some years they're dry, some years they're wet. But we need to get out of the way of exacerbating that one way or the other and just relax a little bit more and go with the flow, pun intended.
All right, thanks for that. All right, oh, go on.
Betty's got a question.
Comment.
It's kind of like me. No, it's at the end of the day. That's why I ate some sweets here. To expound on what Mr. Kniff said. And let me come over here so my back's not to you. You know, like today, of any of you are aware, because just what we were talking about the blue shanty, you were explaining the blue shanty, right? The flowway. You understand that some of those islands, the heads of the islands are already have water on them? Any of you know that? No, you don't. And that goes to part of what is missing from this conversation, the people who are out there every day and they see it, like the tribe. They see it. Their staff is out there. Their tribal members are out there. Just like Mr. Jones here, he's in 3B all the time. And that's what gets left out of your modeling and your decision-making, your criteria, because none of you are out there all day. You're not, because we don't see you. We see you when you come out here to visit, or other people are out there doing their studies. So even before your flowway is going to get done, you already have water on the heads of those islands right now. There's photos of it. You'll probably see it later once they do their analysis.
So, but you're already constructing something without knowing what's happening right now. And you're going to add more water into that system. Just like Mr. Knapp said, the Everglades is not dry, wet 365 days of the years. It wasn't historically. If my mother could cross it in an ox-drawn cart when she was a kid, that tells me it was dry enough for wheels to go through and that ox to walk through it. If Mr. Frank could walk as a kid across the Everglades 6 miles, it was dry enough for him to do it. And at times it was wet enough for the canoes to go all across the Everglades. That's what doesn't make it into your models and your decision making. I'm going to keep saying it like a broken record year after year after year. When are you going to have the conversations in this decision making with people like me or like Mr. Jones or other people that are out there every single day? And I forgot how many generations. What are you, 5th generation? 6. Sorry, I shorted you a year, a generation. So those insights and knowledge is very important to this conversation. And when are you ever going to realize, I know you always say it's money, but when are you going to get out of nature's way and let nature do what nature needs to do? When nature needs to do it, not when you think it needs to do it, but when nature needs to do it, and understand how nature needs to do things. Like you don't even know why the snail kites population are less, or your wading bird populations are less in Lake O, even though you have more water, because they have more options to go somewhere. They have more options to go somewhere. That's why you have less of those birds at the lake. Just like I saw a bear I didn't see a bear, my staff saw a bear on Tier Island, and we haven't seen in years, but the water was low enough for that bear. It had more options to go somewhere. We saw a bobcat because it had more options to go somewhere because we had a drought. Just like your wood storks, they got more options to go somewhere. They weren't, when you have too much high water in the system all the time, you're not going to see as much wading birds because their options are less where they can find food. But since we had a drought this year, it was a little exacerbated because humans made some decisions in there. So it was a little bit more severe than what it would have been. We saw a lot of wading birds in 3A and in 3B because they had more options to go somewhere. Just like when you got more money, you got more options. You got more food in your refrigerator, you got more options on what you can cook. It's like that for the animals and the wildlife. So in this criteria you're looking for in this data set, there's a lot of information that modeling doesn't capture because it's not understanding how that ecosystem is. We live in it, he lives in it, his staff basically lives in it most every day, so they're seeing it. So that's the critical information that is missing in all your data and analysis that I'm sitting here like, they really don't understand what they're modeling and what they're looking at. And you need people who understand it to be a part of these conversations, that understand it from generations of what's going on. And that's like when they had that spike, and I sent a text message to Kevin in 23 and 24, but when you had that, it wasn't the critical mark where you're concerned about levee failure, but a deviation was made in 23 and 24 before it reached that mark. Did you understand that their explanation that the tree islands were already underwater before it reached that critical mark? So those are the information. I wonder when you get these high level briefings, if you understand, because I was there, I lived there, I was standing on the island underwater in 2023 before it went to that critical mark where a deviation was required, but it was made earlier because the islands were already underwater. But how are you going to know that unless somebody tells you that? You're just going to see a red little line up to a little dotted yellow line and not really know all apart of why those deviations got made. Because sometimes things have to be done on a conditions based of what you're seeing. And that's why it's important to understand what is actually going on out there. Just because the water isn't on top of an island doesn't mean there's damage happening to the island and the root system underneath. So I wanted to add that because those are things that we can tell you. that we know because we're out there. Ah. The cement plant? Maybe you need to tell it. So, you know, the concerns, like where you're putting the placement of your water, your structures on the levee. The one that, I think it was the third one up, was it Mr. Kniff that had the crack on the concrete? And the construction of it, and the placement of it? They didn't realize that section probably had a natural spring, because they didn't know why, when they put that placement, why they have so much water coming up versus all the other areas, because there's natural springs in the Everglades, and they probably hit one. Because the amount of water that is coming up in around of that structure that they're building, they don't know why it's filling up so fast. Because we have natural springs in the Everglades. Did you know that? And that impacts the depths of those water as well, because of that fresh water continually coming up. They're all throughout the Everglades system. We know that, but that probably doesn't come into your modeling. I don't think it does, because you don't know if they're out there. So those are the things that we know. So and also too, you know, I'm not hearing about, you know, some assessments show that some of these things that you're building are going to have adverse impacts to those systems. And I hope in those reports that you read, there's going to be, you have some recommendations on how they can counteract those adverse impacts, because you know it's going to happen. How are you going to mitigate that while it's still in the process? And the creator made the best design in the world. But now here we are in 2025, trying to still engineer everything instead of getting out of nature's way, because we don't have an alternative, because we have so many people here in South Florida. And I think what Mr. Franca is concerned about is, like, you have a structure going in that already have cracks in it from the pressure around the water around it, because of where they built it. Probably wasn't in the ideal location, but it's being built anyways. And you're going to continue to have problems in that area, because you probably hit a natural spring area where you put in that structure, because of the amount of water that's really coming up out of there. And it probably historically did in that area. So that water is going to have to find a way to get around what you built. Okay. Uh-huh.
Some of the parts of even though the big concrete, the ladies went down under, 'cause I didn't go under it. They said that they had pictures of it, they're taking pictures of it, that it's cracking already. Some of these things shouldn't be the way they should be, but what it is, and like I said, I have concerns about the Everglades. I was born and raised in the Everglades, and I live in the Everglades every day. That's why when somebody's making something, I want to know about it. And like the concrete was not involved that there was going to be concrete built, cement plant. But everybody saw it. I wanted the Everglades Advisory Company. I didn't know nothing about it. Hey, there it is. Houston is 4 people. And they didn't know nothing about it either. Something was going on. When it went up, 25 people who lived in 370. And that came down to it. They were appointed by the general council to be aware of what's going on. But the over the years, I should not see what they do. But then they was not good for everybody. It was appointed by the general council. They'll be aware of what's going on in the home. We have things. You know what I said? I don't know. Because all the progress was projected, you know. Everybody was trying. You know. So we had to only find out what we call it set in front of it's too much time. That's how we do it every day. That's all, you don't like it. I don't like it. And here, when I see something, you go structure, you know, one thing, the financial, right, the way. I will always tell you, hey, never tell them to, then you actually go in there when that breaker, look, and why you. I was talking. You were here, everybody is stronger, but you have water, the timing. That's crazy. How much transportation? That's what we fall. You didn't fall. Then we thought, see, some of the people die. Those kind of things, that is irresponsible. People get what you do. You guys should have been home. I'll go to the literature, but that don't happen a lot. Probably don't know. You just, even an accident, you walk away. Not me, some people drive. I think the horrible, or the, how do you feel about it, you put together property? It's so time, it's no good. You get it, you just don't, look out, okay? Not yet, so.
Thank you for those perspectives. All right, Chad, I see you put your sign down. Yep.
I just want to say
Chad?
this will be very quick.
Yep.
I don't think we have a structured decision-making process. We don't have multi-criteria decision-making. We started talking about it. I don't think that it's ever been completed. I think what I hear repeatedly from representatives of the Seminole Miccosukee tribe, and what I hear from staff at Everglades National Park is we need a space, we need a convening space to tell our stories, where we say what we see from our perspective and we hear and listen to the perspectives, the other perspectives that are informed by their knowledge of the system. We haven't successfully assembled that type of convening space. We're getting closer, and I would say, you know, as Denise says, in a time of transition, learning is very important. That would be the next step for me, is, you know, seeing the learning go from the EBM to the decision-making process to the leaders is a good step. I don't think there should be less discussion at the EBM level, though. I think that discussion needs to continue. And I think this discussion amongst the different groups also needs to occur. And the leaders should be able to tell the story of what they've experienced as they see it. And the people who lived in the system for hundreds to thousands of years should tell their story of what's going on as they see it. And hopefully we can learn from each other.
Thanks very much, Jed, for those comments. And I think that wraps up the session very nicely. Thank you, everyone, the speakers, the presenters, and also all of the attendees and my fellow committee members. It has been a really interesting, information-packed day. I'm very sorry. I take full blame for us going over time, so I will make this very quick. The next in-person meeting is scheduled for January 15th, and you can sign up for our mailing list to be kept informed of future meetings on our website. I welcome everyone to continue the discussion after we convene. I don't know about anybody else, but I'm going down to that lounge and getting myself a margarita, and I'm happy to join anyone else down there. And the meeting is adjourned. Thank you, everyone.